Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Matthew Panzarino, Editor-in-Chief of TechCrunch, and Samantha O'Keefe, Director of Special Projects, TechCrunch.
Good morning. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. It's nice of some of you to be here early. It's always rough the second day. Thankfully, we have a live stream going out and tons of people watching that, so that's great. Welcome to the second day, the final day of TechCrunch Disrupt London. These go by so quick, these two-day events, but we've got a great day for you. We're going to start off the day with an incredible morning. We're going to talk about social networks that are teaching the world to sing, applying AI to the biosciences, making bionic limbs for the masses, all kinds of fun stuff. And then investing in the time of Brexit a little bit later on, which will be an adventure. And of course, we have fantastic finals of the Startup Battlefield. We have some really strong companies this time. I think you did a great job.
Thank you, Matthew. You as well. You as well.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
So this afternoon, we have 5 companies coming back to pitch again in front of an entirely new panel of judges. This time, they'll be standing up for 12 minutes of Q&A, which I think being on stage is punishment enough, but 12 minutes of live Q&A about your startup, that's a whole different story. So those companies that get the privilege of participating in that are Inside DNA, Lyft Igniter, OxyHealth, Phoenix P2P, and CNET. So those will be this afternoon. And before we kick off the finals, we're actually going to bring up some of our alumni from previous years, including N26, which is doing extremely well in banking in Europe, and Jukedeck, our winners from last year, to pass off the Disrupt Cup. So stay tuned.
Excellent. Very good. We have a great show. We hope you enjoy it, and we'll kick it off. Thanks.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your Disrupt MC and Special Projects Editor, TechCrunch, Jordan Crook.
Woo! Good morning, brave souls. You're here, you're early, and this place will fill up, but I will remember each and every one of you for being here on time. You're my favorites now, so enjoy that. We don't care about being your favorites. Let's see. TC Disrupt, still the hashtag. We didn't change it for the last 6 years, so just keep on using that one. There have been a couple changes to our schedule, so if you want to get into the nitty-gritty of that, go ahead and check that out on the app, because it obviously will not be reflected in your printed brochures. And we are going to go straight into our first panel. Please welcome to the stage Naren Shaam of GoEuro and our moderator, Ingrid London.
Morning. Hi, Naren.
Hi.
How you doing?
Good, thanks.
Cool. So GoEuro. GoEuro.
Yep.
Why don't you tell us a little bit about your history? Because I don't know how many people are actually familiar with GoEuro, because you've got a sort of interesting travel history that led to you doing a travel startup.
Yep.
Okay, tell us about it, please.
So very briefly, so I travel a lot. I spend long periods of time traveling. Traveled Southeast Asia, a lot of South America, and then I traveled Europe in 2010. I did 4 months of roughly, I think, 14 countries or something like that. So what was great about Europe for me was ground transportations everywhere. Every country has somewhere between 2,000, 5,000, 10,000 train stations and bus stations reaching every part of every country in Europe. So it was great experiencing the culture, the differences, etc. But the problem for me was most of ground transport infrastructure across Europe was never on a single platform. It was very nationalistic, country by country.
Yeah, super fragmented.
Yes,
yeah.
correct. State rail companies. In the UK, there's 21 of them. So it's
And they all run perfectly.
They're all run perfectly, of course.
They're very efficient.
Especially in Switzerland. So
They're not efficient in England, by the way. They're really rubbish.
Yes. So I saw how nationalistic most of ground transportation is, country by country. Crossing the border, it gets even harder, and every country has anywhere between 25 to 60 coach or long distance buses. So what most people do was basically compare, or when they do really long distance, most consumers go to Google and say, what's the closest airport to The Hague? And then you go to an airline website, book the flight, and then you go to Google again, say, how do I get from Rotterdam to The Hague or any location? So what I wanted to do was build a platform that brings all of ground transportation online. When I started it, there was no Amadeus or Sabre of ground transportation. The data itself was not normalized across any technology. So I moved here 4 years ago to Europe to start building it. I moved to Berlin, started the company. I'm a single founder. And it took me roughly a year to get the first contract, because state rail companies have a long process, let's say. And then launched the product 3.5 years ago. Today we are roughly 200 plus people. We operate in 12 countries. We work with about 600 train and buses. We're probably the largest inventory system across all of Europe. And we also go direct to consumers. So most of our tickets are actually sold on GoEuro rather than, we don't build technology to redistribute today.
Right. Why did you decide to do all that out of Berlin versus London or wherever? And why did you decide to move to Europe because we have a more extensive ground transport system already, because there are more trains and buses effectively, or?
Correct.
So why Berlin then?
So if you look at global ground transportation, it's never on a single distribution system like airlines is. Most of airlines, you can book a flight from Sydney to Buenos Aires in any website sitting in Indonesia, and you can get the flight. The prices will change depending on the website, but of course you can buy the ticket. Most of ground transportation is never online, and Europe is kind of the epicenter of ground transportation. There is good ground transportation in a lot of parts of Asia and a lot of parts of South America. Buses are huge, so it's not that Europe is the only market. Europe is, for me, the first market to try out. So that's why I called the company GoEuro and moved here. Why Berlin was fairly straightforward. I used to live in New York, so For me, the three hubs that made the most noise, let's say, when I was researching was Stockholm, London, Berlin. Stockholm was, for me, a little distant from Central Europe.
It's also very expensive there.
It's also very expensive.
Yeah.
I knew from the beginning that it would be a very large engineering company. So we're really largely, more than half of us are engineers. So hiring a lot of engineers in London is expensive. So cost of labor in Berlin is much cheaper. So it was basically a very rational choice to move to Germany and start the company.
And you're happy you did that. Do you think now, you know, as you grow, that you may need to, excuse me, move your center somewhere else?
No,
or are you?
I think we'll stay in Berlin. I like Berlin. We've been there, like I said, 4 years. We are considering opening more locations to tap into talent, because as we scale, talent is, I guess, the key asset we have.
Absolutely.
So this is something we are considering, but HQ will always be Berlin.
Okay, now you guys have raised a ton of money, which we'll talk about in a minute. But the reason I think part of it is you've got when you first started, you were kind of breaking new ground. I mean, they call it the multimodal transport market, right?
Yep.
You've got, you know, basically bunch of disparate train services, disparate bus services, all now being woven onto one platform. You guys also do air travel, I believe.
Yep.
It's kind of like the Citymapper of
long distance.
Long distances, yeah. Citymapper, I believe we'll be hearing from later today. So now, that was when you started. Now, there actually are a ton of companies all trying to, well, not a ton, but you know, a good amount trying to do this, not to mention companies like Amadeus. You know, the Amadeus organization and Sabre, I'm assuming they can't not be looking at this opportunity, right?
Yep.
You've got from A to B, Wanderio, A to B or something like that. No, L to 2, Rome to Rio.
Yep.
Yeah, you've got a bunch. So what is your kind of, you know, unique selling point? When you've got a lot of them doing this effectively the same thing, why are you doing it better? Why would you say yours is a more interesting thing, or is it better to have all of them doing it at the same time?
Yeah. So to come back to your first point, this space which we are in is called multimodal transport, more a trade term, multimodal transport. But if you actually think about it, multimodal transport is what most people do every day anyway. So you are taking a train from London to Gatwick to take the flight to Paris, and then you are going to take a train back. So you are changing more than one mode of travel on majority of journeys. Most of Europe has more trains. So the ratio of train stations to airports in every country is roughly 1:200 to 1:400. So every country has something between 2,000, 10,000 train stations and maybe 25 to 50 airports. So majority of consumers are getting off a flight and traveling.
Right.
So this is one way of multimodality. The second way to measure multimodality is when you simply compare. So I'm going Paris, Amsterdam is Thales cheaper than a bus, how much longer? And a flight, including the train to the airports on both sides, is still 4 hours. And the train is city center to city center, and you compare what's best for me at the specific day. There's also multimodality. You still stick to one mode, but you just compare two different modes of travel. So the whole industry of multimodality is fairly new in that it more focuses on the consumer, in that the consumer has to go from location A to location B, Berlin, Hamburg, Berlin, Prague, Madrid, Barcelona, and so let technology or platforms like us figure out what's the best way to travel and give you the options, and you just click 2 buttons and buy. Instead of, this is a journey that's 900 kilometers, I'm going to go to a flight website. This is a journey that's 300 kilometers, so I'm going to go to a train website, and this is 600, so I'm going to compare what's the best way. So this is how consumers are trained, because the underlying data is not all on the same platform.
Right.
So this whole industry is large. Like train and buses, last I read, was roughly 2 times that of domestic air, like inter-European air market. So the rail and bus market is large. The industry itself, where all of data, all of Europe comes together in a single platform or a single product, is new. So naturally, it does attract more than one company, because the market is large. When large players like Amadeus or Sabre want to come in, that already tells you that the industry is large and it hasn't been normalized. So it's an opportunity. For us, what we do is we focus on 3 things. as a core, and we deliver that promise. One is we spend a lot of time with our partnerships. So we have 600 plus rail and bus companies. We build extensive relationships to have a direct connection to all the inventory, so we can truly understand the underlying network. So how transport happens, how seats change, and we have deep understanding because we plug in directly to the inventory systems. The second is our technology. So like I said, we build basically a distribution system across all of these rail, bus, and air, and all the data is on the same format. So, 40 different rail companies talking to each other in terms of data in the same format with the buses and with the flights. The second, and the third is we also market to consumers directly. So these are the three things we focus on. It does take us long because we can only move country by country. So we're in 12 countries in 3 years. It's quite fast in industry standard, but for us, we just have to go country by country, so we can't be global very quickly. But when we enter a country, we have a lot of coverage, and we scale up very, very fast.
Why is it taking so long? Because, I mean, Google Maps already offers quite a lot of that, across a number of countries. So, you can't purchase on Google Maps.
Correct.
But is that why it takes so long? Because you're trying to integrate more than just basic data.
Correct.
Basic schedules. You're trying to actually be able to let people book and order things. Is that
Correct.
why it's
well,
okay?
Yeah. So there's three things that makes it complicated. One is schedules.
Yeah.
Schedules is the most basic of data form. It's mostly static. You don't have real-time queries. It's really fast because it's static. It's on your servers. The second is pricing, which is real-time, because prices change and they yield manage. So this takes time. And the third is inventory management system, which is reservation. Not every seat is available. It gets sold out. So it's 3 degrees of complication rather than just schedules.
Got it. Okay, you mentioned pricing and purchasing.
Oh.
So maybe it's a good time to ask you, how do you guys actually make money?
It's very straightforward. For a consumer, it's the same cost as what you would buy at any other website, any other train or bus website. But we charge a commission to the suppliers.
What's your commission?
It's confidential.
You can tell me. You can tell us, right? He can tell us?
It's okay.
Does it vary, or is
varies,
it a fixed commission?
No, it's
so
a
like if I
variable.
found out from one person, if I tap one of your suppliers and get a number, it wouldn't necessarily be the same
and
number.
it also varies heavily by volumes.
Got it.
And some countries we are very large in volume, some we're just getting started. So
Would you say it's like standard to what the other aggregators and plane services get, or how have you had to figure out what the right price is for that?
So we actually didn't look at the airline industry to look at how to price the commission. We more started off as what does it take in terms of acquisition cost in our industry and how to price it. And we just play in a different market than just pure airline market. Yep.
Got it. Okay, and really the main question about how you charge for that is, are you guys like profitable now?
No.
Okay.
So
Is it the kind of thing that you will be? Can you project that the model or the commission you guys are taking now, once you have it all up and going and you've scaled out, that it'll be profitable, or how does it work?
Absolutely. So when you look at it, it's basically like building a car factory, right? You build a factory, you got to buy the machinery, you build the cars, and then you have to market it, and at some point it starts to. That's the same thing we see is our early markets where we launch. It takes a year to get a contract.
Right.
At that time, we have all these costs. And then it takes us 3 to 6 months to build technology for a full country.
Right.
And we're running in parallel in 4 or 5 countries at any point of time. And then we launch a product and we market. So it takes time, but we can easily see that curve going up in every country.
Okay. Is that going to accelerate as you get bigger?
Yes,
so
absolutely.
Like Uber's early days, was every single launch was kind of a big deal. Now you kind of like, TechCrunch never writes about them anymore. Those new launches, because there's like too many of them, and they go faster and faster.
So we are getting faster and faster because of 2 reasons. One, we can launch countries faster. Second is our existing products also get faster because we can cache a lot of inventory. We already understand schedules, how pricing works, etc. So the product itself gets very fast with more and more consumers. So there's a lot of efficiency gains with scale.
Right.
And we have a deep understanding of now both network and customer travel patterns that makes us kind of smart in the middle.
Okay, so on the subject of your expansion, one of the ways you've been able to do that is by raising a ton of money. You've raised probably, if we grouped all these competitors together, I think you've raised more than all of them combined. By a long shot, like by an order of like tens and millions and maybe 100 or more than $100 million, right? Okay. You going to raise more? Do you need to? And why have you raised so much? Because I mean, Rome to Rio, I think they've raised like 2.8 million or something silly. You know, you've raised what, 140 million now?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's big.
Yeah, it's a big difference.
Big disparity, yeah. So do you actually need all that money?
That's a good question. So most large companies, and we're going after a very large space, 150 billion plus, Europe alone transport. Most large companies, when you go after a very large space and you want to move fast, takes capital, because you got to build everything for the consumer, and we focus on the consumer, which is both the partnerships, the technology, the marketing machine, and the customer experience. So we have to build all of this, and it takes a lot of capital. And we are not going after like a small industry. We are going to go for like hopefully taking a very big share of this large market, and it just takes a lot of capital. It doesn't mean that we need to raise more capital or we're sufficient or not. For me, raising capital is more a means to an end in terms of how large can we make the company, rather than, you know, in and itself the need to raise capital.
Yeah, what's your valuation now?
That's also confidential. Yeah.
You have to ask.
We're still too young. We're 3.5 years old.
Got it. Okay, but you've raised 140 million in A, B, and C rounds now, right?
3 rounds,
okay. Okay. So now it's kind of interesting to me because it was less than a year between your last two series, the B and C. It was
Correct.
Sort of December, then October.
Correct.
Are we going to, have you kind of raised enough for now? Because, I mean, I know you and I were talking about this the other day, and it's like a refrain I hear from founders a lot. You know, when you raise money, you kind of can't do anything else. You're just spending all your time on planes and la la la.
Yep.
All that
It's
stuff.
the same. Yep.
Same.
And it's harder to raise capital out of Europe. So it takes
harder to raise out of Europe.
Yeah, it just takes a little longer.
Why?
Well, mainly because the investors are not down the street. You can't. You do have to travel. To pitch, to get to know, and the whole process takes a while. So it just takes longer, I think.
Yeah,
I mean that's my personal.
Yeah, one of your backers in this last round was Kleiner Perkins, right? Which is like kind of impressive. They're a very storied firm. They've had some absolute knockouts in their investments and stuff. You say it was hard to raise. Does that mean that you guys were kind of talking to tons? Or was it kind of like, oh, Kleiner approached us, let's go with Kleiner?
Yeah.
Or did you turn away others?
So, so typically the way I look at fundraising is, so fundraising takes effort. And so we've been lucky, we focus a lot of our time on operations and building the company. And so we've been lucky that most times when we raise capital, it's mostly inbound interest. So it is one or two or a few investors who already know us for a very long time, because most investors know us for a long time, because you need to understand the long-term nature of the business. We can't launch 40 more countries in 6 months. It takes time. So you need to understand the nature in which we work as a company, and how we build technology, how we scale each market, etc. So it takes any investor quite a bit of time, and it takes me quite a bit of time, at least 6 months to a year, to get to know an investor. So most investors already know us, and when one of them triggers a conversation saying, hey, are you ready to take on capital? And at that time, if we feel comfortable, we say yes. And then it's fairly quick from there on, because we have a few investors who are interested, and that triggers the process. And then you just pick the one that's going to help you the most, basically.
Was it important for you guys to raise from the Valley at this point? Or are you still... Or was that because you couldn't get that kind of funding from a VC, or you weren't seeing that kind from the indexes, XLs of Europe?
So absolutely. So there is more capital in the US and larger checks. That's undebatable. That said, we do have sufficient good European VCs as well. We have Lakestar, who invested in us very early. The round before this, we have Atomico with Nicholas Zenstrom. They've invested heavily in us. So we do have a couple of European funds and 3 American funds. So it's fairly good balance for us, both in terms of talent from the US, which is what I'd like to get more of to scale companies. And the second thing is on the ground help here. In terms of operations. So it's a balance for me, rather than, is it American money or European money?
Yeah. Okay, I have 2 more questions. I want to make sure I get to both of them. First one is, now you guys are really focusing on long distance travel. you of course have a ton of companies, whether it's Citymapper doing it for public transport or Uber looking to kind of like basically shove all public transport out of the way and do it their own way. Is that a market you at all want to try to complement, at least, if not get into, at least provide it as part of your end-to-end?
Absolutely. So there's a lot of money and focus going into urban transportation. So food delivery, Uber, local public transit apps, etc. But there's equal amount of, mind share for consumers in terms of long distance travel as well. It just happens less frequently. That doesn't mean the market's not as big. So we focus on intra-city transportation, which is an equally big market. And as you think of kind of more urbanization, less people own cars, more people use Uber and public transit systems inner city, that means more people are dependent on long distance transit systems like us to provide simpler solutions. So that market is naturally going to grow. And it's also counter-cyclical in many ways in that when the economy is doing great, people travel to luxurious places, maybe longer distances. When the economy is doing poor, the urge to travel and the number of vacations in Europe doesn't change. So people travel shorter distances. And so consumers travel no matter what.
They call them staycations here. Staycation.
So serving that market is what we focus on, and I think there's still a huge opportunity for us to capture that market, and we can definitely complement with Uber and Citymapper to make an end-to-end journey better.
Are you talking to them?
So we are already in talks with a couple.
You're in talks with Uber and Citymapper to add. Not yet.
Yeah.
Not yet. Which one? Citymapper?
Correct.
So you're in talks with Uber.
Correct.
Okay, interesting. That's news. So the last thing, can I just ask one last question, Jordan? Thanks. Skyscanner.
Yes.
So that is another travel aggregating startup out of Scotland, sold for $1.7 billion just a couple of weeks ago to C-Trip.
Yep.
Are you getting acquisition offers?
Can't comment on that, but it's a very nice
lovely price, isn't it?
For the industry, correct.
Is it something that, has that set some sort of a mark for you guys in terms of what you're going for valuation? Do you see a trend of more of these companies out of Asia trying to move in and to get more of a grip into the European market, looking to tap startups?
So I don't build companies because of valuation. You build companies to serve a consumer problem. And the larger the consumer problem you solve, valuation is a derivative of. It's basically like stock market valuation can go up or down. That's not the focus. The focus is really how can you build a large company in a very large industry. So that's really what drives me.
Of course you would say that, but I mean I'm just kind of curious.
No, it is really what drives me personally.
Yeah.
Because I fell in love with this problem that I wanted to solve. I moved to Europe, left everything, didn't know anybody, so I'm after something that I want to solve.
That's the right attitude to have, actually.
But Asian companies coming to Europe, yes, I see more of that.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Thank you so much. Sorry, we're out of time. Thank you, everybody. Thanks.
You can just grill him backstage. He'll still be here. Don't worry. Who's feeling warmer today than they did yesterday? Yes. For one, big round of applause to Leslie. She solved it. Again. Second quick announcement. The blankets that we brought in yesterday, as we do not need them, are going to be, Get is providing 5 free taxis for us to kind of load those up and send them off to Centerpoint to keep the homeless warm. So you can feel free to keep yours, but we will judge you for doing that. So just think that through. And if you do have your blanket and you'd like to do that, you can find a spot for them in the session hall back there. I'm sure that it'll be well marked. In the meantime, let's go to our next panelist. Please welcome to the stage Professor Jackie Hunter of Benevolent Bio and our moderator, Sarah Burr.
Hey, thanks for joining us.
It's a real pleasure to be here, Sarah.
Yeah, so we've heard a lot about artificial intelligence over the course of this conference, but when you add medicine, that's a whole other component.
Yep.
And your company has raised $100 million to do drug discovery using AI.
Yeah.
Why are you worth $100 million? What are you doing?
Well, AI is going to be transformational to drug discovery and development. one of the reasons that we focused on drug discovery and development, although our technology could be used in many different other verticals, is that there's a huge need. First of all, there's a huge biological need. Some of the really urgent issues for society, like dementia, which is the leading cause of death in the UK now, or antimicrobial resistance, where the bacteria that cause things like tuberculosis, sepsis, bronchitis, they are becoming resistant to the bacterial agents we use to treat them. And if we don't solve that, medicine will be going back into the dark ages. Women will die in childbirth. You won't have transplants. People with chronic immune deficiency disorders like cystic fibrosis will die. And so it's a huge issue. But moreover, I come from the pharmaceutical industry. And basically, the R&D process, even though we now have so much more data, just hasn't changed in decades. It costs over $2 billion now to develop a medicine because it includes all the cost of failures. Many people who work in the industry never actually work on a drug that makes it to the market. And that just is not sustainable. So we have to look at doing things differently. And what really excites me about Benevolent is we've got the chance to really transform and disrupt the drug discovery and development process, being more efficient and more successful, which means we'll be able to deliver more medicines to patients and hopefully, solve some of these issues.
Right, and you mentioned antibiotic resistance. That's a huge one. Your company has mentioned they're working on the gamut of a whole bunch of different drugs that or discovery of drugs that might. But the way you're working on it is by going through scientific papers.
Yeah.
And can you explain that process a little bit?
Well, the amount of data, of scientific data in life sciences in particular, has just exploded over the last few decades. And you have over 10,000 new papers uploaded every day to PubMed. You have a new scientific paper published in life sciences every 30 seconds. So no one scientist, even if they just did nothing but read papers for the rest of their lives, could actually absorb all that information. And the other real problem is it's messy data. Most of it's unstructured data. It's not nice and uniform. And so what we're using AI and machine learning to do is to really tackle that problem of unstructured data, using our systems, using cutting-edge algorithms to pull together that data, present it to our scientists in ways that enable them to be able to use their insight to look at the most relevant pieces of information and then come up with meaningful hypotheses for treating serious diseases.
Are you only using scientific papers?
We use a range of data sources. Most of them are publicly available. We pay to have access to some proprietary data sources, like, for example, patent databases. And we use structured data as well. So, for example, OMIM and other genomic structured data.
Okay, so you're also using genomics, you're using a bunch of different data sources. That wasn't clear before, because mostly what I've read is that you're using these scientific journals.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we hope as we build our own pipeline, I mean, the thing that's unique for us as a company is we're actually not selling this as a service. We are using it to develop our own pipeline of clinical candidates, drugs in the clinic with patients. And of course, as we do that, we'll generate more data that we can use to train our systems and learn more about our patients and better stratify them for clinical trials.
Mm-hmm. And Benevolent Bio came out of Benevolent AI.
Yeah, we're doing that. We'll be able to move into other verticals in the near future. But we don't want to spread ourselves too thin, and we want to really demonstrate the power of the technology in our first vertical, which is healthcare. So we have a tech arm that's headed by Jerome Presenti, who's the ex-head of IBM's artificial intelligence, and a bio arm that I run. So our tech is really devoted to our drug discovery and development, but we have this flexibility in the structure, both within bio to move into other verticals and with the holding company to move into other verticals.
So the lion's share of the 100 million is mostly for the bio portion.
Absolutely, at the moment, yeah.
Yeah, at the moment. Okay. So, all right. And you mentioned other, DeepMind, IBM, Watson. What do you think of these other AI structures that are also looking in medicine, also looking at with huge data sets?
I mean, I think their approach is, at the moment, very different. They're focusing much more on large clinical data sets and impacting on healthcare. So, for example, DeepMind, as you know, has recently done a couple of deals with Moorfields and UCL, the Royal. So they are really looking at the kind of patient outcomes end of the spectrum and not focusing on the early drug discovery and development. And also trying to develop technologies that are more generically applied within the healthcare space. I think one of our unique selling points is that we are really focused end-to-end on drug discovery and development and the application of artificial intelligence all the way through that process.
Would you say that they are competitors or companions?
I think they're companions rather than competitors. I think we're operating in a very different space. Ultimately, the healthcare space is so huge that there are enormous potential for a number of different providers and companies. But we've had some independent verification that we are the only applied AI company that's really building our own clinical pipeline using AI and machine learning.
What's the end goal here with doing something like that?
The end goal is really, for me, twofold. Firstly, I want to show that by doing things differently, by really effectively mining that corpus of information, taking it to really experienced drug discovery scientists, we can pick better targets to work on and be more successful in the clinic. And I can give you an example where we've already demonstrated identifying targets. One of the areas we try to work on is say, let's take drugs that are sitting on the shelf in pharma companies and see whether we can find a new use for them. And so we looked at motor neuron disease. I don't know if you know about motor neuron disease, but it's a terrible disease. Your motor nerves die, so you become gradually paralyzed. Within 2 to 5 years, you're dead, and it usually strikes people between 20 and 40. And they can be younger and older, but people in the prime of life, I've seen somebody die with it. It's a horrible disease. So what we did was we used our technology to mine our corpus of information to identify and surface within 1 week a top 200 hypotheses. These were then presented to our scientists who refined them, really interrogated them using their insight and knowledge. And eventually we whittled it down to the top 5 compounds we wanted to test. We went to a group in Sheffield who are world leaders in this area, and they tested them in essentially a test tube preparation using cells cloned from patients' own cells. So we were able to look at this assay. 1 compound didn't work of the 5. 2 worked as well as the gold standard, Riluzole, which is used in patients but doesn't produce a lot of benefit. And 2 worked much, much better. They were the best thing that I'd ever seen. And importantly, these were not 4 of those 5 compounds were things that these researchers had never thought to look at. 1 was actually one they'd been working up and arrived at after about 10 years of work. So,
and it's because of your technology you're able to do this
really
faster.
Accelerated the process and actually came out with better results.
So it sounds like you're making some progress, but in all of these data sets and everything that you're looking at, how do you ensure that the preliminary data you're looking at is correct in the first place so that you think you have something, right? You think you actually have something, and then you don't proceed years down the road on information that may be incorrect. There's a lot of, and I'm saying this because there's a lot of scientific journals that might have
absolutely
unreproducible material. Yeah.
Reproducibility, and the other thing that I'm very keen on is making sure that we get negative data, because quite often it's hard to find those publications of negative data that can disprove your hypothesis. This is why you need to have a really experienced and high-quality team of drug discoverers and developers, because they are able to look at the data. We know the provenance of the data. They can interrogate it, and they make a subsequent value judgment. So we look at the corpus of data, we triage it and rank it, but we have a sanity check with our scientists. So this is why we're augmenting the insight of the scientists, not replacing the insight of the scientists.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Now, there's a lot of talk about automation and robots. So we're not going to make the robots become our scientists?
No.
Anytime soon?
No.
Okay. How soon are we going to see a promising new drug come out of Benevolent?
Well, we've actually recently licensed some clinical candidates, clinical assets, drugs that have been in the clinic from Johnson & Johnson. And we will be putting one of those into the clinic next year.
So it's a clinical trial, though, to be clear. It's not a
well,
for consumer.
We've got some surrogates for success, like, for example, the ALS example I mentioned. We will be talking more about other examples that we've got. But, of course, we don't want to talk about them in detail until we've actually patented them so that we can then follow up on them.
Sure. But going on that, take us 5 years down the road at Benevolent. What breakthroughs do you think we're going to be benefiting from?
I think we will see, I fervently believe that we will see something of benefit for ALS. I believe that some of the other disorders that we're working on will make a difference to patients' lives with Parkinson's disease, potentially Alzheimer's disease. And I'd like us, although we're not working on it at the moment, to work towards having some impact on the antimicrobial resistance agenda.
What's the one thing you would choose if you could only have one breakthrough?
If I could only have one breakthrough, it would be for motor neuron disease, because it's a devastating disease that affects not just the patients, but also their carers.
Mm-hmm. And how many people are affected by that?
In the UK at the moment, I think it's about 200,000 people.
Okay, so it's small, but it's very devastating.
Yes, exactly. I mean, and we've tried to focus on diseases that have higher medical need. And because we are a smaller company, we can look at those orphan diseases and be able to really work well, not only with our technology, but I also believe it's really important to work with patient groups as well. So we have a lot of collaborations with patient groups and interactions with patient groups.
Okay, and it also looks like you may have had a lucrative deal with in Parkinson's disease as well.
Well, we had a deal in 2014 with some Alzheimer's. We partnered with the company on, we identified a couple of promising targets in Alzheimer's disease, which we're taking forward in collaboration with the company.
Yeah, okay. Something I think is really interesting about you is that you took a leap from academia into a startup.
Yeah.
What made you do that?
Because it was incredibly exciting. And my background was originally in the pharma industry, then I went into academia, and for me, the chance to actually really change how the pharma industry develops and distributes drugs, and actually more broadly, this technology will change how we do research and development in a number of other industries, was just something, it was too good an opportunity to miss. I had a great job at the BBSRC, sort of funding £500 million worth of investment in UK bioscience, but I'm afraid that the lure of Benevolent was just too great, because this is a real opportunity and a timely opportunity, because it's where it's a perfect sort of coming together of the computing power, the data analytics and storage, and the insight and the need are all coming together to create the perfect wave of innovation that I hope will really change the industry.
Yeah, and you're not seeing that happen in academia per se. You're seeing it in the startup and the tech world?
I think that we collaborate with academia, and I think the real innovation happens and the translation can happen with people who have experience of not just the basic discovery of new biological facts, but also being able to translate them and make important medicines. And I wouldn't underestimate the fact that we have within our company some of the people who have taken and developed medicines and brought them to the market. When you think that less than 5% of all the medicines that go into the clinic actually make it to the market, that's a really experienced team.
Yeah, and you believe that what you're working on is going to increase that by how many percentage points?
It's hard to quantify, but I'll be disappointed if we don't sort of increase our success rate by fourfold.
Okay.
which, if you think about it, is pretty amazing for the industry.
Yeah.
And already, I was a non-exec director of our founder's previous company, and it took took Proximogen, that company, 10 years to develop a clinical pipeline with a phase 2 and phase 1 assets. And we've pretty much got the same pipeline within a year. So
yeah, you're not very. I mean, Bio came out this last year, and then Benevolent AI is what, like.
Well, Stratify was formed at the end of 2013,
right. Yeah.
and Benevolent was formed at the beginning of this year.
Yeah, so it's Stratify Medical, and then it became Benevolent AI.
And I think that it shows the evolving of our thinking, because we realized that the technology could move beyond medical, that it could move into veterinary, it could move into nutraceutical, but then beyond that into other verticals as well.
So we've talked about AI, but I kind of want to shift this a little bit. What do you think is the most promising technological development of new drugs beyond AI? What are you most excited about beyond AI?
I think in terms of new drugs, some of the new delivery technologies, being able to deliver proteins much more effectively orally. There's some very exciting developments there. So people don't have to have injections. They could have oral delivery. I think the power of really deeply using AI as well, but being able to really interrogate the human genome and look for variations that predict responses to drugs. I think there are some simple things we can do in terms of increasing compliance. 50% of people don't take their medicines.
How would you
So
go
there
about
are companies like Affectiva that are looking at visual recognition, where you can actually record people taking their medicines. There's a crowdfunding robot that I saw the other week that helps you, kind of reminds you to take your medicine and takes a picture of you taking your medicine. There's some really smart.
I don't know that I want a robot telling me to take my medicine, but
I mean, but I think this, and also the real power of imaging. We've been able to image cells and dynamic processes in cells, and that will tell us a lot more about how a system works, how systems biology, how that works, how your body works, and more importantly, perhaps, how your brain works.
What do you think of CRISPR?
I think CRISPR is a really exciting technology, and I think it opens the possibility downstream therapeutically, but the initial application will be to be able to validate it much more quickly. So, for example, with Benevolent, if we came up with some new targets and there were no drugs for that target, that protein in the body, we could actually use CRISPR to knock it out and see whether it had effect on the biological system we were interested in. So in the same way as the advances that have happened in stem cells, people were very excited, you could transplant neurons and save your brain. But actually the real advance has been, for example, with ALS, being able to take patient skin cells, culture them back into neurons, and actually show that you get the same cell death that you get in the disease, and then we can use it to screen drugs. So it's an amazing time to be working in biomedicine.
It really is. You've got, if you could combine artificial intelligence, CRISPR, and all sorts of new technological advances, it's a very exciting time.
Yeah, and we need it because one of the greatest challenges in the 20th century, we have an aging population. We want the population to age well. At the moment, we have an aging population that isn't aging as well as it could be. And then there are the other challenges of, as I say, antimicrobial resistance. But there are a number of really nasty diseases like Huntington's disease and a lot of childhood diseases where I think we could make some real progress with these new technologies.
Well, Jackie, thank you so much for coming on stage with us. You've been lovely.
Oh, and thank you for asking me. It's been really great.
And I'm no longer afraid to get old, so thank you.
Excellent from both of you. Now that you've all arrived, it's time for a break. See you in about 15 minutes. Enjoy yourself.
gentlemen, please welcome back your Disrupt MC and Special Projects Editor TechCrunch, Jordan Crook.
Hey, hey, hey. I hope you had a great break. We've had, oh, thank you. I also clap for you, good madame. Okay, we have had a lot of health stuff. We've had some robot stuff. And now we're going into bionic arms. So please welcome Samantha Payne from Open Bionics and our moderator, John Schieber.
Hello. I am John Schieber for now. Y'all settle in because you're gonna see a lot of me in the next 50 minutes or so. But more importantly than myself, we have Samantha Payne, or Sammy, who is the Chief Operating Officer and co-founder of Open Bionics, an Edge Young Ambassador, a Bristol Post Young Entrepreneur, and a Marie Claire Women in Tech Award winner. That's a hefty.
It's a mouthful.
That is a mouthful. That's quite a mouthful. But and all for good reason, because Open Bionics is a pretty, I hesitate to do this because I should have some journalistic reserve, but it's a pretty gosh darn amazing company. And y'all are doing some cool shit, I think is a technical term for it. Can you tell the folks who might not know what Open Bionics is a little bit about what it is that y'all are doing?
Yes. So Open Bionics is a robotics company building bionic hands for amputees. They're 3D printed, which makes them very cost effective. And they come in the style of superheroes. So we take children who have limb differences and turn them into their favorite hero.
Well, it's not just for children. I mean, adults, anyone.
Anyone
can get an arm. Now, a little bit, I'd love to hear about how you got involved in this company, because my understanding is you started out as a journalism major.
Yeah.
Yeah? And you started as a journalism major from a very young age. Can you talk a little bit about your first forays into journalism? I believe there was a Granny Project that was a newspaper that you were involved with at one point. I'm doing it.
Yeah,
I keep going there.
doing it. Okay. The Granny Project. Really?
The Granny Project.
TechCrunch Disrupt. So we're going to talk about my Granny.
We'll get to other things. But anyway, so you have a background in journalism. What brought you from reporting to bionic arms?
So my co-founder, Joel Gibbard, he's a robotics engineer, and he ran a crowdfunding campaign on Indiegogo. He was fundraising to develop an open source 3D printed robotic hand. And I saw the story. It was a Bristol story. And so I went to cover it for the local newspaper. And while I was meeting him, he was telling me about the problems amputees face with getting advanced bionic limbs. Even though we have amazing bionic technology, most people can't afford it. And so it's a bit of a waste. And so what he wanted to do was to take the functionality of really expensive hands and open source it, and then offer it to amputees at an affordable price. And so he totally sold me on this idea. And then he found this competition called Make It Wearable, run by Intel. It was a wearable technology competition. And he asked me if I would sort of start Open Bionics with him and pitch the idea with him.
And initially, there wasn't a lot of traction around sort of the adoption of the arms. What was it that got the arms to sort of take off, or the company to take off?
During the Make It Wearable competition, we went through like a Berkeley accelerator program, and both Joel and myself, we don't have business backgrounds. And so that program really taught us a lot about how you build a really good product. And so what Joel had been doing was basically building the most perfect bionic hand that was very advanced and very technical, but it turns out that's not what amputees necessarily want.
Right.
They want something that has functionality, but it doesn't have to be the best functionality if they can have it be light or comfortable. So we started speaking to amputees, and they told us, oh, when I was growing up, it was really hard for me being given a cosmetic hand or having a hook. What would have been really cool is if I had something that showed off my personality. And so we started co-designing bionic limbs with amputees, and that made us start thinking up all these sort of crazy ideas about what about if you could have a hand that had a USB fingertip that you could unplug playing around with the ideas of what a human hand could do and what it could look like. And that's when Open Bionics really started to take off, because we were redesigning the human hand and we weren't trying to copy the human hand.
What is the significance of 3D printing to the company? Why? Because it's sort of a combination of a lot of really cool things that are sort of bubbling in the tech community. Bionics, robotics, and the notion of 3D printing. What does 3D printing bring to the table for the company?
So I was pitching to an investor like last week, and someone said, "Oh, it sounds like you're playing buzzword bingo because you're saying there's a 3D printed robotic hand and you use 3D scanning."
Yeah.
But the only way to answer that is that these are the best technologies available for us to make an affordable limb. So we're just taking advantage of them.
What's the cost difference between a limb that you're making and sort of a top of the line model from a traditional manufacturer of robotic arms?
So it's really hard to put a single price on the really expensive or advanced hands. They range from anywhere from £30,000 to £60,000.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
How much do yours cost?
We're aiming for £5,000.
And is that how much y'all are selling the arms for, versus, because people can actually just download the kit and make their own, right? Or download the instructions and make their own. How much for parts?
Parts.
Or like if someone wanted to print the arm themselves or get the
So
prosthetic.
it's not open source yet, and the parts haven't been finalized.
Okay.
So I wouldn't know. But at the moment, we have an open source robotic hand available, and the parts I think is something around £400 or £500. The most expensive parts are the motors.
Right.
But yeah, the really cool thing about being open source is that you open up your development to a huge amount of engineers, and engineers and roboticists love the human hand, and they like the feel-good, tech-for-good aspect of the project. And so you have all these researchers who want to spend their free time working on it.
Well, the digital manipulation of the human hand is one of the most difficult things for roboticists to sort of grapple with and get a handle on, right? I mean, that's been one of the gating agents for a lot of different applications, right, in robotics.
Yeah, it's seriously difficult. So the human hand is just like an amazing feat of engineering. It's like very strong, it's fast, it's really light, it doesn't tire, you can sense the world around you, and to try and build all of those capabilities into a robotic hand that is this size, it's just incredibly difficult. You can only really fit 5 motors in the size of a palm. And then if you add sensors, it gets far more expensive and bulkier and heavier. So you have to make lots of design compromises.
Now, speaking of design, and not design compromises, but sort of design partnerships, you mentioned that the arms, the prosthetics really started to take off when people were able to design their own. But one of the great things that y'all have been able to do is partner with some of the largest media companies in the world. You were in the Disney Accelerator, right, with Techstars. And have licensed some of their designs or images for making these prosthetics.
Mm-hmm.
And can you talk a little bit about how those partnerships evolved and sort of how they affected or impacted the growth of the company?
Yeah, sure. So last year we were part of the Techstars Disney Accelerator. So Disney take in around 10 companies a year. I was in the second class. It was fairly new. And they take in 10 companies that they think are going to be disruptive and they want to be a part of and help really. And so we got put in touch through someone at Disney with the ILM XLab group, and those guys are amazing. They really loved the project, got really enthusiastic about it, and so made loads of different designs for us. And they said that their artists were having so much fun designing these Star Wars limbs that they didn't want to actually do any of their real work.
their real work. So how many different, there are Avengers arms, right? There are, or prosthetics, there are Star Wars prosthetics, and Frozen prosthetics as well. How many different sort of, what's the range of Disney properties that y'all are making for now?
So it's Marvel, Star Wars, and the Walt Disney Animation Company, which...
So all of it?
Yeah.
That's so cool.
It's really cool.
Are you going to come out with new, what's the latest model that y'all are working on now?
We can't say yet, but that we have lots of, we have loads of really, really cool designs. just waiting, just patiently waiting. But they are awesome.
So you have a lot of corporate partnerships as well, but one of the problems I would think in getting out to the community is maybe working with other organizations as well. And I'm wondering whether you can tap something like the NHS for distribution of the prosthetics, or would you want to work with them on something?
Yeah, absolutely. So the NHS is the biggest healthcare network in the world, and I think it would be absolutely amazing for young amputees when they come into the clinic that they're offered something that really inspires them and empowers them, and enables them to do things more that their peers can do.
And is the NHS working on that with you now, or are they?
So we are this week signing a sort of a developmental contract. So there's a network called SBRI Healthcare, and they basically look for products that could change people's lives. And it's about accelerating the path for a company like mine to get our products into the NHS.
That's cool. So what does that entail? What does that mean? What are the implications of that partnership for y'all?
It's huge.
Yeah.
It's absolutely massive. And if anyone who's worked with medtech before and the NHS or any healthcare system knows how massive it is for a company to get a foot in the door with them, and especially on a program where they're funding a feasibility trial and then they're funding further product development and maybe rolling it out. So it's really huge, and it's very exciting.
That's amazing. That's really cool. I want to return to the Disney thing for 1 second. Are you going to be making like a robot body for Walt? Like when because they have his head in storage, so I'm wondering if they're gonna.
That would be really cool, but definitely not my discipline.
So what are the next steps for the company in terms of product development? Are you looking at things beyond prosthetic arms? Where else might you go with prosthetics for people?
So we sort of position ourselves as a robotics company that creates assistive technologies for the millions of people around the world who have some form of mobility issue. So we're just starting with the bionic hand. We'd like to add a wrist and an elbow, and then tackle the upper limb prosthetic problem, because there's just isn't really anything available for upper limb amputees that have a really good control system and is dexterous.
Well, you have one product already for upper limb amputees, yeah? Or you were working with a guy on something that would attach to the back?
Yes, that was an art project.
Okay.
And that was insane. So James, his name is, and we were working with Sophie of the Alternative Limb Project, and it was a full arm that was like an armored arm, inspired by Metal Gear Solid. And it had a drone attached to it.
Right.
And it had like a built-in smartwatch. It had all of these crazy LEDs. It had a bendable wrist, and there was a torch in the wrist. And
a torch? Like yeah. Okay, that's
flashlight.
So cool. That's so cool. Beyond just applications for prosthetics and or applications or use in prosthetics, there seems to be an opportunity for that kind of technology to be extrapolated out and used in robotics as well. Would you look at industrial applications? Would you look at sort of working with companies? We had Boston Dynamics on stage yesterday. Someone like that to build out a more functional robot that would have digital manipulation capabilities too. Potentially.
So we do build robotic hands for robots as well. And that's what we're selling at the moment.
Okay.
And so researchers buy these robot hands, and usually they're used in research where they have a humanoid robot and they're studying human-robot interaction, or they're doing grasping tasks.
Is there a way to blow that out beyond just sort of research projects? Are there potentially companies that might look to work with you, partner with you on other robotics applications?
I know what you're trying to ask me.
What?
You're not trying to ask me.
I'm not trying to ask you nothing.
There's lots of potential there. We have been asked by a couple of companies to build robot hands for interesting research purposes. And there's a huge potential there. I think at the moment we're focused on building a medical company, but we could totally do that.
who might want to partner with you on something
I'm
like?
not gonna say it.
All right, all right. I'll let it slide. Now you mentioned that in an interview, in a previous interview that I read, where I got a lot of fascinating information, that you said Anouk Whitpreck is one of the inspirations for the work that you're doing. Would the company get into other kinds, not just robotics or not bionics, but actually sort of body mods for people universally or globally? Let's say I wanted to put a phone in my hand. Would you be able to do that for me or want to be involved?
Definitely not.
Why not?
It's an interesting space, and
Right.
I know lots of people who are biohackers, but it's not. We're really interested in helping people who like restore functionality,
Right.
or maybe even enhance that functionality a little bit. But biohacking is essentially giving yourself an extra sense or an extra function, and it's very small scale at the minute. It's like personal. There's like a small community. You do it to yourself. It's
Right.
DIY. We're interested in sort of making a mass solution for a big problem.
It's interesting that just in terms of the ways in which people seem to respond to the prosthetics. I saw an interview that you did with a guy in Germany where he started talking about how he almost wished that he didn't have an arm, which is so that he could have one of these cool bionic ones, which struck me as both a little sort of perverse and sort of distasteful, but also something that I think people are gravitating towards, this notion of better living through technology. And I'm wondering how you sort of address these issues, because there are some sort of interesting psychological...
Yeah, we always say don't do that. So we do get a lot of people say, especially around the fandom. So if you get the people who are big fans of Star Wars, the people who are big fans of DSX, they want the merch. Like they want to feel like, so with DSX, it's the actual character's arm. They want to feel like the character. And people sometimes think that the bionic hands are better than human hands, but that's not the case.
Right.
Especially not yet. So I can see where they're coming from, but it's just a terrible idea.
Yeah, well, we can agree on that. I mean, at what point does the functionality become better? And what's the gating agent for that? Why aren't, is it just, it's impossible to actually make a bionic hand with the full functionality?
No, it's not impossible. It's just, it's form factor. So if you wanted to make a really dexterous hand, there is someone built, I think in China, an anatomically correct robotic human hand, and it's amazing. It's got all of these tendons and it moves just like a human hand. But then what you don't see in the video, I'm assuming, is underneath the table. It's like all of these motors pulling all of these tendons. And so you could never like fit that on an arm, not yet anyway.
You mentioned fundraising. Can you talk a little bit about the experience working with Techstars and where you're at now in terms of raising money? Where are y'all at?
We're raising our first seed round now. We've managed to fund 2 years of development through winning startup competitions, winning grants. We've been supported by Nominate Trust with their healthcare tech seed fund.
Yeah.
And now the NHS through the SBRI.
Yeah.
So there are, in England, we're really lucky, the UK, because there are these pots of money available for healthcare products. So we've been doing that. And Techstars, they invested a little, as they do with their program, and they were insanely awesome.
Insanely
awesome. I recommend Techstars to all of my founder friends because they really like drill into your business assumptions, and they help you build a really stable business model, and they give you mentors. And it's really, really great.
Yeah, but you'd mentioned when we were chatting backstage that at this point you'd look for money from the UK rather than from the US. What's the thinking behind that? We're national pride?
Yeah, some national pride. No. But it's nice to be local. We really like being in Bristol, so we spent 2 years developing at the Bristol Robotics Lab.
Yeah.
It's one of the best robotics labs in Europe, and it creates this cutting-edge research. So we want to stay local, and it's just better for everyone if your investors are local. You don't have to fly around for board meetings or anything.
Better to stay local. You know, what are you going to be using that money for? Is there a need for you to hire more engineers, or where are you going with the company? For what are next steps?
Yes.
Discrete next
So
steps.
we're growing.
Okay.
So for all of our next products, there's a lot that we want to get done. We're going through CE marking now and medical testing, medical certification. We really want to hire mechanical engineers, electronics, software and product design engineers, just to get started on the next designs that we have that we just can't work on at the minute.
What kinds of designs might they be? Where would you be drawing inspiration from for these new designs?
Everywhere and anywhere.
Any particular entertainment properties, movies, things that might be coming out?
You're trying to get me to spill secrets.
What? Never.
You crafty journalist. No, we really take inspiration from all sorts of video games and things.
Well, so we've been talking about the prosthetics for a long time, but I understand you've brought a gentleman who actually uses them, and I was wondering if he might be able to join us on stage to chat a bit about the arm that the prosthetic that he's using, and his experience with it. So, if you wouldn't mind coming on out.
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing?
Dan.
Dan, John Schieber, nice to meet you.
Hey.
Oh, boom.
Yeah, fist bump.
Yeah, we'll do that. So, how long have you been using prosthetics from Open Bionics?
For about 2 years now.
And is that the latest model?
This
Which
is the
one
latest model.
And
pretty kick-ass.
Yeah, it is. That's the Deus Ex from the game.
Yeah.
How many different ones have you tried on?
So it's been about 2 years, maybe 5, 6. It's like you get one, then next time I come down, they're like version 2.0 and stuff like that.
You're like on the train to Bristol, getting fitted. What designs have been your favorite?
Probably this one the most, just because I'm a gamer and I'm a big fan of the Deus Ex franchise. So being part of this, like when Sammy asked me, I was like, mind blowing. But then probably the first one, because I didn't know much about 3D printing at the time. I didn't know what was capable, and knowing it was low cost, it was just mind blowing. Yeah. So I think because it was personally the first one I ever tested, it really meant a lot to me. So.
Would you? I mean, now that you, because you have your own 3D printing company now too, as a result of getting involved
I've just
in this.
recently started up.
Yeah.
So I just got so fascinated, I decided to start up. And
so now, would you? Should they open source these designs for the prosthetics? Would you want to jump on that, or?
Yeah, I mean, that's one reason why I really wanted to help out as well. Is like, if I was able to 3D print, and maybe one day like someone goes, oh, I want to 3D print one of the hands, I could maybe possibly go, hey, I could print that from my house, and then you got the arm yourself, and then go from there, really.
And then 1,000 flowers bloom of micro entrepreneurs who are licensing or using the tech to really provide it to the community.
Yeah, we had a really cool guy in America. His name's Taylor, and he lost all of his limbs in Afghanistan, and he sent us a video of him trying our arm. We had never met him, but he had found our arm online and downloaded it and built it with his friend in his garage.
That's cool.
And then was sort of like updating it, adding stuff.
That's amazing. What sort of mods do you want on your?
Well, as we were discussing, probably like a phone or something. So just be like on my phone.
You want to do
just
the
like,
actual?
Just like I'm just talking to my hand as you would. And then just like, because I'm a gamer and a geek and stuff, I'd love to have ones that incorporate with like obviously the Marvel ones, so I'd like a Deadpool or a Venom or something like that. Yeah. Or even like just gaming ones. It's just that's the thing. Like one day you could have like like clothes and stuff. One day you could be like, today I feel like wearing the Adam Jensen arm. Tomorrow I feel like wearing an Iron Man arm, and I think that's fantastic, because that's what I always wanted when I was a kid. And living in that time it's insane to be even helping, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think with children especially, and actually and with adults, but so traditionally we'd think about having a limb difference as having a disability, or you'd see a cosmetic hand, or you might elicit strange stares, or you might be on the receiving end of some weird judgment. But now, with these designs, with something that's cool, suddenly your peers at school find it really cool, and they really want one. Your friends really want one, but only you can have it. So it's suddenly like a really big positive about you.
Right. Well, and we were talking about this a little bit as well. The sort of psychological impact of being able to have one of these prosthetics that is so cool. You had mentioned in a conversation at dinner yesterday evening that there were some designs that maybe companies didn't want y'all to use for psychological purposes. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's all right. I think it's safe. So when we were working with Star Wars, we phoned up all these kids and we were like, which character do you want? And loads of children wanted to be Darth Vader, dark kiddies.
Right.
And so there was some real concern, like what is the implication of giving a kid Darth Vader's hand who can like force choke people, like.
And I mean, do you? I mean, how does it? Is there an impact psychologically when you sort of put on the arm? Is it?
Well, I think I was just talking backstage about this. Like, the fact is that when I wear this, some people think it's a glove, and then when they realize it's a prosthetic, they're not like, "What happened to your arm? How did that happen?" They're more like, "What is this? How does it work? Why can't I have one?" And that's what I want to hear. And when I was a kid, I get prosthetics that people would just be like, they would know straight away. And obviously, there's no problem with that at all, with those prosthetics. But they're just, for me and most people, they just weren't comfortable. And having something that makes you feel inside more positive and showing, that something like this makes you just feel more empowered and more inspired.
Yeah.
And makes people jealous. So.
When you think about how far this technology can go, what do you see as the limit for the ways in which these arms or the prosthetics can impact folks, and how broad of a range of products do you see Open Bionics developing?
I think it's very broad. We want to get into lower limb and even exoskeletons for rehabilitation, because there are far more people in the world who have hands but don't have the control over them. They don't have the mobility because they've been paralyzed. So it'd be really cool to work on exoskeletons for arms. There's a huge range of robotic tech that is currently really expensive and that could be cheaper, made
with
cheaper.
With 3D printing. How far away is that? How far away are we from that? These exoskeletons, or?
I think quite far.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially affordable exoskeletons. But the really interesting thing is that in research labs all over the world, there are people working on this.
Right.
And it may be soon that we're all choosing to augment our bodies because we want to be stronger, we want to run faster. I've been thinking about this a lot because of working with Dan and DSX.
Yeah.
They really push, their artists push your design thinking. So in their cyberpunk reality world video game, people choose to lose a limb and have a body upgrade.
Which again is a terrible idea, right? We want to stress that.
That does worry me. If I had two hands, I wouldn't choose to cut my own hand off. Like, I get that these are fantastic and cool, but when I started helping on this project, especially, I've had people going, "I want that so badly, I cut my hand off," and I was like, "Please don't do that." It's a bit worrying.
It is a bit worrying, but the promise is incredible, and the work that y'all are doing is really. It's just cool. It's just really, really cool. So thank you so much for taking the time to share it with us, and we appreciate it very much. Thank you all for listening, and it's been great chatting.
Thank you.
Cheers. Bye.
I give a proper handshake now.
Proper handshake. There we go. Cheers.
Well, it's tough to get enough of that sweet southern drawl from John Schieber. So we're going to bring him back up with our next panelist. Please welcome to the stage David Rutter from R3, and again, John Schieber.
I get a feeling of deja vu from this scenario. The interviewer is so nice, they're having me twice. From robotics, we're moving on into the wild world of blockchain technology. And to help me sort of excavate all of the trials and travails and fascinating things that are going on in the world of blockchain, I have David Rutter, who is the founder and CEO of R3. And previously, he was with ICAP for 10 years, right?
That's correct, John.
And working on OTC derivatives trading? Or what were you doing at ICAP?
I ran their electronic trading business, which included BrokerTech and EBS, which are the two largest fixed income and FX electronic exchanges in the world. So I ran their electronic execution business.
All right. Question for the audience. How many of y'all, show of hands, hold any Bitcoin at all? All right. A fair few of y'all. So how many of y'all want to hear Mr. Rutter explain a little bit about the difference between what Bitcoin is doing and what blockchain is doing? Actually, I don't think we need that. Y'all seem pretty savvy. Congratulations. With the blockchain technology, what what is it about blockchain that would lead banks to want to adopt it? Why are banks sort of gravitating to the system?
So banks are probably the most highly regulated organizations in the world. And the cost of doing business to support compliance and the like is enormous. And it makes perfect sense, of course. If you think about them taking care of grandma's retirement funds or transferring your money, you want to make sure that it's secure. And we all trust our banks, although we like to say we don't. And I've had that discussion. If I gave someone a chunk of money, what would they do with it?
Right.
They'd likely run off to the banks. So the cost is quite significant, and these new technologies create a kind of once-in-a-generation opportunity to reconsider how financial transactions, how transactions are made and confirmed, and how payments are transferred about the globe in a way that is much more efficient. And John, just to throw out one statistic, McKinsey estimates that supporting transactions and global payments amongst large global financial institutions costs about $3.6 trillion a year. So that's an enormous opportunity for R3 and others in the space.
What is it that's unique, though, about the blockchain that will enable this to happen? So my sense is that banks already have an array of technologies that can allow expedited money transfer, that can make sure that those transactions have happened in seconds. Why blockchain now? How is this not just hype?
So part of what you said is true. They do have an array of technologies, and that's the problem. Many institutions have built their own technologies. They don't communicate well. They rely on APIs to communicate even internally. So there is this kind of this spaghetti string of technologies that have evolved over the last 30 to 40 years. Many of the technologies are 20, 25, 30 years old, and each financial institution pays and supports this infrastructure for themselves. Given new cryptographic tools and blockchains and distributed ledgers, we have an opportunity to create a secure financial infrastructure in the cloud, which would allow banks to move all of this data from behind their firewall safely and securely into the cloud.
I guess what I still sort of run aground on is the notion that there's already security technologies that are out there. There are already cloud technologies that are out there that don't sort of operate under the haze of sort of blockchains. There's a lot of hype, I guess, around blockchain. And it seems to me that there are a lot of technologies that can fulfill a lot of these operations for banks and companies without needing to adopt this sort of kind of arcane, kind of opaque cryptocurrency penumbra, if you will, or operate within that sort of fog.
So John, I think that there's been a lot of hype around Bitcoin and some of the early technologies and kind of disrupting all financial institutions, which may happen, probably not in my lifetime. So what these technologies really allow us, like I said, the key point is to move transactions. So if you and I do a trade, I don't record it in a manner that you're not aware of, and we have to depend on a third party to reconcile it. We can push these transactions to the cloud, and we can use software to do many of the reconciliation services that are now done by humans at the individual institutions.
Would that get rid of something like LIBOR and the need for these kinds of interbank exchanges, or?
Well, what it would do from the regulatory perspective, I think LIBOR as a reference rate is still absolutely crucial. But if you and I entered a transaction, there would be a tamper-resistant record of that transaction created immediately in the cloud, and then we can use an oracle that imports the LIBOR rate in order to determine the payment that we have to transfer between ourselves. And that, of course, is a panacea for regulators now, because the way it works, or in the future, the way it works now is that we record those on paper, on tickets, or we enter them into
Well, there have been shenanigans around specifically LIBOR.
The idea of hiding a ticket, which has been a problem on Wall Street, or trying to manipulate a trade, will be a thing of the past, and it will bring a great deal of additional security to financial markets.
Is there any sort of cognitive dissonance between y'all using the same underlying technology as like crazy crypto anarchists who are adopting this sort of Bitcoin stuff with an idea to get rid of global financial institutions or obviate the need for them?
So I think that we were inspired by some attributes or aspects of Bitcoin and Ethereum, but Corda, which we open sourced last week, is our own distinct distributed ledger designed from the ground up for financial institutions in collaboration with our over 70 member banks.
Right.
So we were very careful in thinking deeply about the type of technologies we had to build to support transactions in the cloud.
Why did you open source Corda?
Well, we think that, and Richard Gendel-Brown, who is my CTO and well known to the Bitcoin community, ex-IBM Innovations Lab, felt strongly that there's an advantage to getting more eyeballs on such a crucial piece of future market infrastructure. We look at Corda as creating as a foundational technology for the next 20 to 30 years. So while we have thought deeply, and R3 has spent a lot of time with our members thinking about how we build this technology, we want to open it up to the scrutiny of the world. We want others to build applications on it. And there's some of the privacy and security features of Corda that lend itself quite well to medical records and insurance and other fields completely. They're just kind of beyond the scope of R3 and what we're looking at. So that was the driver.
Is there some concern among the member banks about the fact that y'all did open the technology up? I mean, it's sort of antithetical to the ways that banks currently operate.
That's true, but the world is changing. And I think that the banks themselves are worried about vendor lock-in. When we talk about the way the systems work today, there's many providers of trade processing systems, post-trade, pre-trade, payment systems, and you usually have a licensing fee, and you're kind of, once that vendor is integrated into your workflow, you're stuck with them. So there's some advantages to open source, and I think that while it will evolve more slowly in global finance than in some other areas, I think that that is what the market participants will expect moving forward.
You mentioned that you have 70, there's 70 member banks or roughly around that?
Yeah, a little over 70 member banks. We're adding them every week, so if I throw out a number, it's 73 or 74, but depends on what time it is.
Is that too many? Like, how many cooks to spoil the soup?
So that's such a great question. There's many times that I feel like it's too many. Within the last half hour, for sure. But there's also the thing about these technologies. Let's think, for example, if we want to replace how global payments work, okay? Right. And this isn't just about banks. This is about supporting trade. We have a massive effort in trade finance. And you think about little exporters in Indonesia, and they want to sell their teak furniture for you to put on your patio, and you actually follow how expensive and how long it is for that entrepreneur to get their money. We can really examine all of this freshly, but in order to do that, you don't do that with 3 or 4 banks in the eastern United States. We have a very globally dispersed group of supporters. Right. And what we do is we try to build consensus on the technology. We don't try to push just our technology. In our lab, we have Ethereum, we have the IBM Fabric, we have Chain and a number of other providers. So we try to build consensus, and we're trying to make big change, so we need a big network.
Well, so I mean, you say that, but some of one of the biggest and most successful investment banks in the world actually sort of decided that wasn't the case. Can you talk a little bit about why Goldman Sachs and then Santander left the consortium?
Yes, I'll talk about it a little bit. So listen, I find this kind of amazing. We had 42 banks that have all sponsored us and done work and contributed to our code and to our work product. As a matter of fact, we've had over 1,100 people at our member banks either work on white papers or write code. So it's been very successful. And then we've begun a funding round, which always gets a little bit interesting. And when you have a large crowd, it's tough to kind of meet everybody's criteria. And I think in the case of Goldman, they like to see a smaller group. From a management perspective, actually, and I've been involved in consortiums before, and this is more like a network of members. In some ways, it's better to have a larger group because you end up with a governance structure that looks very much like what you would see in a public company because you have so many shareholders.
So the reports are that the round is for $150 million. Has it closed yet? Where are y'all at in the process?
No, it has not closed, but we're making very good progress. It will close in the early part of the new year. We have a lot of lawyers working on the documents right now, but things are going very well and according to plan. And one thing I'll say is that I've made a good bit of money in my career. I've spent a good bit of money, and this is the first time I've ever raised it, and hopefully it'll be the last.
Yeah, it doesn't sound fun from every. Well, it depends on the product, but a lot of investors or entrepreneurs I talk to really hate it.
Yeah, I would like to meet an entrepreneur who enjoyed his funding round.
Yeah. Just getting back to this notion of the sort of multitude of lawyers that are involved in the process now, I'm curious who's in the room at the meetings when y'all are getting together and there are these 70 institutions that have to try to make a decision about something. Are these the CTOs? Is this just like some guy on the back end who happens to be like a blockchain enthusiast who's come on because...
So they're kind of a couple different questions, and it depends on what part of our work you're talking about. You know, we've done a good bit of work with the regulators. We've met over 100 regulators in the past year. Our philosophy is about trying to build Corda and components on top of it. So think of that as being the plumbing and the infrastructure for the future of finance. But in order to actually get transactions flowing through those pipes, we need the regulators to understand them. We need to integrate into the current legal system and is the documentation and the like. So we've kind of taken a holistic approach to this. So to answer your specific questions, R3 drives the agenda very clearly. If it comes to the Corda design, for example, we had an architectural working group which comprised of the best and the brightest from the innovation and CIO offices from the various banks. If it's the regulatory working committee group, we have the senior people in the compliance and the legal and regulatory side of the banks.
So taking the notion of plumbing, right, and building out this new network of pipes, that seems to be an incredibly tedious process when there's a network of pipes that already exists, right? So what are your expectations for when this new system of pipes gets built? When is water or when are transactions actually going to flow through?
So the current pipes are corroding and they're inefficient, and there's a tremendous amount that can be saved.
Thanks for working with me on this.
I was thinking about it. I should have picked something else other than plumbing. I went down the pipe route. But so I think that we're looking at something that we've gotten Corda out in 10 months, which is great. We'll continue to build components of this, but I think it's like any it's not public works. It's like any project of that sort. It will always be built. I think that the system will be used in 3 to 5 years very substantially.
3 to 5 years.
3 to 5 years until we see substantial adoption of all components, but we're going to have product in the market by end of next year.
What is the product? What's the first product that's coming to market?
So there's a couple different things of interest. One is in the trade finance area. There's some we believe some easy wins around asset registries and the like, and it deals with the double spend of accounts receivable, for example. We have a lot of work going on in the payment space. We have 5 different payment projects. We're not going to try to solve global payments from the start, but we have some interesting projects that have been announced, one with the Canadian government, one with the Singaporean government, around interbank payments to create efficiency just between the banks themselves. And those types of things, because we're working with a smaller group, can be built and deployed very quickly, still keeping in mind what the longer-term goals of the global infrastructure is.
And again, keeping in mind that these banks are already operating, they're making these transactions happen. The difference is that now there would be this ledger on which people could refer back to for any sort of historical record of the payment?
Well, it depends on what what area we're talking about. Okay, so if we look at global payments right now, and you purchase something, I use the Indonesian teak manufacturer. You know, we're talking about it's very expensive. It takes several days, as opposed to instantaneous payment, which of course is you know, is done with Bitcoin and Ethereum and any other number of currencies, and something that Ripple, a firm we respect very much, is working on. So it depends which part you're talking about. I can't give you a blanket statement. As opposed to payments, it's about getting there cheaper and more efficiently. And some of the work we're doing in, say, OTC derivatives is about you know, having trades that stand immediately, as opposed to all the reconciliations and expenses on broken trades. And then in interesting things like collateral movement. It's very hard to move collateral around amongst institutions right now, and with Basel III and other new regulations coming on board where capital really matters, maybe coming up with a tokenized basis where you can legally transfer ownership of securities that don't actually have to move from that custodian is very interesting and promising.
So how would you contrast the work that y'all are doing with the work from companies like Shane or discrete applications like Circle?
Okay, so when we've taken a harder route, I think, but one that holds greater promise. In most cases, when you're building a company, you'd say you're going to solve a specific problem. You know, I'm going to go solve syndicated loans, or I'm going to go solve global payments. We've been thinking more broadly about this, in part because of our history and our experience, and that is these systems today don't communicate very well. So when we look at the way the web works, you know, we're trying to take a more holistic view to make sure that our payment solutions can interoperate with our derivative solutions and our credit solutions and the like. So we're working with the banks. We're starting a little broader, and we're building more of the infrastructure where I think Chain is looking very much at, you know, delivering a specific solution. And we've got a lot of time for Adam too. That's another good organization.
Can you talk a little bit more about the government projects that you're working on? These are going to be the first things that come to market. Is that correct?
They have a potential to be. We have a number of horses in the race at the moment, so it's tough for me to predict which one's going to win.
Well, I mean, if you could name a couple of those horses.
I think that the two projects that we're working on, you know, one in Canada and one in Singapore, are very interesting. Like
this is about interbank payments?
Yeah, it's about interbank payments. So tokenization of fiat currency, so I can move a token from Royal Bank of Canada to Scotia that represents Canadian dollars and do it very, very quickly, or do it instantaneously and at no cost. And that's a pretty big deal.
Why is that such a big deal?
Well, because you can't do it today in the way the current rails work. And then, you know, in Southeast Asia, we're working with the MAS. They've been very progressive in their thinking about how they can use these new technologies to not just improve payments, but to improve life for their citizens. I mean, one of the things, you know, I talk about a lot is right now the way we talk about financial data or medical records or whatever, we as individuals don't control those things. And I think over time, and not that long from now, you know, we will be able to just biometrically on our up a QR code when we go to our doctor
or in our hand with the open Bionics.
Yeah, right. By the way, that was so hyper cool.
Yeah, wasn't it cool?
I can't believe I got to come on after those guys and talk about distributed ledgers.
Look, blockchain in the future of finance is super cool too, man. Come on.
I know. I got to build that into the hands somehow. But so anyway, I think that, you know, you can easily think about how Uber's changed things, or Halo, and all these other applications. With global finance, you know, you should be able to have the ability to do that, but you also need, sticking with the plumbing analogy, you need the plumbing in place to be able to do that. And, you know, part of what we're working towards is to allow free flow of goods and services and cash that will improve everybody's life over time. Yeah. But there's a lot of wood to chop.
And with that, we are out of time. David, it's a pleasure, sir.
Hey, John, thank you very
so
much. Cheers.
Thank you all.
Very impressive. An hour of interviewing is actually quite difficult, especially when you change topics halfway through. So another round of applause for John, because that's actually quite difficult. Okay, we are going to get into some fun stuff here. We have 3 of our alumni companies. So this battlefield goes on and on and on throughout the ages. And while we're very excited about our battlefield finalists for this Disrupt, we're going to take a walk into the past and hear what some of our alumni have been up to. The first company we're going to speak to is N26. Please welcome them to the stage.
Hi, I'm Valentin. I'm one of the founders of N26. And we have built Europe's most modern mobile bank. I'm very happy to be here today after I've been in the battlefield class 2 years ago. And since then, I think we've reached a lot of the goals we have set for us. And today, I'll give you a quick update on where we're standing, what's to come. And I would like to start with the big announcement that we would like to make today. We have started 2015 in Germany and Austria. We have always said for us that we build a truly European bank. And we have just recently gotten our own full banking license, so we have a European banking license. And that has been the starting point for our business to also go truly European. So I'm very happy to announce today that we are launching or going to be present in 17 countries all over Europe from today on. That means we are opening up in 15 more countries, and we are getting closer to our vision to build a truly European bank in a lot of countries. This will be one of the most important steps for us, especially because we are now able to scale this technology that we have built onto a much, much bigger customer base. And we hope to be able to bring better banking to millions of customers across Europe. But how do we start out? How do we start out with all that? We started out actually with the idea that most of young people don't like to go to the bank branch. The whole industry completely changed. And we've seen that most of the banks have still very outdated business models. So if you look at the banks, we'll find out that they, for example, send you slides and account statements and balance statements completely offline. On the other hand, they also have a very, very hard time because they have all technology systems in the background to really launch inspiring digital products. So that was kind of the starting point 2 years ago when we said, okay, we have to change something, or actually 3 years ago when we said, okay, we have to change something and build a great product. And we started out and said, okay, we need to build a product that is an awesome banking experience based on the beauty of technology, something that banks haven't been very good at. And that was the starting point for us to found N26 and to build an awesome company. Today, we have built, I would say, Europe's most modern mobile bank. You can open up an account with us completely digital. So an account opening takes 6 to 8 minutes. We do a video conference to verify your identity. You don't have to sign any papers. And 2 days later, you get your N26 MasterCard, and you can start. We've been focused on building real-time banking. So everything you do on your bank account is real time. If you do a transaction you see in real time, you get a push message. If you want to cluster your spendings, what we do automatically for you, that everything happens real time. If you want to do a transaction, if you want to do a peer-to-peer payment, you can do all of that with a couple of simple clicks within our application. But we have thought further, and we have thought about how do you really bring a lot of value to customers? And how do you disrupt retail banking further? So the first step, what I announced before, is you have to bring that, I think, cross-country, and you have to bring that all across Europe, and maybe in the future to countries also internationally outside of Europe. And I think the second thing, if you think about retail banking and what banks create for you and for customers on value, the question is the future retail bank really driven by the financial products it's producing, or is it driven by an exceptional user experience and a very good relation to its customers? And the second thing, that's what we're believing in. We think our company is going to bring value to our customers, mainly because we can find the best products for our customers. And if you look at retail banking and you look at Fintech, you will find out a lot of great companies here, a lot of great companies all around the world, that all these great companies are disrupting a certain area of retail banking. And they have a product that is much superior to all the products out there that traditional retail banks originally have been building. And I think instead of trying to copy all these companies and try to build the same products that they're having, we've decided to bring all these companies together and give our customers at N26 one-click access to the best financial product from all around the world. A very good example of one product that we've already launched is we launched together with TransferWise, a company also a lot of you will know. And you can now do an international transfer within N26 with a couple of clicks, simply by using TransferWise technology in the background. So we don't need our own team of 100 developers to build our own international transfer startup, but we can use an existing great fintech company and leverage the value they bring to customers for our customer base. And we'll continue to do that with a lot of companies. Some of those you see on the slide behind of me in the future. Let's talk a little bit about the product and give you and show you a couple of screens that we have from our product. So if you have an account with us, that's how the interface looks like. You see your account balance, you see all your transactions. If you want to have an overdraft, so you're short of money, you can get an overdraft within a couple of seconds. So we always try not just to disrupt products on the front end, but we also try to disrupt through the technology in the background. Because we have our own banking license, we can do a lot of the processes in the background much faster. So we can take a credit decision within 3 seconds and tell you if you're eligible for a credit or not. And the money is available in the same second on your account. So you say you want to have a credit for 2,000 euros, you apply online, and within a second, you have the money on your account. And I think that's also something where we totally change the user experience for our users. If you want to see your transactions, you can see the transactions. You can see kind of all the different transactions are automatically clustered. So we have built an algorithm in the background that actually automatically clusters all your spending, so you keep an overview. I think it's a great interface. It's greatly designed. It's completely different to all the banks, I think, that you know. I've talked about the TransferWise product. That's an illustration for it. You always see the exchange rate in real time. You see kind of costing you, and you can actually execute the transaction within, I would say, 3 clicks. But let me give you a little bit of an outlook what we're building now over the next weeks and over the next month. So our team has been very focused on launching our own bank, and that's what we have done over on our own technology platform. That's what we've been doing over the last couple of months. Now we've been focusing on a couple of more products. We've been focusing on all the traditional areas of retail banking. We've been focusing on saving. We've been focusing on credit. We've been focusing on insurance. And we'll bring all these products to our customer base within, I would say, the next 4 to 6 months. Some of them launching very soon. And we'll be launching in all these categories with some of the best fintech partners that you find around the world. Thank you for listening. It's a very big day for us. I'm very happy to bring our company to more customers across Europe. And check out our product on our website. And happy to welcome many more customers from all countries around Europe. Thanks for listening.
Up next, we have Emotech. Round of applause.
Hello, everyone. I'm Hongbin from Emotech. I'm the CEO of Emotech. And first of all, many thanks to TechCrunch for having me here and building such a great platform for startups. A bit about myself. So I was the product director of Benevolent.com, and we built the product from zero until I became the largest social networking in China in 2009. and when IPO in New York 2011. 2 years later, I came to London and took a HCR degree at UCL and built Emotech. So long in short, I've been spent around 10 years helping people connect with each other. And now we are trying our best to help people connect with technology in a better way. And this is what Emotech is doing. So the idea was started from a UCL competition. And we got our angel funding middle of last year. And we were selected by TechCrunch for the Battlefield last year. And it's been a great year since then. We just closed our Series A middle of this year, and we got a new fascinating design, which has just won 4 CES Innovation Awards. So the product we're building is Ollie. It is the first robot that adapts its personality to each individual. So why we're doing so, since the first PC with graphical user interface, the core interaction between people and technology hasn't been changed for years. First of all, it still relies on people to stare at a screen for hours in order to get any information. And most of the systems are quite passive, meaning that people are constantly checking their mobile phone and inputting instructions. And finally, people are so different, but most of the applications react exactly the same way to us. And this is why we are building Ollie. We hope technology should fit into people's life. And this is our new design of Ollie, and the interaction with Ollie is very natural, so it speaks to it and it reacts to you. And it learns your behavior, your habit, so that it can proactively assist you. And most importantly, it evolves its personality based on your personality, which makes the interaction much more enjoyable. So I'll show you a little bit about our new design and also how it works.
Morning, Jake. Time to get up. It's perfect weather for jogging. You can have 45 minutes and still be on time for your meeting at 9.
You'll be late, Gemma.
Have a great run.
Hey, Gemma. Good morning, Gemma.
Bye, Ollie.
Bye, Gemma. You look gorgeous.
The 3-game series is even at 1 apiece after the Blue Jays stormed back in the top of the 9th with 12 runs to win the game 15.
Hey, Jake. There's a significant delay on the underground. Want me to call an Uber?
Yes, please, Ollie.
Uber ordered. It will arrive in 5 minutes.
Oh, so since the time is a bit limited, so this is just part of the functions. And so we got a team with all the leading experts, with all the tracking record in different industries, such as scientists that won twin testing competition, and for example, another scientist that built the first version of library for knowledge engine for Siri, and also all the other like big corporations. And so we are presenting our product at CES this year in Las Vegas. And also, if you want to stay updated, please visit our website, heyollie.com. Thanks so much.
And last but finally not least, please welcome to the stage Jukedeck.
Hello, I'm Patrick, this is Ed, and we're here to give you a brief update about Jukedeck, where we're building an artificially intelligent music composer. This is software that writes original music completely on its own. At Disrupt last year, we announced the launch of our first product, Jukedeck Make. This is a site that allows anyone in the world to create unique, royalty-free music for their videos at the touch of a button, powered by AI. So what have we been up to since then? Well, it got pretty interesting pretty quickly. At the same time as winning TechCrunch Disrupt, we also came #1 on Product Hunt and Hacker News. And the combination of those three things caused our site to crash on several occasions, which was a rather stressful experience. But actually, the madness has just continued. So in the past year, nearly 1 million tracks have been created on our site, which makes us one of the largest libraries of music in the world. At the same time, tens of thousands of YouTube videos and other videos have used our music, ranging from, yes, cat videos to right through to sort of massive YouTube stars. And we've also had brands such as Coca-Cola subscribe to our website, and also lots of other brands use our music in adverts for their videos. And I just want to play you a quick clip of a video that's used our music so you can get a bit of a feel. This is from a Turkish videographer, and it's a video that uses Jukedeck music. In short, there are videos all over the world using music powered by our AI, which we think is pretty exciting. In other news, in June, we were honored to win a Cannes Lion, which is essentially the Oscars of the advertising world. And partly because of that, we're now focused on building some really exciting new technology for brands. So if you are a brand making video content, please do get in touch. We'd love to hear from you.
Cheers. And yeah, at the same time as Disrupt last year, which we really enjoyed, we raised a round of funding from a bunch of great Cambridge and London investors. And this has let us grow our team to, we're now 20 people who straddle the worlds of music and machine learning, which is really exciting. And this has really let us step up our R&D efforts. We've been building our AI musical composer. I just wanted to show you one recent R&D breakthrough that we had. Now, up till recently, we've kind of done what most people in this field do, which is focus on the composition, right? So you teach neural networks to write notes and chords. But when it comes to producing the sound, you use more traditional methods, virtual instruments. You get people to play it. What we've done recently is we've actually trained a neural network to actually produce the sound of our music as well, which means that in the example you're about to hear, the entire thing, from the notes and chords that are written to the actual sound of the upright piano, the whole thing is produced and conceived totally in the minds of neural networks, which we think is the first time this has been done, which we find really exciting. Now, if you've been on our site, you'll think this won't sound as good as what's on there. That's, remember, because it's only neural networks. So we think we're really excited by this development, and actually we posted that last week, and it sort of blew up on Reddit over the weekend, got 250,000 views on this post. And the great thing about blowing up on Reddit is that people do really fun stuff with what you post. And I just wanted to end by playing a remix someone made on Reddit of our totally AI composed song, but now featuring an artist I hadn't heard of called MF Doom.
It's the beat, I hear it in my sleep sometimes. Blare it in your Jeep so your peeps can stare at the rhymes. Real rhymes, not your everyday hologram. Even when ribs is touching, never swallow the ham.
The whole thing's on our SoundCloud. Check it out. I really like it. I've been listening to it all day. So thank you so much, TechCrunch. It's been great to come back. We're going to leave you with as is customary, a video that, as last year's winners, we've made. Thanks for having us again. It's been great.
Cheers.
Hello, it's 2016. It's time for TechCrunch Disrupt yet again. We're great.
You look great. You always look great, though. That's the problem. It's like, that's why I feel kind of nervous about it, because I just want to match you with hot levels.
All right, now we're ready to go.
I'd like to let Macintosh speak for itself.
Hello, I am Macintosh.
What's the thing, John?
This is the Commodore. It's EC5.
It's Windows from Microsoft! It's $99! It's an incredible value, but it's true!
Allison, can you explain what internet is?
Fastest internet, high-speed internet, high-speed broadband internet. We connected the world to the internet. High-speed wireless internet. Fastest internet, high-speed internet, high-speed broadband internet. We connected the world to the internet. The internet. The internet.
No one's born a computer scientist, but just about anyone can become one.
Everyone, we're live from my backyard. We're gonna change the universe! Oh, I say that every year!
Have you ever sexted on Snapchat?
So, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's spelled out.
That's not going to help you.
Okay. Really?
I don't have to change myself to fit the product. It fits me.
I am the early adopter. Early adopter. Early adopter. Fastest internet, high-speed internet, high-speed broadband internet. We connected the world to the internet. High-speed wireless internet. Fastest internet, high-speed internet, high-speed broadband internet. We connected the world to the internet. High-speed wireless internet. Fastest internet, high-speed internet, high-speed broadband internet. We connected the world to the internet. The internet. The internet.
That was pretty good, I thought.
Yeah, that was really well done. Well, Jukedeck had a very memorable presentation last year where they rapped for about half the time.
That's
about
right.
Their company. So,
Yeah, those videos can be a mixed bag, but that was a good one.
So now Matthew and I have the very important task of picking the order of the Battlefield finalists. As we said this morning, there are 5 companies that will be on stage in just a little bit. We thought to keep things fair, we always like to pick it out of the cup and make everyone scramble backstage.
Exactly. So this is pretty exciting. This is the finals of the competition. Every year it's always kind of nerve-wracking to see who wins, and those, as you've seen with the alumni that have come up, do go on to do a lot of great things. So
Great things.
This is a very interesting competition. Let's get started.
All right. So first up, we have Lift Igniter. Lift Igniter is bringing personalizations to websites using machine learning, as is the theme of this conference, machine learning.
Next up, Inside DNA.
Inside DNA, bringing machine learning and artificial intelligence to drug discovery, so really great for pharma and R&D. After them, we have Phoenix P2P, a low-latency video streaming solution, trying to get those sports games in real time.
Next up, we have CNET.
CNET. CNET is actually the founder was a video producer and got frustrated by capturing video and aggregating it, and now has built a great tool for companies to do that themselves. And last but not least, we have OxyHealth, turning video cameras into health monitors. So it's a great batch. That's our order. We're going to be back in just a little bit with the finalists.
Sounds good. We'll see you then.
All right, folks, we have a 15-minute break until we get to the finals. So do what you need to do, because you're going to be in your seats for 90 minutes after that. See you in a little bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your Battlefield host and TechCrunch senior writer, Anthony Ha.
Those guys are excited to see me. All right, this is it. The finals of the Startup Battlefield. Just a reminder, there were more than 500 companies that applied to compete at this Disrupt. Then we had a dozen startups on stage yesterday, and the TechCrunch editors and our expert judges worked together, and we filtered them down to the 5 companies that you're about to see. They're going to give their 6-minute presentations and live demos again. The difference is the judges are going to get 12 minutes to do Q&A, which is going to give them a lot of time to go in-depth into the vision, the technology, the business model, pretty much anything they want. And again, the big goal here is to figure out which of these companies is going to be a big successful business that we're all going to be able to excited to say that we saw them launch on stage at Disrupt. Afterwards, all the judges are going to go backstage. They're going to choose the winner, and we'll be announcing them at the end of the day today. The winner will receive $50,000 and custody of the Disrupt Cup. And that's basically how it works. So let's bring out our judges. First up, we've got Barbara Belvisi, co-founder and managing partner at Hardware Club. Hardware Club is bringing a new approach to venture capital by putting its community of 200+ startups worldwide at the core of its model. She started her career in private equity with a focus on brands and retail, then moved to venture capital to focus on tech investment. Next up, let's bring out Luciana Alexandru, an investor at Excel, where she focuses on consumer internet, software, and marketplace businesses. She helped lead Excel's investments and ongoing work with Wallapop, Deliveroo, Vinted, and others. She was previously an investor at Summit Partners. Our third judge is Sean O'Sullivan, Managing Director of SOSV, a venture capital firm and world leader in running vertical startup accelerator programs. Sean's first internet company, NetCentric, developed many concepts in internet computing, and he's credited as the co-creator of the term cloud computing. Next, we have Matthew Panzarino. Matthew has worked as a retail jockey, and he also founded a professional photography business and a news blog covering the Apple ecosystem. He served as news editor and managing editor at The Next Web. He's now editor-in-chief of a little website called TechCrunch. And finally, we have Francesca Warner, an associate at Downing Ventures, a seed and Series A focused fund. Before joining Downing, she worked for 3 years in creative advertising at AMV BBDO on some of UK's biggest brands, including BT. Give it up for our judges. Okay, let's bring out our first finalist. The first finalist is Lyft Igniter, and presenting is co-founder Adam Spector.
Hi there, I'm Adam, the co-founder of Lyft Igniter. We're a machine learning personalization platform for every single website and app that cares about serving its users. What does it mean to serve your users? Well, it means you give them the items they love, the items they want to buy, and the items they want to share. It's been proven pretty definitively that if you give them the items they want and you can target them at the moment they most care about it, you'll succeed in your goal. The challenge, however, is that millions of dollars are spent every single year to get the right information in front of the right people. Almost all of this is wasted. The reason? Everyone is overwhelmed. Marketers, product managers, absolutely overwhelmed with data. On top of it, every single person is massively diverse, not only from, of course, each other, but in fact, also from ourselves. If I do my job right, by the end of this presentation, every single one of you will be different than before I started. Now, in the past, personalization has really meant looking at historical data, likes that people have, different other things around like cohorts and segments and A/B testing. The problem is none of that really targets you at this very moment in time. At Lyft Igniter, we look at all the information about all users on the site, combined with all content in kind of a dynamically changing soup of information with you at the center. After earning his PhD, my co-founder joined Google's machine learning research group. They figured out how to personalize in real time for every single user, even brand new cold start users, and it was so successful to the tune of billions of dollars in incremental new revenue a year. Inspired by the success there, at Lyft Igniter, we built a platform for every single vertical across all types of content, across every single touch point and across all devices. Now, let's go to the demo. So Listia is one of our customers, and their CEO came to us and said, we have a huge amount of user-generated content that we want to target to each user. We said, hey, why don't you come try the LiftIgniter platform, and we can see what we can do for you. So I told G, their CEO, do you want to start personalizing emails? Do you want to work on search? Do you want to personalize app? Or do you want to personalize on-site? We started with on-site, and we typed in their URL, and we're able to start collecting data pretty much right away. We then can choose various parts of the site that we want to personalize. In this case, we started with recommendation area on the right-hand side with them. Then as a business, they have different goals that they want to optimize for. We could optimize for engagement, conversion. In this case, we focus on click-through rate to start with for their trial. And then there's like a business rule that you can add in. Let's say in this case, optimize for iPhones. Then you go to the next step, click Get Started, and just like that, we're personalizing for Listia on their site in real time. So fast forward 30 days to the end of the trial, and these are actual results that we got them. We had a 241% improvement in click-through rate, a 150% improvement in engagement. In this case, those were bids for them, and a 102% improvement in actual on-revenue new conversion. So let's go back to the presentation. So here's one of our media customers. We got them a 228% improvement in clicks and a 327% improvement in engagement. And all of these trials that we do are A/B tested at every single moment in time. We've never lost an A/B test once. On top of that, we don't know of any machine learning, personalization, or recommendation provider that has results that are remotely close to these. Finally, it took minutes to integrate, not months. The way we do it is we take the best machine learning in AI in the world, and we have a fantastic team behind it building it, merge that and marry it with fantastically fast infrastructure where every time that a user takes an action, it's processed by our algorithms, it's returned to the site, all in a 125 millisecond round trip. That means for every single action that a user takes, there's an intelligent real-time reaction immediately. What this enables us to do is that we hit every single impression directly on the head every single time, and we treat that impression as a cohort of one at that moment. We scan over 300 million items a day. We have 350 billion signals that we're gathering a month. We have fantastic customers in the media space, the enterprise B2B space, the e-commerce space, and over 50 that we haven't even listed here today. We're a SaaS-based company, and our pricing is usage-based, which means that it's very easy for our customers to add new items and new parts of the site that they want to start personalizing. We've grown 20% month over month. We're profitable today, and we have over 6 figures in revenue, monthly recurring revenue. And we have spent almost no money on sales and marketing.
Wrap it up.
So we're launching today the LiftIgniter platform. You integrate it once, and you personalize everything. Every touch point, every type of content, and every device. Thank you so much.
Look at that lightning fast finish. All right, judges, who wants to start us off?
I will.
All right, go ahead, Francesca.
Yeah, so great pitch, well done.
Thank you.
I've seen a few companies in this space personalizing websites.
Yep.
One of the areas that you can differentiate yourselves is around proprietary data. Can you start to build that in your models to close the door behind you?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So, I mean, in a sense, everyone gets similar data, but the way you use that data and what you're doing with it is really what's proprietary. And so we're taking all the data across all the sites, and it's siloed the data we look at for each customer, but we can also build network effects across all of that as well. And then being able to use that in full real time is the real proprietary difference to make that intelligent decision at that moment.
Isn't it the person that then has the most data, though, that can do this the best?
Well, long term, potentially. At the moment, though, we're getting over 80% improvements on average for all of our customers just with their own siloed data on their own site. And that's beating everybody else in A/B tests.
John.
Who's the best customer? It seems like the media, any content-heavy website, is going to do pretty well with this kind of improvement. But is this really targeted for, say my wife has a blog that she writes, knickertwist.com. How much would it cost her a month to use your service, or and would it plug into WordPress, or how does this actually get implemented?
Absolutely. At the moment, it would probably be too expensive for your wife's blog, but at the same time, I think long term it gets to a point where it becomes very low cost to add it to every single site, and we can personalize even the smallest sites. It's just from an expense perspective, it doesn't quite make sense, and for us as a business.
How much does it cost?
So we started about $1,000 a month, and then go up from there. Our average value is a lot higher than that, but it goes from there. And then the other thing to add to your other point about different customers. So obviously, content heavy is great for us. However, we define content in a very broad sense, right? So it's articles, videos, items to buy, images, music. We don't really care. The main goal is to merge a specific user impression with that piece of content. It can be on media site, e-commerce, enterprise B2B. We don't care.
A lot of the customers that you will want to have on board, a lot of the larger customers will likely already be using a website optimizing platform, right? So when you go and talk to those customers, how do you position yourself? How do you pitch? What's your unique angle?
Yep, absolutely. I mean, usually we first start off saying, are you happy with what you're currently doing? In many cases, they found they haven't been. Second of all, we say, look, it's extremely easy to test it out. Unlike almost everybody else we know of in the market, they say, oh, it's going to take 6 months to integrate, do all this extra work, lots of extra tagging. You add a few lines of JavaScript code, and you're able to start integrating with LiftIgniter and start testing it out. And we say, do an A/B test. We will prove to you, we'll guarantee, and we'll actually put this in our contracts, a minimum of a 20% improvement. And we usually, guys said, we average over 80% as well.
So I run a media site.
Yep. We want to start working with you guys.
One of the biggest issues that we found with A/B testing or optimization is lack of canonical tagging.
Yep.
So no matter how much you tell a writer, hey, add the tags, make sure the tags are appropriate to the story, they're already thinking about the next story. They're working on stuff, and they fail to tag. This is.
Are you complaining about this again?
I am. I complain about this a lot. But if that's the case, you mentioned that the long-term deployment of some other options out there. I'm interested to hear more about exactly what signals you're reading, how you're ingesting those choices made by the reader, and whether or not those readers need to be logged in. So kind of the back end, how do you avoid having to rely on tagging?
Yep.
And then the front end, how do you avoid having to have somebody logged in to personalize the website for them?
Absolutely. So John, who wrote our article yesterday about us, will probably love this, because we talked a lot about tagging and how we actually don't require any tags at all.
John does tag his articles.
So I know he does, and he's very good at it, but he says, gets frustrated sometimes, so if you don't mind, John. But we talked about how we don't require any tagging at all, because tagging is, of course, completely messy. It's usually very arbitrary and very different requirements that each writer tags things in a different way. So what we look at and said all the user signals around how they're interacting with the site and how they're flowing from article A to article B to article X. Right? So we're looking at all those signals, which makes us, so we're also language agnostic as well. We have customers globally in languages people on our team don't even speak. The tags don't really matter. Instead, what's a universal truth is that users digitally act in different ways on different sites, but it doesn't matter what language they're in, what country they're in at all. And we learned from those user interactions with the content. We don't care if they're logged in, to go to that question. We don't care if they're logged in. They can be brand new, cold start. The moment they arrive, we've gathered about 100 signals about them, and we can personalize based on those signals. Because we can use machine learning, it's a very sparse data set, but we're able to start still building out a model for you the moment you arrive, but before that page is done loading, results have already been returned to the site that are fully personalized for that user, even if they're brand new cold start.
And is that carried over via cookies, via networks of other sites that you see them coming from, or?
No, so it's just based on them being on that site at that moment. It's those sparse 100 signals that we'll start with. We'll start building that profile.
You build that out from like IP address or something, like where they're located, and then outwards in a
where they're located, where they came from, what browser they're using, all of those sorts of things that you're able to start building, hey, this is what this person's really interested in right now. And of course, people change really quickly, right? Which is why you need to be able to react in real time. Just like we're all chatting right now, I'm reacting to the questions you have and looking at your feedback and things like that and giving you those answers. We essentially enable websites and apps to take that same dynamic approach to giving your users what they want.
You say it takes minutes to integrate. Okay, so I know how you can easily add Google Analytics to anything with just a little JavaScript thing.
Yep.
What makes it so easy to integrate, and does it? and how do you substitute the content if it's so easy to integrate? Don't you have to work with some other backends to make sure the content is being pulled up in the right order? How does that work?
Yeah, absolutely. So Google Analytics is a great example. We literally have a JavaScript beacon. It's asynchronous, pretty much the same as a Google Analytics beacon. That's the installation process. We then scan the entire site, get all the data, which also makes us agnostic to the CMS that you're using, all of your backend systems. So we scan the data, we then collect it, and then we return back via API. Depends how the customer wants to integrate, but returns back via API in most cases the results, which is essentially a JSON array of items that we're going to rank ordered of the ones we think you're most likely to click on or to buy or whatever else.
Okay, so you index all the possible options of the content that people could possibly retrieve from that site.
Correct.
And you indicate, okay, here's an article from 4 years ago that this person is more likely to click on, for example?
So, yep, we'll look at all those things, and obviously their site is changing, right? All the users are constantly changing how they're interacting with the site. The content is always new stuff is being added, right? TechCrunch is adding new articles constantly about things. We're learning all those interactions, and then we're scanning every new item as it comes up, and as ones are taken off as well.
In your demo, you showed we've been focusing a lot on site. Basically, what are the other areas you're focusing on?
Yeah, great question. So part of what we're announcing really today is the ability to personalize not just on site, but obviously within your app as well, and then doing fully personalized search with personalized emails and newsletters. So the real idea is to say it's crazy to have 4 different tools personalizing every one of these things when you want to have a unique user experience throughout every way they touch your site or app. You should have one engine that's powering all of that because you want to make sure they have the same experience and a smart experience throughout.
Could you elaborate a little bit more what you're doing exactly with emails and newsletters?
Yeah, so emails, think about it. Email to us is just another touch point, right? A user comes, they read your emails, we'll gather how they're reading the email when they go to the site, what they're doing when they go to the site, and we're learning all those interactions as well. And then the moment that email is generated, they would make an API call to LiftIgniter to have that new personalized email sent to them with the right content in it or right items to buy in it.
How do you do the cross-device identification?
So that's a great question. It's actually really challenging to do a cross-device understanding. Yeah. The thing, though, part of what makes our system pretty unique is because we're able to do it in real time, even if we don't know that you're the same person in email, on your mobile phone, and on the website, because we're reacting so quickly, we can still make an intelligent determination about what is relevant for you at that moment in time.
So you react based on my latest activity as opposed to based on my entire customer lifetime journey?
Right. Well, if you logged in, we obviously can do it across.
Yeah.
So that's great to do. But in many cases, you don't always have that logged in data. Yeah. So in which case, is that immediate reaction, right? Is it cold today? That's the reaction. Should I wear a hat? Should I read this article?
Yeah.
Read about TechCrunch Disrupt Battlefield because that's interesting right now.
And I have another question, if that's okay. I think one of the things that the tools you compete with and will compete with struggle with is the fact that they're very complex, and actually you need very sophisticated marketers to use them. And at some point, you run out of customers that have really sophisticated marketers. How are you going to tackle that? And it's hard for me without looking at the product to understand how easy or not easy it is to use, but maybe you can talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. So we actually view ourselves as incredibly easy by comparison to use, right? You do this one integration, and then it learns in real time, and it actually does all the work. So your total cost of ownership is extremely low from a time perspective. And then also on top of it, the ability for users to, it just runs, you can make changes to the rules that you want or the different goals that you want to have. But compare that as an example to predictive analytics or analytics tools or A/B testing. That's a lot of work for marketing teams. Yeah. And it's never specific enough, right? I could never create a segment that says, here are all the 5 judges, and I want to show them all separately different things. Like, that's impossible for a marketer to do and to change those fast enough. A machine learning system, on the other hand, can do that intelligently for every single one of you in an automated fashion and still achieve the goals the business requires.
So how long does it take?
Sorry. I think Francesca had one more question.
Sorry. Yeah. Where do you see the company ultimately? What's the big vision for this? Because it's quite small at the moment in terms of just optimizing websites, but where could it actually go?
Yeah, absolutely. So I ran out of time, and I would have said at the end, basically, what we very much see is in the next 5 years, I sincerely believe that every single website and app is going to have a layer of personalization and machine learning built into it. And obviously, our goal is to be that platform. In fact, I think you'd be crazy to build a website and app, even today, and not have machine learning and personalization built in, right? At TechCrunch, you guys create fantastic content, but yet it's not necessarily being targeted directly to each user, in which case it's sort of wasted. The eyeballs who care about that specific content aren't seeing it, which means you're not getting your full dollar value for the amount of effort you put in.
Cool.
And then, basically your identity is being dragged from you every time you hit that website, or from website to website, or because if you have that level of personalization for one individual, clearly you want to keep that identity so the next time they come back, it's all there again, right?
Yeah, you do. Although at the same time, remember, the key thing that people really think about is historical information you think would be really valuable and interesting. But what's more relevant is just like the question you asked me right now is more relevant than the question you asked me a few minutes ago. I'm reacting to that right now, and that's the most important thing, as long as I can react quickly to it. And so that's really what we look at much more, and it's far more important and relevant for us to be successful for our customers and achieve the results that we achieve.
All right, one more round of applause for Lift Igniter.
Thank you.
That was a great pitch.
I appreciate it.
Very well done.
All right, let us bring out our second company. That company is Inside DNA. Presenting for Inside DNA, our CEO, Andrei Kamilevsky, and Chief Science Officer, Anna Kostikova.
Hi guys, I'm Anna, Chief Science Officer of Inside DNA. And in Inside DNA, we make drug discovery faster and cheaper with the help of genomic and artificial intelligence. We all take drugs to cure diseases, but some drugs are more efficient than others. And what makes drugs successful is its ability to interact with our body. And the element responsible for this interaction is called drug target, and it's typically a protein. So identification of the best drug targets and compounds is the first and the most important stage at any drug discovery process. But today, $1 billion per drug is lost due to inefficient and suboptimal choice of those drug targets. But why exactly choosing the right drug target and compound is so difficult and expensive? Well, let's take just one single protein and try to evaluate it. First, we need to identify which genes in our genome are responsible for the production of the protein. Then we need to assess all the chemical, biological, and structural and functional features of the protein. Then we also need to assess whether any other compound or known drug will be able to react with this protein. And this, of course, takes a team of scientists, a lot of know-how, and comprehensive analysis of large and very often very scattered data. So in other words, the process is lengthy and expensive. And this is just one single protein. An average biotech company needs to evaluate 25,000 of those. While companies go differently about that, the process is very often subjective and manual. So the companies end up filtering out most of the proteins based on some prior assumptions, and then they just leave outside of their target research the ones that are best drug targets. So to make the process of the drug target discovery fast, automated, objective, and comprehensive, we developed Inside DNA Discovery. And with the Inside DNA Discovery, we're using genomics, artificial intelligence, and text mining to identify new drug targets or to retarget existing compounds for the novel therapeutic usage. And with this approach, we are able to comprehensively analyze all the proteins and find the best and less risky choice for the biotech companies. But now let's see how it works. Let's say I'm a researcher at a biotechnology company, and I'm working on the cure for the prostate cancer. At the Inside DNA platform, I can do two things. If I already have the list of advanced compounds, I can give them this to our platform and try to find a new therapeutic usage, but that's not the case for this particular study. I want to find the new drug targets. Next, I need to specify the disease. Here I'm going to type prostate cancer, but importantly, any other disease with the strong genetic component can be analyzed on the platform. Next, I need to specify the weightings of different data sources that will be used in our machine learning and artificial intelligence algorithm. And we basically support two types of data. The primary data sets are the genomic data that we obtain from the healthy and ill patients. And the secondary data are all sorts of databases, literature, patents, and medical records from which we mine the support for the hypothesis that we're testing about the prostate cancer. Next, of course, I need to upload the data, and we support various types of primary genomic data, from the whole exome sequencing, genome sequencing, to the genotyping array, and even metabolomic data. And finally, I'm just visually verifying the settings. Of course, the processing of such amount of data takes time, and usually it's between several days to a couple of weeks of processing even in the cloud. That's what we use on the background. But now let's see the result. So my expectation is that from all the spectrum of the potential drug targets, I have just a short list. And here what it comes out. And the proteins here are sorted according to 2 scores. The first score is a confidence score, and this is the confidence score based on the primary genomic data. The second score is the drugability score, and this is what we mined from the secondary data sources. Of course, I would like to look into more details at every single protein and see what are particular clinical features, structural, biological, and functional features of that protein, and even to look at the 3D structure to go into the further pipeline. For the demo.
We are a B2B company with 32 billion target market, and our pricing depends on the amount of compounds or targets to be analyzed. We are not new in life science. 3 years ago, we started by building cloud-based platform for genomic analysis, which brought optimized storage, computing, and reproducible research to scientists. It has been used by more than 1,500 research labs worldwide, and that experience, which helped us understand broader problem industry and create our discovery platform to show you today. Even before the official launch of our solution, it's generated quite some interest in the field. And we are very excited to announce our collaboration with Illumina, who is a key player in genomic industry. We're also in the process of negotiation with the 2 biotech companies to set pilots. In Inside DNA, we believe that the new era of drug development is entirely in automation and artificial intelligence. And if you want to increase speed or accuracy of your R&D processes, please check out the website or see us on Expo today. Thank you very much.
All right, who wants to take the first DNA question?
I'll take a stab at this. So your goal is to help drug companies deliver new molecules, which will then treat the particular type of cancer.
Not necessarily cancer.
Or any other effect. But so how are you helping the molecule development by doing this? I mean, the molecules and how they interact with the proteins is an unknown in the first place, right? So how are you helping them coming up with new molecules to target these proteins?
So it's not the coming up with the new molecular structures, let's say, but rather the identification of the proteins that are triggering disease. So that's one thing. And the second part is if they already have advanced compounds in which they already invested quite some money, and, for example, they don't know which therapeutic usage can be applied to them. That's where we can help and really help to monetize on that, right?
Okay, so for example, if it's already been an approved drug, and it targets a particular protein, and that protein has an effect on prostate cancer, then they should do some trials with that and toxicology tests or whatever.
Exactly.
And then hopefully that'll
go to the next stage.
Produce results for them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Francesca?
Presumably, the companies you go and talk to, the drug companies, they have a solution to some extent which does some of this already.
Mm-hmm.
How is your solution better than that existing solution, and how do you sell it to them?
Yeah, I think the main goal of our tool is prioritization, because it's where the most of the resources are going to. So the more evidence you have to support a specific statement that you're making in the company, should I go forward into like expensive lab or clinical trials, the more confidence you have and less risk. So I think that Inside DNA is a perfect complementary solution to whatever is done in the lab or biotech company already has. Or if they want to diversify their, let's say, drug programs, then this is another option, because usually you need to start somewhere, and this is an excellent tool to do the first steps.
Especially for the companies who are in early stage and don't have big funds and the technology behind.
Are you pricing it accordingly, depending on early stage?
On the stage, yeah.
Yeah, so essentially the pricing is two-sided. So first it's on volume-based, and second one is milestone-based. So depending on how far the what we've suggested on the platform, either a drug target or a compound is reached, let's say it reached only animal or cell models, then we take some amount of money from the company. The price. Then, let's say, X amount out of those that we've proposed already reaching the preclinical or clinical trials. Then we charge a little bit more, and so on. So it's very fair in terms of, success rate. So if we indeed helping them to reach their milestones, then we're charging for the successful compounds or successful drug targets.
On average, how much do you expect to make per customer per year? Just to get ballpark.
So, I mean, right now we're in the pilot. So we believe it's 150K per company at the moment, but it's early. It's in difficulty stage. Yeah. Later on, it goes like in 2 years. In next stage, so it's cost per one single target which go through is 20K. So it's go much higher. But at the moment, 150K per 100 targets, which we suggest.
And as a follow-up question, in terms of market size, when you said 32 billion, I'm assuming that's top-down. If you look bottom-up, the exact number of customers you have in your addressable markets, whether it's US, Western Europe, and times the pricing that you expect to charge, what do you get to roughly?
So we have 1,000 companies on early stage out of 3,000, which is 32 billion. So it's around 10 billion, right? And then they spend 10 million per year per drug. Yeah. So, and then we hoping to get 5% of them, so it's 50 companies. So it was $500 million. Yeah, our real target.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
In the US and Western Europe, or
it's US one.
US
only US here.
Got it.
And we actually start kind of approaching them.
Like
in
exactly, our 2 pilots are silicon-based ones.
So what's your traction so far?
Yeah, so because we're just releasing the platform, for us the most important was to develop this platform with the close speaking to the potential customers, and this is we like it to have this our inside DNA research, which allows us to do this kind of negotiation. So far we've been able to get the 2 companies on board, but we hope that once we get through their first opinion approval and beta testing, then we can go more and to verify that everything is.
Yeah, because we're quite new in the industry anyway, so the best way is to approach well-network advisors and mentors. That's what we're doing. It's the best way for us, at least it works. And then they link us to the companies and early stage, not pharma yet. So, yeah.
So I have a question regarding the integration of your platform with their existing platform. It seems to be that there is a lot of data that the user has to put himself, which is, leave some space for human error. So what are your plans in terms of integrating and having less human interaction and data?
Yeah, that's a great question. And this is exactly where Illumina is actually the headliner. So the idea of putting the whole effort of putting the genotyping data and making it like a public resource, not only to our platform, but through our platform to other potential companies. That's what we're trying to do with them, because genotyping array is the key for most of the clinical related studies in drug discovery in particular.
Presumably, the success of your model depends on having access to the most cutting-edge data, the most cutting-edge research. How do you get access to that in a way that other people can't?
Yeah, so one of the potential things that, of course, as we grow, we need to invest more into that. And this is particularly medical records, which I think is the key and really kind of game changer in terms of being over competitors, let's say. And second part is, of course, the full access to patents, which are, of course, charged quite a lot. So we don't yet have this much of information about that, but that's where we really want to get into, especially medical records.
Okay.
If you're successful, you'll actually decrease the amount of time that it takes some company to get a drug to market. Do you have any proof that you're successful to date?
Yeah. So to validate the model and algorithm, what we did, we basically took the known drug targets from the public resources, FDA approved ones, and then what we did, we tried to re-identify them with our algorithm, and we got to the 84 accuracy rate. So we've been very good at that, because the current rate, we can estimate it's about 35 to 40%, so we are twice better.
Yeah.
So, and I think that the more data we're adding into that and more we fine-tuning the algorithm, we're going to get better in the predicting the drug targets.
So 84% in comparison to known targets, sort of pre-validated results that you're trying to replicate. But what about new targets? Like, do you have any performance data on that?
Yes, that's what we also, well, of course, any new drug target then needs to be validated clinically in the lab itself. So that's what we hope to get from our cooperation with the biotech companies. Because for us, the main proof would be that it passes through the animal models, then goes through the clinical trials, and then we are sure that, yes, we've been able to actually successfully get those.
And your product is not does not need clinical certification, right? So you're kind of sidestepping the whole certification.
Complementary.
Yes, exactly. So the only thing, and what we are getting right now is getting the HIPAA compliance, because we are a cloud-based platform. So essentially,
especially when you deal with medical records.
Yes, exactly. For us, HIPAA compliance is the first step, and because our platform is running on the Google Cloud Engine, we are doing it through actually signing the BA with them to be HIPAA compliant, and we're almost done with the BA, so it's really exciting as well.
How long is that process?
It's really long.
HIPAA is quite long
It's
process.
really long. It's usually 1 year to get, and we are lucky to have the support of Google for the BA, actually, because without them, as we are a startup, it would be really hard to get.
How long do you expect your sales cycles to be once you have the sales machine built out?
You mean
sales cycles? How long will it take from contacting a customer?
I guess it's quite long. So it, at least at least 8 months, 1 year, something like that. Yeah, it's not quick.
And how's your pipeline looking then?
Right now, it's too in the beginning, really. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have the funding to sort of keep going through that long sales cycle?
Honestly, we have funding, but right now we start looking for funding, because before, our previous one, we just bootstrapped the whole thing. So honestly speaking, it's enough for bootstrapping. Yeah.
How much funding are you raising?
We believe that 1 million would be a good start. Yeah.
What's the biggest challenge that you face in the next year in the business? What's going to be the hardest thing?
Building credibility.
Yeah, credibility. Because when we're approaching, the big biotech company, not small but big one, and we have experience with it, and we go through all up to the decision point, and then they check. They have like a sanitary check, and then they say, "Oh, you don't have a big client behind you." No, sorry, go away. So. That's the main challenge at the moment for us, and hoping that we will go over it soon.
Has anyone tried to buy you already while you're still small?
Honestly speaking, we kind of have a strange model in the beginning. We thought that we can set up the company, because we had company before, consulting companies, and we thought that we can close the deals with the big guys and just
keep
go.
Going by ourselves.
But now with this specific one, we think it's better to have.
And
so basically, we didn't look for, but now, we've done some trials to sell, and we realized that that's the way. Yeah, we need leverage of good guys in our team, mentors, and money. Yeah.
Okay, give it up for Inside DNA.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Great job.
Yeah.
All right, so we have 2 down. Time to bring out our third company, Phoenix P2P. Presenting for Phoenix P2P is Chief Operating Officer Trip Welge.
Imagine you're at home streaming the Chelsea game on your smartphone, connected device, or perhaps a smart television. It's a really exciting tie game. It's heading into the final few minutes. As you notice, there's 2 minutes left. And all of a sudden, you hear all kinds of cheering and commotion going on in apartments around you and people around you. You're a little bit curious. So you hop on Twitter or Facebook or even do a quick Google search, and you find out that the game actually already ended. You're a little confused because you've got 2 minutes left in your video, and what's happening is this really isn't all that uncommon. What you're experiencing is latency that results from your video stream. And while this is a hypothetical example, this happens every day. Most notably, with a Twitter partnership with Thursday Night Football back in the US, tweets were coming across in a matter of seconds, as you could imagine, and the video was being delivered minutes later. Well, why does this happen? There's a couple different ways to stream video over the internet these days. And the most notable for large audience would be a content delivery network-based solution that results in an awful lot of latency being introduced, the minute or 2 minutes that we were talking about earlier. On the other hand, there are ways to stream video in real time. And that is defined in our world as under half a second, really low latency. The challenge with these real-time applications is that they don't scale to reach enough concurrent viewers. That is until now. Phoenix is here as the world's only scalable real-time video streaming platform. We can stream to millions of concurrent viewers with under half a second of latency. We license our product to our customers through our APIs and SDKs that reach devices like Android, iOS, as well as web and desktop browsers. In fact, this is so easy for us to use. We've heard that customers have been able to integrate our solution with as little as 30 minutes of work. We started a stream actually at the beginning of this presentation. We're going to switch to our demo real quick. And we'll notice that we're concurrently streaming to about 37,000 virtual users and maintaining a latency of under 300 milliseconds. If we can head back to the slides, we'll talk about how this is happening. So in the traditional world of reaching these large audiences with video, you use an HLS standard. There's chunking, content delivery networks, and a bunch of other acronyms in there that all add up to the latency that we experience. Phoenix has delivered a platform. We've built it from the ground up to eliminate many of these, deliver the same video using several of our proprietary algorithms, including our interactive transport protocol, to deliver that same stream to that same audience in under half a second of latency. Additionally, we give our customers the option to add in our proximity multicast, which is a series of peer-to-peer algorithms that help to further reduce cost, deliver on an even massive scale, and address the bandwidth constraints that exist at an internet scale as well as in a more micro environment. Now, how is this all possible? We're fortunate to be led by Dr. Stefan Briere, who has a ton of experience and is really a leading expert and authority in the video streaming world. He studied and began researching video streaming over a decade ago during his studies, went on to work at enterprises like Skype, as well as helping to build Barclays Bank's trading platform. Stefan surrounded himself with some really talented folks that have worked on the U.S. Missile Defense System, as well as GE, MRI, and imaging software, some mission-critical applications. And we're fortunate to have developed a number of use cases that we're going to the market with. Certainly the one-to-many alternative where we talked about the Chelsea game or a football game where you've got a broadcast truck or a device that's streaming to a really large global audience. We also saw that the group chat space had a kind of cap that was in place around 50 or maybe 100 people, and we can definitely expand that for certain use cases where that may make sense. And on top of that, we're able to take that group broadcast, that group chat, and broadcast out to millions of concurrent viewers when that's necessary. So where are we doing business today? Well, we're fortunate to have a couple paying customers, one of which is in the social media space and works with our iOS and Android devices to deliver real-time video to their users and really drive interactivity and engagement in the streams they're creating. Additionally, we're working with a webinar platform who replaced a content delivery network-based solution to bring real-time and interaction to their audience of webinars viewers. We're really pleased to also be working on some active pilot projects, one of which is with a large news conglomerate that's got 3,000 reporters in the field, and they're looking to innovate their technology stack and drive real-time video to their reporters and end users and viewers and consumers of their content. Additionally, we're working with an online education platform that is really excited to bring the digital classroom to real-time and allow for all kinds of interactivity and other things that are causing challenges in the online education space. Where else are we looking to go? Well, we're really excited to get in the esports and video gaming world. AR and VR is certainly a hot topic, and real time will be of much importance there. And then the over-the-top television and internet television market that we talked about with a Chelsea game or a football game. So we're going to switch back to the demo real quick and see how we did. Looks like we tipped the 100,000 concurrent virtual viewer mark. We're still maintaining a really nice latency. We'll pop back over and wrap this up, but we're Phoenix P2P. If you've got content out there and you want to reach really large audiences and do so in a very innovative way with very low latency to drive interaction and engagement with your users, stop by our booth, shoot us an email, or reach out on social media. We're really excited to meet you and have a conversation. Thanks so much, everyone.
All right, judges.
Yeah, great pitch. When I was listening to you, I felt that what you're saying is quite sort of interesting, it would be quite useful, but I didn't get the real sense of what the value is to the customer in terms of a pound figure in front of your technology and what the ROI is on using it. Can you deliver that?
Yeah, I think that as you look at ad revenue and the things that are powering much of, take over the top content, engagement is critical to that. So the more you can bring engagement to those users and eliminate tweets and other things spoiling their experience. The reality is I think a lot of folks who are consuming take over the top television content, for example, are looking at a second screen integration and doing things like that. They're following on social media. Hearing from content owners today, which is they want to be ahead of the Twitter sphere, is what we've heard on a number of occasions. So I think the ROI there follows the engagement of their users and the advertisers that follow in that market.
Have there been any studies or research showing that that kind of lag hurts engagement or anything like that?
So they say at 1 second, interaction starts to break down. So if you're having a two-way video conversation, for example, interaction, the lag becomes disruptive. Seconds, you're purely consuming content. And often the markets that we outline, you are consuming content. But I think we give people an opportunity to even rethink the way content is delivered. Could we here on TechCrunch stage have a couple bloggers that were selected receiving the stream in real time and be able to participate in the online stream and bring unique ways to interact with the video content?
So I thought the pitch was great, by the way, thank you. And I think the technology is really interesting. What I would love to see a bit more focus on or learn a bit more about is a clear use case that you really like, that you want to go after, where you'll build a clear go-to-market around. Because I think you're in a lucky position where your technology can be applied to multiple industries. And you'll either, I guess, wait to be pulled in several directions, or you'll be focused and choose a direction you want to go in, which you think is the best direction for you, and build your go-to-market in that direction, and so on and so forth. So if you can talk about that a little bit more.
Sure. So I totally agree with you. We're definitely excited to enter kind of this large content space. We've recruited an executive who's got experience in the advertising world, working with large sports leagues and networks, and we're hoping for him to kind of lead us into that space. I think what is most interesting in the near term is finding the early adapters, right? I mean, there are people who are building interesting businesses and have content and are looking for different ways to distribute that and create amazing businesses. And I think that our PCAST platform supports all of that. So I do agree that we need to narrow our focus, and what we are focused on is delivering content to large audiences.
So I noticed you, go ahead.
There's an infrastructure cost here in doing this, right? So when somebody's buying this web network, you must have a large array of machines that are out there, or use somebody else's platform to do that. That costs money. So is the cost comparable to what they're currently paying for these services?
Yes, we've got an opportunity to drive down costs also, we think. And we can give people the option to, we're working with Google Cloud right now, so we're built on the Google Cloud platform. We're agnostic to our cloud provider, and eventually it may make sense to own our own data centers and take that approach. But for the moment, that's the direction we've gone. And the biggest input costs are bandwidth and the servers that are running. And what we don't need to do, because we have our flash crowd elasticity algorithms that account for the demand. So we didn't need to spin up servers to meet the 100,000 concurrent viewers a couple hours in advance and be paying for those servers. The system itself adds them and provisions those resources. So we're able to keep costs down, because oftentimes if you're streaming the Olympics, you're dedicating a bunch of machines there, and that comes with an extreme cost. We watched, HBO's Game of Thrones, for example, has failed on a number of occasions because too many users came on at one time, and that's exactly part of the problem that's built into, or part of the solution that's built into our algorithm is to allow for that and time out users rather than crash systems, and that helps us lower costs and be competitive. The proximity multicast and our peer-to-peer network gives customers the option. It's not a requirement, but to really reduce costs, and we can drive costs down to a fraction of what traditional streaming services might be today.
Barbara?
Yeah, so you've been talking about costs, about ROI, but we've been very vague about numbers, figures, and like what the real, like what's the pricing, what the real ROI
So
for any of your
for
pilots.
low volume, we charge 0.4 of a cent, which is competitive in the market. We can drive that down to 1/10 of a cent pretty comfortably, depending on how many percentage of peer-to-peer and proximity multicast folks may want to implement. And volume, as our volume goes up with our service providers, we're able to capture volume savings, and we pass that along in some form to our customers.
How did you pitch them, your current customer? What was the pitch?
They had a solution. They were building a solution. They had a team of several engineers working on video. Video's hard. For several $1,000s a month, we brought them a solution that works and allows their engineers to focus on other things, build a great application, and know that video is taken care of. They have a real-time application. The social media business in particular was kind of building a Periscope-y type business and said the opportunity exists to do a real-time Periscope and let people text chat and be a part of that conversation and direct the camera while you're on stage. And they couldn't scale past a couple hundred concurrent users, and they have big dreams. And we've streamed to several thousand concurrent users on the platform that wouldn't be possible with any other solution.
Okay. What's your commercial traction to date?
So we have 2 customers.
How much are you charging them?
Each of them we're charging several $1,000s a month.
Okay.
And then we're in some pilot projects that would certainly be game changers as they're really large businesses. But we charge on a volume-based business, right? So as they grow, we grow, and we're looking to grab content. And I think that as we look at some of these big media conglomerates, we don't need to replace their entire stack tomorrow, right? We need a channel, we need a piece of their business. The news reporting is a great example. They're considering building their own app and allowing this piece to be the foray into getting that app into news reporters' hands rather than replacing all the technology stack they have in an existing deployment.
So you called out, in your presentation, you called out BAMTech as like a part of Twitter's solution, right? Yep. So you'd be competing with them directly,
Yeah, I
right?
think that, I'm hoping that there's an open sandbox that everyone's going to be providing different solutions in, but I do think that they bring app development. They bring so much more. Right now we're focused on being the go-to provider for large audience real-time video streams, so I think there's a world that exists where we could partner with them or be a part of what they do, and there's a world that exists where we'll probably be hoping to look at some of their customers and
right,
say, hey,
they just captured Riot, right? Like they just got the rights to Riot stuff.
Yep.
You mentioned esports as something you're looking into. They already do WWE, they do NHL, PG,
obviously
PGA.
Disney,
yeah, Disney, right? So I mean, they're obviously powerhouses in this, and they've been doing it for a decade, more than a decade. So it's interesting, like to me, you're talking about latency as your specific problem that you're tackling. And so do you see this as something where you would be a provider to them, and you could slot in with their already existing infrastructure? Because they own their own servers, and they do pipe their own video and all of that.
They also bring in a lot of other providers to provide that solution, right? And I think there's, there could be an alternative where you've got one of their end customers who is really interested in real time, and that's a conversation we could be a part of. We're also talking to customers who are putting capital behind businesses to take on BAM directly, and perhaps latency and some of the things that we do become a differentiator to that strategy.
Francesca.
One of the markets you didn't mention, apologies if I missed it, is online gambling. And it feels like this is a key market for you, for what you're providing, and it could massively add value. Why didn't you mention that?
We haven't started exploring online gaming at all. I think it's obviously a controversial space. As regulations are constantly moving, we've got a big enough market, we think, in front of us with the esports and OTT content and all these other worlds. But that's certainly one. I see healthcare and some other tangential markets that are places that our platform would certainly be very easily integrated and applied.
Other questions?
Maybe just a little bit more about VR. How do you see yourself with the VR?
Sure. Well, as VR and AR become more relevant, you're going to be sharing experiences with other people, and if you're going to be not in the same room but in the same room watching the same content, you need that. Latency is obviously a critical component of that, and I think that goes from commercial use to the business case where you've got the virtual office and some other applications of that.
What are your key milestones in the next year?
So we definitely need to onboard a significant global business with a lot of content. That's first and foremost. We're looking forward to deploying our peer-to-peer multicast to a customer, and we're going to always recruiting. So continuing to recruit and move forward.
How big is your tech team? How did you manage to develop something so special and better than what's out there?
Well, we've got our CEO. Certainly studied video streaming. It's one thing to study it and understand it. He's a crazy, passionate entrepreneur, and he took the vision and the study that he had, got commercial experience, saw Skype and others, and then built, helped be a part of Barclays Bank's communication platform and trading platform, and saw how to handle large volumes of data and adhere to real-time standards, and then kind of went back to his video roots and said there's a way to start from the ground up and take where other people are failing at real time and being capped out at a couple hundred users. And rather than starting with an open source library and trying to scale that and use it, he started from the ground up. And it's been a tremendous engineering exercise. Andreas has been a critical part of it. We've recruited a couple other really senior engineers to lead the way. And then we're supported by some more junior folks who are equally passionate about video. And we're climbing the mountain, and we're excited about it.
How much capital have you raised to date?
We've raised just over $2 million and recently signed a term sheet for a $3.5 million round that will be closing in the next couple weeks to get us
well
out
done.
to market and go. Yeah, thanks so much.
All right, one more round of applause for Phoenix P2P.
Thanks, guys.
All right, it's time to bring out our fourth company. That company is CNET. Presenting for CNET is CEO Emily Forbes.
Hi, I'm a film producer, and I went to go and film a documentary, and I went to go and film a huge protest that was happening. But as soon as I got to the crowd, everyone was already capturing on cameras, phones. Their footage was so real, it was so personal, it was kind of a bit gritty. So why was I trying to compete? And why was I spending any time filming people filming? So I put my cameras away, I ran around the crowd, and I asked for the video. I've got the clicker. Thanks. Today, video is the fastest growing format, with over 500 million people tuning into Facebook alone to watch video. So video consumption's going through the roof, but also people are getting savvier to create their own video. The video landscape is divided. On one side, we have a tightly controlled industry driven by studios and agencies. And on the other side, there's this explosion of user-generated content online that's kind of crazy and wild and uncurated. What we want to do is bring these two worlds together. We want to create an entirely new process for production by enabling companies to produce high-impact video at scale by engaging their own communities of fans, customers, and employees to become the filmers. This is a really important point. We're not building a CNET community. Instead, we're building the tools to enable our clients to engage and create with their own communities. So meet Dave. Dave's our CTO. Before joining us, Dave was the chief architect at Pixolve. He's going to help run us through the demo. So the BBC are one of our subscription clients. They logged into their studio because they wanted to create more content around the Great North Run. So they set up a project, they set a project ID, and then they loaded filming instruction that they wanted their community to capture. They then invited a select number of people to join the project who were running in the race. Now, from the user's side, they downloaded the app, joined the project, and then they could see the filming instructions that the BBC had already loaded in. The script means that the BBC actually received the content they need. They could check out a feed to see what other people in the community had captured, select a shot, film, and upload. Because of the terms and conditions in the app, all the video that's uploaded can then be used by the BBC, whether it's online or even in the broadcast shows. All of the video is then automatically tagged, analyzed, and processed on upload as well. Then there's 3 ways to edit. Either we have our online edit tools, so you can drag and drop your favorite videos. Or you can select your favorite videos and put them into your own editing programs. Or we have a network of freelance editors who can log into your studio remotely and help you create the video you need. Within a few days, the BBC had received 240 videos from 39 different people from 36 countries around the world. Originally, they were only going to put 60 seconds into the broadcast show, but the quality and the engagement of the content was so high, they actually replaced 6 minutes of the broadcast with content from the CNET platform. Here's a quick 30 seconds so you can get a feel of what it was like on air. Oh, is there sound? Any sound? No sound. I actually know it so well, I could probably just speak it.
Just do the voices.
Yeah, shall I do the mimic it? Dave? We're able to pause the time, or should I just keep going?
Get the clock reset.
OK, thank you. Sorry, guys. It's the demo effect. It's proper drum roll now, isn't it? Like, what's the video going to be? Cool. Thank you.
It really is the world's favourite run, and you'll hear plenty of voices throughout the morning from those countries. So here's a little taste of what's to come.
I've always wanted to do the Great North Run from when I was small. I used to watch it at home on TV with my dad.
And on a summer's evening like this, who wouldn't want to be running? It's lovely, free, and clear your mind after a hard day's work.
I love the feeling of being free when I'm out running.
So we're also working with BT Sport and NBC Universal, pulling in fans into their broadcast shows and changing what they create. We're working with retailers around the world, Body Shop, Benefit, Look Fantastic, leveraging their own employees to do makeup tutorials, product reviews. And actually, the content we're doing with the Body Shop is the best performing video online because it's real and it connects. We're working with some of the biggest organizations in the world already, connecting their employees from countries at a global scale to humanize their scale and bring their voices out at the front. Since founding the platform, or since actually in the last year, we've received over double the amount of video into the platform. But more importantly, we've seen a 5.5 times increase in footage download. This means our clients are doing more with the content, working more efficiently, and are more engaged with the platform. Since founding the company in 2014, we've worked with over 100 clients today. Initially, we started off as a pay-as-you-go, but now we're fully into a subscription model. Our revenue this year will be 7 figures on a 6-figure MRR. Going forward, we are so excited now to scale and to automate the product further. This is why we're now leveraging all of the content and the data that we're collecting to invest in machine learning. Today, I am so excited to announce that we're coming out of beta in our content search tools. So you can now search sentiment analysis, object recognition, and transcription. Please come and see us in the demo so you can have a look, and of course, we'll make you be part of the Disrupt video. This is one of the most exciting things happening in video today, changing the way that our clients are thinking about how they might produce their next video and how they can create the biggest impact by leveraging the communities that they already train who are the most passionate about their brand today. Thank you.
Judges, what do you think?
So actually, I invested in a company that's somewhat similar to this. It actually got sold to News Corporation a few years ago, Storyful.
Yeah.
You're familiar with them?
Yep.
I know that they're more geared towards gathering content from submitters in news stories all over the world, and they're used by a lot of different news agencies. How would you characterize the content submitters and the community of content that you're submitting versus a platform like Storyful?
I think, do you mean by the communities you're creating with, and how is it different?
Yeah, from Storyful. How would you compare yourself to Storyful and the audiences that they would have?
So I think with Storyful, they can gather and work with news organizations. So if something happens in the world, they can collect that video and distribute it. We're quite different in that we're not reactive in that way. We don't aggregate any content, and we're not trying to get CNET downloaded by millions of people. The metric for us is that our clients are creating with the right people for them, so they actually invite the people they want to create with, which is why employees or beauty experts is where we start. And then in terms of the distribution side, it can go onto their social platforms or their internal communication platforms.
Mm-hmm.
So really your unique angle is around the tools that you offer people to collect the videos and edit the videos. Is that accurate, or?
Yeah, so direct, collect, and curate. That's where we sit.
Got it.
at the moment, you guys are focused quite a lot on B2B and kind of behind-the-scenes videos of corporates. But the big kind of value in the space, to me, feels like it's the advertising world. And can you see yourselves being the platform to create the most authentic new adverts in the future?
Yeah, 100%. And we do a lot with the employees, so there's nothing to say that the employees wouldn't be in the adverts at the front of the show. And that's what we're doing so much. We work a lot in marketing and retail at the moment doing exactly that.
What do the creators themselves get out of it? Like, what platform or what momentum from the platform can they take forward if they decide, hey, I loved being on TV in this little segment? You know, can they offer themselves to other people who, you know, use your platform tools, or can they carry their audience forward, that kind of thing?
So in terms of kind of what's in it for them, from a reward side, sometimes our clients then can give sort of product VIP access as a thank you and credit them. In terms of kind of joining other projects, it would be the brand advertising out. So we don't share the crowd. The reason that we don't do that is because companies are super excited to create their own communities. And if we work with BBC Earth, who we do, and then we're like, here, Nat Geo, I think that would cause some friction. So that's actually a USP that we've got. And then from the consumer side, they're championed by the brand that they really love and rewarded for it.
When you pitch your solution against others to clients, do you give them a sense of how much better value or less expensive it is to create a solution with your platform versus sending out a team of cameras, and what is that figure?
Absolutely. So I can give you a couple of examples of that. So we work with a client at the moment called Rolls-Royce. You'll know them very well. They've been using us now for probably about 9 months. And on average, if you look across the entire use of that platform, they're producing about a video a day. So our revenue model doesn't try to restrict the amount of content that you want to produce from that community or the size of the community. We're trying to enable you to create as much content as you possibly can. Where we scale is we try and scale according to the number of productions that you want to run or where you sit within the organization. So to give you an example of that, we have a financial services client at the moment. They started using us for a television channel that they wanted to promote internally across their 250,000 employees around the world. From that one engagement, they had other teams approach them to say, you now have an existing base of contributors of video across the world who could contribute to other components of what we're trying to do as an organization, whether that's communicating externally, for example, through graduate recruitment programs and so on, or whether just internally to capture knowledge and share knowledge between teams around the world. So very quickly, we've scaled from a singular use case within a global organization across multiple teams, and that particular client led to a 4 times increase in the average contract value.
And how much would it have cost the BBC to create that clip if they weren't using CNET?
I think to have flown a camera crew, actually it would have had to have been 36 camera crews around to 36 countries because they've had to film it within a few days of their training, hundreds of thousands of pounds. And also we had some really cute moments where they like positioned the camera and like ran past it, so you just get this emotion that you wouldn't get even if a camera crew did go.
So content creation is a big problem for people, and you're just having the users generate all the content in a video format. It seems like a real good value proposition for a lot of your customers. What are they paying for your service? You know, per customer, per channel, for whatever, per month?
Absolutely. So we structure ourselves as a SaaS platform on a 12-month or longer subscription basis, and our starting price is £5,000 a month. And we scale up, as I was saying, on the basis of the number of productions you want to run or the number of teams within the organization who want to activate their own communities and then create content off the back of it. What we've seen through our sales cycle this year is that if you start with a 1-month pilot, which is how we used to run, the conversion from those pilots was not as successful as we wanted to see, and so we actually completely retrained the way that we think about our sales process. So we now only go to market with a minimum of a 3-month engagement. That engagement is a paid-for engagement. It gives us the opportunity to properly train and ensure that the client is fully comfortable with the way the platform works, and it allows the client to really understand how to produce content in this new way across the platform. And at the end of that process, it's then a very simple yes or no. Do I want to continue with a 12-month subscription, or am I happy to leave it there? We kicked that new initiative off in the summer. We have 10 active clients on that basis right now, and of the first 5 that have now come to the end of that, 4 successfully transitioned into a 12-month contract.
Does it also have to do with the fact that some people just need this for a couple of projects?
So I think the clients that we're targeting to sell to, we want to work with retailers, broadcasters, and large organizations, which the reason that we've done that is because there is an ongoing need. But it's also when we first started, we did run campaigns and do one-off projects, but when you've got the community there, I think back to your community point, they might not create with another brand, but they do keep creating with that brand. So actually, once you've got them there, the kind of real value is to keep working with them ongoing.
How many customers have you lost so far?
So if you look at the course of this year, we started the year with 12 subscription clients. We've lost one of those clients. The main reason for that is that when we started the business, of course, the product evolves, our value proposition evolves, and so some of the early customers who came on were sold on a product that was serving a slightly different need and were fundamentally sold on a very different pricing structure. So we took the tough decision to say, look, we have clients who are queuing up at the door right now at a level that we want to see. Do we continue to support and nurture those clients who are finding it difficult to adapt to where we would like to take the business? Wherever possible, we would always try and support some of our clients in that way, but sometimes it's just not possible. So we've lost one of those clients this year.
How big of a business do you think you can be, and what do you think is an exit opportunity for the firm?
So if you look at the market today, you look at sources such as Walk or Gartner, places like that, they're pointing to a market in the UK alone of £15 billion spent annually on content production for marketing purposes. Now you look at a business like CNET, we're tapping into that market as our route to market, but once you're embedded within an organization, you are starting to touch on areas such as knowledge sharing, recruitment, HR, many different facets of the organization that start to broaden the market potential. And we're just talking about the UK. We have a couple of inbound interests from the US, which we've responded to, and we have active clients there today. Part of our journey for 2017 is to get out there and to start to push outbound and see if we can actually put people on the ground to engage in that market. So we think from that point, we have the opportunity to scale quite significantly. You asked a question then also about exit. I think that there are two different ways in which you can think about the exit. And it partly depends on how we see the rest of the market forces evolving. The first is you look at the classic production content community. Those are agencies, large independent production firms and so on, who increasingly, as the market evolves, are going to want to bring this capability in as part of what they're already doing, and that's a clear exit opportunity for us. But alongside that, potentially you're being looking at the technology providers, the Adobes and so on, who want to bring a toolkit such as this in alongside what they already sell in the traditional production, professional production capacity. So I think both of those routes could become a potential for us.
I think also just completely agree, and then to add to that, I mean, the exit potential, I think the content landscape is changing so rapidly, it's moving so fast. In a year's time, it might be a company that we aren't even thinking of now. And that is really, really exciting.
How do you stop yourselves becoming an agency as you get bigger clients, you want more things from you, you want more service?
Absolutely. So that's a very good question. So we have, and it's right to say today, we have some clients who take the product and run with it, and they're very happy to use it without really talking to us at all. Actually, we're trying to get in touch with them to make sure they're happy and everything's going well, but the figures in the platform show that it is. We have some other clients who are less comfortable with this new realization that irrespective of what industry you are in, you are today, by definition, a media organization. You have customers, future employees, shareholders out there who are watching your Twitter feed, your Facebook feed, who are talking about you irrespective of whether you want to push content out there or not. And so for those clients who are slowly building their capability, we felt it was important that we provided an element of production support to take them on that journey, to accelerate our ability to get into the market. But right now, that sits as a standalone component within the business that we see as a self-fulfilling, self-generating entity. We feel that that's a temporary measure while those customers get to a point where they have their own media capability in-house.
Most of your customers, actually, they are big brands with already established communities. They are not small brands looking to build communities, so they're looking for tools. Okay. When have you launched, started the company? How many are you?
I founded it in January 2014.
Okay.
We are 18 people now.
Okay. How much do you raise?
Raised around 900,000, a little bit less. Okay. But we've generated well over that in revenue. Double over that, I think. Yeah, over double.
All right, one more round of applause for CNET.
Thank you.
All right, we are almost there. We have one last company to see. That company is Oxy Health. Presenting for Oxy Health are CEO Hugh Lloyd Jukes and research lead Dr. Oliver Gibson.
Good afternoon. I'm Hugh, Chief Executive of Oxy Health. Imagine for me, please, that you're the head nurse on a step-down ward, post-operative, and it's midnight. This is what you see, 12 closed doors. Now, the patients behind those doors are in one of 4 states. They're in bed, they're resting, don't wake them up. They're in bed, they're deteriorating unexpectedly, they need attention. They're out of bed, they've got into trouble, they need help. And tragically, they could be in either position and already dead, and that does happen. So as head nurse today, what you do is you go on your rounds. Every 4 hours, you physically take a trolley down the corridor, you enter the room, and you attach wired monitoring devices to those patients. You wake them up, and you take their vital signs. Now, that's flawed because you wake them all up, irrespective of condition, and because 4 hours is a long time, and a lot can happen in that space. So how could we apply technology to help that head nurse? Well, quite far-looking doctors are starting to put cameras into their wards. So you've got a feed like this. Can you tell how that patient's doing? Can you see whether they're safe or deteriorating? Of course you can't. Cameras are great if you're watching them for context and gross information, but they won't ever, on their own, proactively alert you to deterioration. That is where we come in. We transform video cameras. We turn them into health monitors. We take a normal video camera, we add our software, which has proprietary algorithms analyzing the signals on every pixel on that sensor. That can sit either on the camera itself or on a low-cost device attached to it. We hook that up to our cloud, that monitors performance, and it pushes updates. And together, that solution delivers to the nursing station real-time alerts, vital signs, and if the nurse chooses, video on demand. So we're going to show you that live. Oliver's going to take us to Oxford now, and I'll show you it working. So top left, there's your patient through a 2-megapixel digital camera. Bottom left, that's his breathing rate, medical grade, real time, 16. And 106 beats a minute, that's his heart rate, right now, 100 miles away in Oxford. So we can give you deterioration with medical accuracy through a camera. And what that does is it gives you medical insight. The insight here is quite straightforward. I know Nick, his resting heart rate is 60 beats a minute. He's currently running 109. Yesterday it was 112. And that means that even in Oxford, presenting to you lot is pretty stressful. If you look above the heart rate where it says patient in bed, let's see something else. So we're getting Nick out of bed now. And we're waiting for him to respond down the Skype. There he goes. So just watch. There it says movement. Lose the vitals, and shortly it'll tell you he's out of bed. So we're giving you vital signs, and we're giving you activity monitoring. Could we go back? Oh. So head nurse, today you're going to see this corridor. Tomorrow you're going to see these 12 rooms with vital signs and activity status. You're going to see visual alerts and hear audible alerts. If Oliver, can you click in on room 4 for me? So you can click in, you can see, advantage of video, the context of what's going on in that room, and you can log your action and what you've decided to do with that information. So this is medical-grade vital signs. This is Professor Lionel Tarasenko, our founder, the head of engineering at Oxford. He ran 2 foundational clinical studies that showed that our algorithms are as accurate as a contact medical device, something you put on the body. We took that technology and some of the research group, including Dr. Gibson here, out of the university, built a company around them, and went into the field. In the field, we've also, for example, this is Broadmoor Psychiatric Hospital, high secure mental health. We found that, again, we're as accurate as a contact medical device on both respiration and heart rate. So this is a complex product. We're going to market in 2 phases. The first is video analytics. That's the in and out of bed activity of a human being in a room. The second is medical analytics. That's the vital signs. And of course, that's going to be a medical device. The truth here, though, is that the scarce resource in our healthcare systems are doctors and nurses and their time. We have to put that time onto the most urgent situations with the best data. We also badly need to step people down from expensive locations like hospitals to cheaper locations like nursing, care homes, and our own homes. And we believe that video cameras empowered by OxyCam software are the ideal platform. Activity, vital signs, and context, all in one place. So we passionately want to help doctors save lives and improve healthcare for everyone by delivering these systems into every care setting globally. I'm really proud of the team, and I'm very proud of our momentum. In video analytics, we're inking our first 2 commercial deals. They're at contract negotiation stage, and our pipeline's very strong. We have 15 police forces, 8 mental health trusts. In medical analytics, we have those first clinical studies I mentioned, and we're adding a third, which is a long-run study. But we're also, again, at contract stage on 2 development partnerships. So that's NHS Trust, where we're looking at doing a series of very focused clinical studies, which are aimed at productizing what bundle of algorithms the doctors want out of our IP. So in summary then, at Oxy Health, we transform video cameras. We turn them into health monitors. That places a transformative tool in the hands of carers and doctors. If that excites you, I don't know if you're a clinician, a carer, an investor, a journalist, or a healthcare company, do get in touch. We're in the alley for the rest of the day. And of course, we're at oxyhealth.com. Thank you for your time. Well done, mate.
Judges.
Great.
Sorry.
Oh.
Why is it better to use this versus just giving people a bracelet? It seems probably more accurate, simpler.
It's actually neither of those things. So when you're stepping someone down, only about 5 to 15% of wards have any contact devices on them. So I'm talking acute hospitals now. That's because you want them to feel as mobilized and as free as possible. So you don't want to put anything on the body. If you look at our accuracy, it exceeds most wearables, and it leaves people totally free and totally unobtrusive. The other thing you've got to worry about is white coat syndrome. The sheer measuring a vital sign influences the vital sign, so you get unuseful medical data. And of course, we're effectively in the air.
So there's a lot of different technologies for measuring heartbeat and respiration, even remotely, even without a contact device. It seems video cameras could be troublesome. Just, you know, person moves to their side. They have 2 layers of you know, bed sheets or blankets over. I mean, how often does it really, you know, you're showing us this magic, which is quite magical actually and wonderful. But you know, how often does it muck up?
Yeah, so you're right. When we show people live demos in Oxford, magic is the adjective that they attach. There are 2 pieces to that. How does it work and how reliable is it?
Yeah.
So there are 2 things you've seen. So you took breathing rate first, and you said, well, what if they're under blankets and so forth? Does it still work? Breathing rate is highly robust. In fact, you can cover yourself with a blanket and be totally obscured. That can be a thick jacket. That can be a duvet. You can go under a desk and only have half your body, and we'll still get your breathing rate, because the chest influences the movement of the body so significantly that we can see that with the camera through signal processing. Now, on heart rate, of course, if you cover the skin, we can't get your heart rate. The reason for that is we use the same technology as a contact pulse oximeter. So every time your heart beats, you perfuse and you go red, not red, red, not red. The contact device shines a light and notes that. We do exactly that, but at several meters of distance. So if your skin's obscured, we can't get you. Now, in terms of when can we get it, a brief movement doesn't disrupt it so that it affects the vital signs. And if you're, for example, the core use is overnight while you're sleeping, and we'll get you, I would say, high 90s in the kind of scenario you've seen. So it's really very robust to small movements, and it gives you an extended vital sign monitoring.
Francesca.
Yeah, fascinating pitch. One of the things that interests me is about how your technology can learn and improve over time with usage, effectively.
Yes.
Are there feedback loops that you can feed in to the technology to make it better and better as time goes on?
Yeah, there are. So the base here is signal processing and computer vision, but also significant machine learning. And yes, clearly, as we add more instances to the data, we can improve the algorithms in a number of very specific but confidential ways.
Can you talk a little bit more about how you measure your accuracy levels and how and what your accuracy levels really are? Because, you know, with most startups, if it it's late or if it doesn't work, you get your food 10 minutes later, you're annoyed, you have to wait outside for your Uber, but you'll be fine. Here, the impact is potentially terrible, right? If you don't get to the patient in time or... So
yeah. So can I take I think there are actually two questions in that, so taking them in turn.
Yeah.
One is how accurate are we and how do we know? And the other
Yeah.
is what's the ramification to the alert? So on the accuracy point, well, it's very straightforward to measure. We take a reference clinical device, either a finger pulse oximeter or a chest breathing band, which are the two reference devices, and we directly compare our outputs. So taking heart rate, if you take a pulse oximeter on each finger or perhaps on the ear, they will be plus or minus the heart rate by 3 beats, so 77 to 83. We're in exactly the same band. On the breathing, there isn't actually a medical standard on that because although you can get these chest bands, which is the most accurate mathematical way to do it, the standard is actually a nurse looking at your chest and counting over 15 seconds. So 4 breaths times by 4 is 16 breaths a minute. In that scenario, we use the chest band, and we've invented the standard, a higher standard of plus or minus 2 breaths a minute.
So, sorry, go ahead. Are you looking at replacing completely those medical devices? Are you looking at replacing those medical devices and be the only one that doctors and nurses will use?
No, I think our primary markets are places where you can't use those devices. So those are what we term secure rooms and then general healthcare. So secure rooms, police, secure mental health, where you can't introduce a contact device because there's a self-harm risk. So there you don't get any vital signs or activity monitoring at the moment. Also, those situations tend to have CCTV already. That's why the camera is such a good platform. In the other piece is in acute or general healthcare. This is, again, you don't have these wired devices beyond intensive care and high dependency, which, as I say, is 5 to 15% depending on geography. So you have a whole unmonitored space, which takes me back to the lady with the black hairs question. Sorry, which was the second part of that, which was...
the ramifications.
The ramifications.
Yeah, liability.
Yeah, so the liability, which is, in both these instances, be you a police officer or a health professional, you have legally or clinically mandated check-in regimes. So you risk assess and you check on a cadence, the 4 hours, the 2 hours, maybe in police every 15 minutes. What we're providing is the safety net, a support technology to those professionals that between their mandated checks, they get a supplement they can't get at the moment, totally unobtrusively.
Okay. It doesn't replace them going to see the patient. They just, got it.
We're trying to support carers and doctors.
So you still wake up the patient every 4 hours in order to get their pulse?
I think at the point of introduction, you would need to do that. But over time, I think that the clinical practice will change and we'll empower people.
What's your success rate so far? Have you deployed this in...
So we've deployed into clinical studies and into development partnerships in acute hospitals, so kidney, renal, and neonatal, premature babies. Those, by the way, we chose those on the accuracy point because their vital signs vary dramatically through that. They go highly tachy and bradycardic, which is high and low heart rate. So we worked there in the university hospital. We've then gone into police and into mental health, including high security at Broadmoor for field studies. And as I say, we're right now, the lawyers have just sent me the draft on a couple of contracts for our first commercial deployments.
Okay, and so what would you anticipate what have your revenues been to date, and what do you think they'll be in the next 1, 3, 5 years?
So the revenues to date have been early development revenues, so in the tens and hundreds of thousands. The revenue uptick, it's a two-phase model here. So this is a SaaS model ultimately, our software on partners' hardware and solution deployment. And so that's going to be a high-margin, high-growth business. In the near term, we're going to spend the early part. You have to get the economics of each use case very clear. So we're delivering projects where we own the hardware, the software, and the solution delivery, so we can understand the bargaining power. So in the near term, that's a lower, slower revenue growth. But then as you pass it over to the partners, it effectively becomes digital distribution through the cloud.
So over the next year, where would you anticipate your revenues being?
It would be a little bit easy to backtrack out our business and our economics out of that number because we strike a small number of deals. So I'd rather, can I talk to the value we price on and the size of the opportunity?
Sure,
and then
how
you
much
can
you charge per bed or whatever.
Yeah, so take mental health, we price to value. So in mental health, you stay in acute mental health for on average 35 days. We believe we can cut that by 10 days by reducing the interference with the patient. And that's actually numbers that have come from clinicians who've approached us to do a randomized controlled trial. At an average cost per patient of £100,000 to £350,000 of care a year, you're looking at up to £100,000 of saving per room. So we'll price against that. So again, while I don't have a list price, it's in the thousands per year per room rather than the hundreds. So then you have to go look at the number of rooms that are out there that are addressable. Developed economies, it's 25 to 30 million. So US, UK, it's about 13.5 million rooms. So you can start to see a very sizable opportunity and something that's addressable very easily through the partner base.
I see that there's a big market for this, for remote monitoring, but there's a lot of potential other hardware solutions that don't require the video monitoring. So I think your price point may be difficult to sustain at that relatively, what sounds to me, usury price point. It's
what price point?
It's a egregiously high, price point. So it's interesting to hear you say that. I think it may not be sustained at that level, and you still may have a very good business and a very useful business. I could see this expanding to elderly care facilities, et cetera. So
that's right. So are you telling me that I've got a great business because even if the price is lower than we're currently closing at, that it'll be a good revenue base?
I think you could have a very good. I think you could have a very good business, but I think you'll have a lot of competition for the means.
So can I take the competition point, because I think that's interesting and substantial? So healthcare is a huge business, right? So lots of companies are attacking it. There's a lot of hardware and software going after that space. I think the thing that sets video apart for the early use cases, but as you say, a whole range of use cases, including a B2C model we haven't talked about that could come out of this as a platform, is video has certain advantages. So I've shown you the activity monitoring, I've shown you the vital signs. We've talked already about the fact white coat syndrome doesn't apply because you don't influence the subject. But also you can, because of context, you'll get novel health indicators out of video. And of course, if you want to, you can then stream and see what's going on. Now you start moving into community, that is a unique advantage. So that and the toleration sets it apart against other substitute technologies, you might argue.
To me, it feels like it's more useful in cases that aren't in hospitals where you haven't already got those vital signs being monitored. So for example, prisons or police cells.
Or the home.
Or the home. How do you see that? Why have you approached the hospitals as a first port of call as opposed to that market?
So I think there's two things here. So the first port of call, in particular focus, is mental health and police, to your point. I think that the great thing about this technology is that the advocates are the clinicians. And so conferences, we have a wonderful ripple effect thanks to our partners who go and talk about us. And of course, the easiest way to influence someone is through their favorite settings. So if the hospital pushes forward the research and gives us the clinical studies for those other settings, these are, after all, just people in rooms from the camera's point of view. And it builds our clinician advocate base, which moves us into new use cases.
What are the next things on the roadmap beyond just the things you're monitoring at the moment?
And answer as quickly as you can.
A bunch of that's confidential. We have patents around blood oxygen, like the pulse oximeter, and also about blood pressure using pulse transit time as a proxy. So that gives you a hint that there's a whole ton of hard vital signs in there before we even talk about video analytics.
All right, give it up for Oxy Health.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and that is the end of the finals. The judges now are going to follow me backstage, and they're going to choose a winner. Before they do, though, I mean, they just watched 5, fairly in-depth presentations. They were very different, and they asked really good questions. So let's give them one more round of applause.
It's lunchtime. We'll see you in a little while. Go enjoy the food. I think it's Mexican food today. It's not lunchtime. I was just told to throw everyone to lunch. What should I be telling them? Mike Butcher. Mike Butcher has something to tell you before lunch. Oh, yeah. Wait, this is huge. Everybody sit back down. Brexit resolution. We have Brent Holberman and Mike Butcher to talk to you about the Brexit resolution. Please bring them up and get me the hell off of here. This is
Oh, yeah. Hello. Hi, everyone. So my name is Mike Butcher with TechCrunch, Brent Hoberman, co-founder of apologies for the spelling mistake, Pro-Founders Capital and Founders Factory. We have been running over the last month a survey of technology CEOs in the UK and London about Brexit and about their sentiments and feelings about what will happen in a post-Brexit environment. Over the last month, we've been surveying them. The results of that were published on Friday last week, and in that results were presented to a panel of the great and the good tech leaders in the UK, about 8 leaders in the UK, we'll just bring them up here, who have made a pronouncement about their recommendations to government in an open letter to the Right Honourable Theresa May, Prime Minister of the UK. And the following recommendations are now going to be presented by the chair of the panel, Brent Hoberman. So over to Brent.
Great. Thank you, Mike, and TechCrunch for asking me to chair this. I think it is important, obviously, how the tech community responds to Brexit, particularly because there was so much positive. The UK, as many of you know, many of you are entrepreneurs here, is sort of on a technology roll, as it were. Lots of great things have been done and lots of brilliant startups. So the question is, you know, what do we need to do positively if we're thinking about Brexit? What are the things that should be done by this current government, and how should the tech community help in terms of reinforcing and getting the message across about what's important to continue the success? So, look, number one, by a major thing, the thing most tech founders just want to keep talking about is skilled migration. So we all know, many of you know the stats on just how many entrepreneurs here are from abroad, how many of our teams, I mean, I think in Founders Factory, one of my latest businesses I've started, we have people from 17 nationalities. That's just typical for London-based tech centers, tech businesses. Technology, as you know, is probably one of the most open and immigrant-friendly sectors in the UK, and importantly, we absolutely need those skilled talents to compete in a global workforce. So one of the recommendations that the team on this came up with was really a STEM passport to ensure that the UK is open and welcoming towards skilled workers. So that really means that obviously if you have STEM skills, we want you to be able to come here much more easily. And then obviously a zero tolerance policy to hate crime. That is really about some of the sort of anti-immigrant rhetoric that has sadly come up, which obviously nobody wants, but the question is, what can you do about it? Education, lots of talk about education, and clearly this government is doing some work on education, but I think it's just to reinforce digital skills for everyone. And then I think, you know, the startup loan scheme got a mention too, which has worked pretty well in encouraging young people to get these sort of £5,000 loans to start their businesses. And you know, this is really to do with this trend towards when people leave universities. When I left university, entrepreneurship wasn't an option. Now it is, and it's a sort of, sometimes it's not just an option, sometimes it's a necessity. So what else can you do to help more young entrepreneurs? Investment, reform the R&D tax credits to help the share of both private and public R&D expenditure to increase. And then obviously address any shortfall that occurs after the withdrawal of European investment funds. We saw some of this £400 million being allocated to the British Business Bank for venture capital. That clearly won't be enough. European Investment Fund has been a huge backer of venture capital in this country, and it's assumed that in any post-Brexit deal, that would go away. And most of you, if not pretty much virtually all of you, as entrepreneurs will be getting venture capital investment at some point. We hope. So business incentives allow small startups a tax rebate if business rates make up more than 5% of their overhead expenses, expand enterprise zones, and reward large corporates that support and invest in startups. So this is one I'm quite passionate about. I think if you think about what does London or the UK have that is of a global excellence, we have some of the best corporates in the world here. We have more amazing corporates than even Silicon Valley, I dare to say. And we're up there with New York and the best of China. So let us continue to work and encourage those companies that need startups for their ability to tackle digital transformation and digital innovation. And let us view those startups who help, view those corporates that help startups as good citizens. And let's see the government really work out how to reward that behavior. And then promotion of the UK. I'm actually on the GREAT Council, which is part of the GREAT campaign, which I think has been very successful in terms of the managing the campaigns like entrepreneurs are great, creativity is great, culture is great. The British brand abroad, it's a wonderful brand to launch abroad, but clearly some of this rhetoric, that the idea that internationally people are seeing statements like we don't want foreign workers and all that sort of stuff has been damaging, I would say, to some of the UK's reputation. So we need to fix that. Brands like Tech City as well were very powerful. Whenever I went abroad and said there was a Tech City, what it said was that the UK government wants to listen. It recognizes the role of technology, and you can't underestimate that. So clearly, Tech Britain is open. The current mayor is obviously doing good efforts with London is open, and there's more to be done there. Diversity, clearly a point that keeps coming from every industry, but again in technology we know, and looking out here, obviously TechCrunch does pretty well on diversity, but as an industry we know that to encourage more female role models and multicultural role models in the UK is also key. And then obviously the big one, I don't know how we can have our cake and eat it and have some control on immigration, but and single market access. But one of the biggest challenges when we're often asked, why doesn't Europe have its own Google or Facebook? Some of it is clearly because it's so complicated, as you know. The markets are so fragmented. You have to be a better entrepreneur in Europe than you've got to be in America, because we make it harder if you want to scale across Europe. So the EU are working on something magical called the single digital market. We would love to see ways that the UK can still play a part in the single digital market. And then there is also an initiative that we've been behind or a part of, which was the EU Startup Passport. In other words, if you were a small startup, there is a group campaigning across Europe that if you're a small startup, you can expand across Europe underneath the onerous protectionist regulations that exist in many European countries. So that feels like something that also makes a lot of sense, and I can't see a reason why we shouldn't be trying to still push to be a part of that, even post-Brexit. Market stimulants, there's lots of other things we can do. The last government, and you'll hear from some of them later, played a brilliant game. They played a blinder in regulatory arbitrage on cutting-edge tech such as blockchain, sharing economy, drones, autonomous vehicles, all of these areas where they wanted to make the world wake up and say, actually, the UK gets this. We understand these sectors, and we're going to create a regulatory framework before other countries, so that this is the place to move and set up your company in those sectors. Otherwise, also accelerate open data initiatives. Again, some good work has been done on open data with the Open Data Institute, the NHS. We probably heard yesterday about companies like DeepMind benefiting and using AI on great databases. The NHS has a chance to be a world leader in aggregated, anonymized data. The Bank of England have set up an accelerator, and there's obviously all sorts of things like Ordnance Survey and other initiatives where open data can lead to more startups. A good example of that is Citymapper, that if we didn't have that open data, I don't think Citymapper would be based here. International policy. Clearly encourage the world's global tech giants to invest in the UK. Let's keep the momentum. We've had Facebook, Google, Apple, Amazon all make some good announcements recently. But what they do, those companies still have said that they want to see the UK continue to be a multicultural melting pot. If that stops, my view is they stop. So next, allow companies to be either part of the EU data regime or the US. So there is this idea that we don't want to complicate the way data is stored and managed and make that more complicated for companies that choose to be based here. Now, I think, Mike, thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Brent Hoberman. And finally, if the members of the press here, if you would like to join us in the press room, we're now holding a press conference to discuss these issues. This has been going out in a press release. You will either have that under embargo, or we can give it to you right now. We'll also be joined by Catherine Parsons, the co-founder and co-CEO of Decoded. Thanks very much for listening. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, I mean at this time, you can go to lunch, and my apologies. Sometimes we scramble backstage. My bad, you deserve better. Enjoy lunch, and I'll see you in a little while.
I'm a mom. I have sons. They love cars and they love to go fast. So today we're at Active Motors checking out their all-electric go-karts. Hi, Dave.
Hi, Connie.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Thank you so much for having us. You are making go-karts for children ages 5 through 9. We're here in your mini factory of sorts where you're developing the product. Tell us a little bit about what we're seeing here.
Well, this is our engineering office where we do all of our product development activity. We also fabricate products so that we can test them in our test parking lot out and back. It's kind of cool because we're taking a lot of the technology that you'd find in your smartphone and in your car and putting it into a product for kids, one that makes you wish you were a kid once again.
Great. Well, let's check out this corner.
And over here we have a bunch of reference products, some prototypes.
Okay, very cool.
Back over here is an actual Italian professional racing go-kart that goes 120 miles an hour.
I assume this is not for children then?
It is not for children. In fact, it's not even for most adults because it goes that fast.
Okay.
You can see the way the steering works and the way the seating works. So we wanted to recreate that as much as we could with a kid's go-kart. This is the final cart. The body kit is removable, and right now it's available in either silver or red as you see, but in the future there'll be other body kits that can attach in these standard mounting points. There's synthesized engine sounds that come out of speakers right behind the child's head. It also has steering that's very much like a miniature Formula One car, and it even has adjustable pedals so we can accommodate kids with different length legs. Let me show you one of our early prototypes that we put together early last year in our machine shop. Some of the things we learned here was the wheelbase was actually a little bit too short for the age group that we were targeting. We also learned that the steering mechanism needed to change a little bit to get the kind of response that we want, but also to get the tie rods closer to the floor. So and here's our machine shop where we fabricate our prototypes. So we can do a lot of metalworking here. We can do metal cutting, we can do tube bending, we can do machining and welding. We can also do 3D printing. So we've got several different 3D printers here that we can make simple plastic parts from.
Okay, wonderful. So let's talk a little bit about the business. These carts cost $1,000, the base model. Then the kit is a little bit extra, $150, is that correct?
Yep.
Now that's a little bit more than you were planning to charge originally.
Well, when we first introduced the product back in February, we had a special offer of around $600 without shipping. But several months later, as we started approaching production, we raised that to about $1,000, but including free shipping.
What are the other sort of features?
So we have a mobile app that connects to the go-kart by Wi-Fi that gives parents a lot of safety features. One of those is an emergency stop button that they can hit and immediately bring the cart to a stop. Another one is a speed limit. They can real-time adjust the speed limit all the way up to 12 miles an hour, depending on the skill level of the child. We also have a geofence. The parents can define a boundary within which the cart must stay, and if the cart goes outside that boundary, the go-kart slows to a crawl until the child comes back inside the boundary. And finally, just like a lot of high-end cars, we've got collision avoidance. So we'll automatically stop the cart before it hits the obstacle.
That's terrific. Well, I know my sons are dying to get out there. Should we do this?
Let's do it.
Okay.
So he's only going 5 miles an hour right now with the speed limit set, but we're going to dial him up now a little bit more now that he's comfortable with it.
Great. So Teddy, what'd you think?
I think it was great.
Really? You look like you're having a lot of fun out there.
Our company established in 1973 in Taiwan, and for many years we become one of the biggest electronic company in Taiwan. So total revenue turnover in our group is about $38 billion US.
It seems like pricing is a big factor in your success. I mean, you've been able to undercut a lot of the companies. You know, maker-bought devices, they're hitting well above $1,000. You've come out with devices that are under $300. How are you able to undercut that pricing?
So our company is a very vertical integrated company. So, you know, not only for the manufacturing of 3D printer, we also manufacture so many different kinds of the product for the customer as well. So we are one of the biggest setup mask makers. We are one of the biggest of the storage product like external hard disk drive, SSD makers, and consumer electronics. We are number 2 in the notebook PC as well. So we do a lot of different kind of hardware, electronic devices. That's why we have a bigger purchasing power. And number 2 is we manufacture by ourselves. in Asia. So we are able to manufacture with a very low cost in our own factories. And number 3, because we design everything from the software, firmware, hardware, material by ourselves. So we're able to provide the best values to our customers.
When you look at where the consumer 3D printing industry is right now, has the industry been a victim of its own hype?
Not really. Actually, if you see all the new technology product in the initial years, so many new entries of the company were coming in, right? And a couple of years later, some people still survive, some companies drop off. This is the nature of the competitions. So we always are joking, actually it's true. About 30 years ago, maybe more than 100 companies in the worldwide doing the notebook PC. But you see how many people doing the notebook PC now? Probably not more than 5, right? So this is just a naturally competitions. And if you have a resource, investment, new technology, then you will survive and continuous. But for our company alone as XYZ Printings, not only try to promoting our own product with the new technology, and we're also providing the other additional value to our customer with the software, material, and whole package. And for us alone, we try to touch bases on the different technology in the 3D printer area, because as a company, we don't know which technology will survive in the future, right? So we need to invest in different technology. So I think when we coming in, of course, we compete with our competitors, and they have their strengths, and sometimes probably they decide they are moved to a different territory. For example, the company think the margin is too low for them. They need to move to a different territory, but we're still happy with our low margin business to survive. Yeah.
One of the promises early on, a few years back when people really started earnestly speaking about consumer 3D printers was this idea of a 3D printer in every home. Is that still, do you still see that as the future of the technology?
Yes. Actually, I'm a big believer, not only for 3D printer have everyone at their home, but also 3D printer will be at their office and their factories. So just like people still debating become the self-driving car in the future? Probably not. All the car in the 20 years later become self-driving car. Just like 3D printer will be everywhere in the 20 years later.
So you're not troubled at all by what's been a bit of a constriction with the 3D printing industry right now? That doesn't worry you about the future of the technology?
No, not at all. Because this is the nature of the evolving of the technology, right? Right now it's just a stage to try to come on the next newer technology generation within period of time. For example, as you know, the continuous printing makes this printing speed much faster now, but still in the early stage. If they can do it much faster, precise, and easier, whatever, there will bring more people to use the 3D printers. Not waiting for 4 hours or 6 hours. Probably 40 minutes, 4 minutes can be finished. So this kind of technology is really coming in pretty soon. In 2 or 3 years, become more accessible to the people.
And I'm wondering for your company, the breakdown of consumer units sold to schools versus actual in-home consumers or DIY users. What is the breakdown now, and what direction is that headed in? Are you going to be more focused on schools or individual consumers in the future?
Okay. Of course, in the past 2 years, we only focus on the consumer channels because we are new. We don't have any channel at the time. So we only focus on the sales channel, the retail channels. But this year, we start to focus more and more in the education channels. So this year, we actually are more focused on education channel, and next year, we're more focused on professional channels. So this is, we try to cover all the different perspectives. But for the business-wise, probably only 20% come from education now. We see more probably next year.
Today, we're talking about flyboarding and the technology behind how you can fly up to 50 feet in the air. Let's check it out.
our products connect to a PWC, which stands for personal watercraft, whether it's a jet boat or a jet ski, and basically allows someone to fly in the air using water power. The flyboard actually takes the average person about 3 to 7 minutes to learn the basic maneuvers to stand above the water. You can actually get as good as doing triple and quadruple backflips, and that takes some hours of practice. But it's the sky's the limit. Every year we've seen this, and it's been out about 5 years. Every year there's been more and more tricks added to the flyboard, and the competitions have actually grown as well around the world.
So this is what we call a U-pipe or elbow, and basically this is what connects to the jet ski and redirects the propulsion from the jet ski to the actual hose, and then it comes out the actual board. All of our products attach the same way to the same hose. So whether you're jetpacking, flyboarding, or hoverboarding, you can attach or detach your hose in seconds.
So the flyboard was actually developed in France by a French inventor named Frankie Zapata, and he started the flyboard about 4 years ago. When the first YouTube video came out. And now we've seen about 4 different versions of the product, and we've actually have a 5th version that just came out for testing about 2 months ago called the Flyboard Air. And that one actually doesn't attach to anything. It's actually a Flyboard Air that flies with jet turbines. So the cost of our products range from anywhere from $4,500 all the way up to $13,000. We're actually about to have our 4th annual World Cup this year in Dubai. Yeah, I think the flyboard industry and hydroflight in general is really growing rapidly. You know, we've been in it since the beginning, and we have seen tremendous growth over the years.
Hey everybody, it's Brian with TechCrunch. So a couple months ago, Anki asked us to come into their office, made a really big production, and then pulled out a small lunch bag and unveiled Cosmo. It's this little robot they've been working on for a while. A lot goes into this bot. He's roughly the size of a baseball, but the company hired a team of animators from Pixar and DreamWorks, a bunch of AI people. They hired a classical music composer, all to create this little lifelike robot. So we've only had the robot for a couple of days now. First thing you do when you power him on, he wakes up from a sleep, kind of looks around. You spend the next few days really getting to know him, so there are different tasks that he can unlock. He's got a series of 3 cubes. He can lift them up, stack them, roll them, knock them over. He's got little games and activities that he plays with you. There's a Simon-like game where you tap the cube and you play against him. He gets really, really cocky when he wins, gets really frustrated when he loses. It's fascinating to watch him kind of grow as a robot, as a little piece of AI. He gets to know you. He's got facial recognition. He will be happy to see you. He will say your name when he sees you. Really, he's a personality that develops over the course of a few weeks. So we've only had him for a little while. We're still getting to know him. The key question here is how engaging this robot is going to be over time. So he's $179, which is pretty expensive as far as toys go, even robotics toys, but this is one that's going to last with you for a while. I've been engaged for a few days. I'm a grown-up. I realize that I'm not really the target audience here, but it's really interesting to see him unlock and learn things. And of course, the company is going to continue to update him over time through their iOS and Android app. I'm not quite sure if I can recommend it for anybody but early adopters right now, but it's a really, really fascinating product and is only going to get more and more fascinating as it grows.
Josh, lay out for me what's going on currently at Hyperloop One.
So we're building all of the stuff that we said we were going to build after the POT test. So the last time we talked was after we had the big splashy sand sled in the desert. And now we're building the rest of the development loop in progress for our Kitty Hawk moment, which will be at the beginning part of next year. And that's where we're going to have the full system. So vacuum, big tube, sled inside, electromagnetic propulsion, and we're going to demonstrate that the whole system works together.
And lay out for me what happened in the Nevada desert, because we were all at Disrupt when that happened.
So when we left the sled test in May, we were testing the propulsion system for the vehicle. So that was just the motor. So if you imagine an electric motor and you cut it down the seam and you unroll it, and we put that along the length of the track, sent some electricity through it, and that got us up to speed. And it got us up to about 110 miles an hour in about a little over a second or so.
Yeah,
And
110 is way less than what you're actually aiming for, though.
correct. Yeah. So that was really the first stepping stone. That we just build more of that, and we have built more since then. We've basically doubled the length of that track, and so we're testing faster. We're testing more sophisticated tests and a new control system that we're working on.
So when does that all happen?
So that's going to take place beginning of next year. So it's starting construction in a couple weeks here, and then we're just going to continue to build, and it's going to be like a phased build. So we start off short, build longer, build up speed and everything. And as we move up, we get more difficult tests, we go faster, and we test more sophisticated control systems and all this other good stuff.
What are you hoping to find when you do that?
Hopefully nothing. Hopefully it does exactly what we predict it will. And that's the nominal is the engineering word for thank God it worked.
Let me ask you this. I know there's a lot of talk about, building this and making sure the technology works. When are you actually going to be testing on humans?
So we're looking at quite a few different opportunities. So there's the freight, and then there's the passenger case.
Like, when do I get to take a ride?
When do you get to take a ride? So the first couple routes that we're looking at, we're hopeful that as early as, really boots or shovels in the ground, boots on the ground in 2018, 2019, and then really getting into people inside in the 2020. Places where they could really benefit from being able to be in one spot and 20 minutes later being about 200 kilometers away.
Yeah, and you're building it in Moscow as well. Any other places you're planning on building?
I don't think I'm gonna answer that one. I'm gonna steal on that one.
All right, that's fine. Josh, thanks for showing me around the Hyperloop.
Oh, thanks for coming, Sarah.
Yeah, what's coming up next for you?
It's fully integrated system of the Hyperloop, our Kitty Hawk moment, and that'll be starting in a couple weeks here. We'll start construction of that. Columns will be going up, and then tubes to go on top of them pretty shortly after.
Well, great. All right, thanks so much. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks for coming.
Banks, legendary model turned startup investor and entrepreneur, is here at the NASDAQ to celebrate Tyra Beauty. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
So tell us about this company you're working on. What is Tyra Beauty?
So Tyra Beauty is what I would like to call a cosmetics experience, not a cosmetics line. And we have a couple of taglines. One is we're beauty, business, and badassery. Okay. So the beauty is makeup. The business is that we have our entrepreneurs that are our social sellers that actually sell Tyra Beauty and make money and make a percentage of what they sell. And anybody can be what we call a beauty-tainer. They're called beauty-tainers. And then the badassery is we like to be a little dangerous, a little rebellious, have a little fun. And I launched it 1 year ago. So this is the NASDAQ Entrepreneurial Center's 1-year anniversary. Tyra Beauty's 1-year anniversary when we came out of beta a year ago, and so it's just so nice to be here. It's amazing.
Yeah. So, and you have a lot going on. You're also starting a new show on NBC with Rob Dyrdek. We're going to be investing in startups. Yes. Can you tell us a little bit what to expect there?
Yeah, so the show is called Funded, and this is actually Rob's creation. So this is one of the first shows that I've ever done that I didn't create. And usually I don't do that, but when Rob approached me and I met with him, I was like, this is amazing. Hell yes, I am down for this. And I can't say too much, but it's NBC. It's Rob, and then also Rohan Oza, who is a marketing guru. And we just all had a team dinner last night, and it was a bunch of love and a bunch of trash talk too. So that's what you're gonna see on TV. And giving people that American dream and giving them an insanely amazing prize of not seed money, but it's money to take them to the next level. So we're really taking businesses that are already doing very well to overdrive.
And so outside of the show, you've also done some startup investing. Yes. You've had Fierce Capital. Yes. What companies have you invested in, and what are you looking for?
So one of my favorites that I've invested in is called Muse, the Muse. And it's a female founder. Her name is Catherine, and she is a genius, and the company is growing. I love getting my emails and my updates like, this was a smart one, this was a good one. So I have about 7 or 8 companies that I've invested in. A new one that I invested in is, most of them are kind of female, but I'm open. And there's a very famous chef by the name of Roy Choi who is starting a fast food, almost like high-end fast food for a very affordable price. So I've invested in his brand as well. So those are 2 of my favorites, but I do have a very small portfolio of 8. I was going for 30 to 40 businesses, but I decided to halt with that investment because Tyra Beauty is personally funded. So it is self-funded. So every check that goes out, every inventory, or when it comes to full-time hires, everything comes from me. And so I felt like I needed to put the oxygen mask on myself before my children, like they say to do on the airplane. So, but the oxygen mask and the capital is going to Tyra Beauty right now and pausing on Fierce Capital.
Well, you've definitely been keeping yourself busy, and so I understand you're also going to be teaching at Stanford.
Yes.
What is that about?
I'm very excited. So I recently spoke at Stanford and did about, I don't know, hour and a half, 2-hour speech Q&A session. And one of the professors came up to me and said, you know what, that's not a speech and a presentation, that's a class. And so she approached me, and then we created something and took it to the assistant dean, and they approved, and so, or associate dean, and now I am going to be Professor Banks.
Wow.
Yes.
I'm jealous. I wish I had professors like that. And so do you have any tech mentors, any people that you look up to in the world of Silicon Valley?
Yeah, so I am a cold caller. And he's not in Silicon Valley, but I read his book, and it is called Delivering Happiness. I read it many years ago. Tony Hsieh, the CEO of Zappos. And I was amazed by his story. All the way from him loving Taco Bell, which I love, down to just how savvy he was and how culture meant everything to him. And he wrapped this company around culture that just so happened to sell shoes and now other items. And I cold called him, and I was like, this is Tyra Banks, and I love your book, and I want you to mentor me, and I love Taco Bell too. And he was like, this is not Tyra Banks, this is a prank call, and he almost hung up. He's like, prove it. And I was like, how do I prove it? And I was like, coming up on America's Next Top Model. And he was like, oh my God, it is you. And so I've stayed in touch with him. I love Joe Gebbia out here with Airbnb. I call him about even HR issues, like do you do, paid time off, or do you do flex time? Just like those minutia things from these like titans of industry in tech is everything to me, and I am not ashamed of asking to be mentored.
Great. Well, last thing, will you smile?
Of course. No, will you smile?
Oh, I don't know.
So no mouth, no mouth.
Okay.
Yep. No relax.
Okay.
Oh my God, you're so just so beautiful. Okay, wait. No smile at all. Like dead. Like Novocaine. I just gave you a shot at the dentist. There you go. Now squeeze your eyes and look into that camera like you're pissed. Even more. No lips. No lips. No lips. Dead. Chin up. Chin up. Chin up. Chin up. Squeeze eyes tighter. You're just so pissed off. Yes. You're doing it. You're doing it. That was it. You smile. You smile with your eyes.
That's awesome. I'm so excited about that. Thank you so much for joining us here at the NASDAQ.
Mechamon is the first product that transcends the physical and virtual space, combining real augmented reality gameplay with real-world battling as well. On Mechamon, what you're looking at is a 4-legged robot that's modular, so that means you can take off the legs and plug them in any configuration that you want, and also upgradable with weapons, shields, your own style of layout, and you can make it, truly yours by changing the way it looks and performs. With a single player, we create a world for you, augmented reality world. So you can take your robot using your smartphone, and looking through the phone, you see your opponents spawn in around the robot, and you've got a backstory as well, so you can engage with the characters and all these augmented reality opponents. Once you go into the multiplayer game mode, we take you, it's all happening in the real world. So you've got a robot, I've got a robot, and we can battle. At that point, there's no augmented reality. That's 2 robots facing each other. And what you're looking at is really, your attention is on the robot, trying to predict your opponent's move and out-strategize them. We've also got Mechamon Arcade, which is why it's such a great platform. And this is a game mode, simple fun games that you can play quickly. So if you've got a Mechamon, friends don't, but they've got their smartphones, well, you can all still play, because now we've got a game mode, for example, called Tug of War, where you're fighting for control of the Mechamon. We've been perfecting this robot for the last 3 years, and they're modular because they're very durable. So what that means is they don't break easily, and a lot of work has gone to make sure that they can handle any gameplay activities that you do with them. The reason Mechamon looks like this is it's a lot to do with my background and also references to pop culture as well. So I was born in Nigeria. I grew up and was really inspired by wildlife. But then growing up, I was a gamer as well and loved, you know, anime and mech from Japan. And then further in my life as well, I'm a robotics engineer. I was really inspired into teaching kids using STEM, or as you call it in here, STEAM. So really it was a combination of all of these things. So that's wildlife, biology, robotics, and pop culture, and also the ability to kind of teach robotics. All of that has come together to make Mechamon what you see today. Launching today, we'll be shipping January 2017. Mechamon is priced at $329 for one, or discount for $599 for a pair.
Watch this trick, watch this trick, watch this trick.
Yeah.
我操！
People have been dabbling in video live streaming since the early days of the internet. Facebook Live, Twitch, and Periscope are some of the bigger players at the moment. But what's happening across the ocean here in China is amazing. A different culture and mobile and tech-savvy society has taken video live streaming to a whole different level. Live streaming here is a huge business of performers on platforms talking about anything and everything to hundreds of thousands of people and getting gifted huge amounts of money. I had so many questions, so I met up with Sam Triplett in Shanghai, an expat and live streamer, to learn about this crazy yet very intriguing video streaming subculture. So tell me about all these live streaming apps and platforms here in China.
They've really found a perfect way to monetize it, not just for the companies, but for any of the streamers themselves. Because of that, it's just become wildly popular.
So people like you are making a good amount of money on these platforms?
Even though I'm male, even though like I have about 5,000 followers, when I live stream, I can still make about $100 US per hour.
What are all these people talking about when they're live streaming?
Depends on the day. I mean, I have some friends who live stream who they just sing songs. Some of them dance. Some of them will play instruments. But like me will just be like, we'll see what any of the people watching are thinking about, ask us questions. And I'll just be like, oh, they'll ask me like, oh, can you speak Chinese? I'm like, yeah, I can speak Chinese. And just chit chat with them.
Most of the people who are streaming on these apps are ladies. So I met up with Ricey Chen, who had been a live streamer for the past 2 months, to get her thoughts on all of this. Why do you live stream?
Oh, live streaming means a lot to me. It's not only means the job, but also it's a way for me to meet with new friends. I can earn money and I can make new friends. That's cool.
So it's fun?
Yeah, that's fun. That's interesting. And it's popular in China.
So, I mean, the closest thing I've seen to this are like sex webcams, stuff like that, right? But in China, there's pretty strict rules against what you can and can't do. You've said before that 90% of the people on there are women, females.
Yeah.
So they're not showing anything. They're just like talking. People are just interested.
Well, I mean, they obviously can't do anything perverse or too erotic, but some of them like might wear a little bit slightly revealing clothing. But if it's anything too revealing, they're just gonna get their account locked if they're caught smoking in the middle of their live stream or drinking alcohol. Because of the censorship rules, they can't do anything that's considered profane or not harmonious with what the CCP wants.
There are a bunch of popular Chinese streaming apps, and more are popping up all the time. Apps that are pretty much exact clones of Twitter's Periscope or Meerkat, but with one big difference. Users can buy app tokens and use those tokens to buy virtual gifts to send to people. You can send someone a gift anywhere ranging from a 2-token heart, pennies, to 8,000 token Bugatti, hundreds of dollars. It's basically virtual tipping to show affection or support, and the companies make their cuts from all these transactions. Huajiao is the name of the app that Sam and Ricey both stream on at the moment.
So if I'm watching somebody's live stream and I appreciate them, or I want them to acknowledge that I'm supporting them, I'll send them a gift.
And platforms like Huajiao would take a percentage of those gifts that are being sent. That's their main way of making money?
Yes, and it's a huge revenue stream for them. Huajiao currently takes 10% from every live streamer. Anything that they receive, they take 10% right off the top. The most popular app is Inke, and they are just making out like bandits because they take 70% of all of their live streamers' earned revenue.
When you live stream, how much can you make in a day?
I have already made 45,000 RMB by live stream.
So you've made close to $7,500 US live streaming, and that's in how much time?
About 3 months. Oh, no. 2 months.
How many hours a week about?
This month I have do live stream for 80 hours.
80 hours?
Yeah, 80 hours.
Okay, it's like a part-time job. It's not bad for 7,500. So do you think if I was to live stream, do you think I would do good or no good?
It's an interesting question because if you will do well live stream, it's not only depends on how pretty you look. To be a real interesting person is the key.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it helps that I'm very pretty, right?
Yeah, you are pretty.
So after worrying about it, I wanted to jump in, start live streaming. About to eat a cricket. Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Ni hao. Ni hao.
Look at that. 哎，是我。
Hi, Ricey.
Hi.
Oh, that's you.
谢谢小崔的花椒宝宝。
Pikachu. Pikachu.
What is Pikachu?
Is that not Pikachu?
花椒 baby. 眼睛有点亮。
Come here.
谢谢小崔的花椒 baby.
You shot the man. My name is Tito Doe. I just want to have fun. If you guys have any questions about how to maintain your curls, am I rich yet? Roll it in the dough. That was an awesome experience. So we just live streamed and we had about 122 people that tuned in to watch, and we got about $10 in gifts, mostly from Samantha. Sam and Ricey. But it was cool. It was cool. Live streaming and making money isn't only specific to China. In the States, companies like Twitch, they have donating, or even YouNow also offers gifting. But would my mom or myself send money to a stranger? Probably not. In China, the media is also pretty heavily censored, so this is seen as an alternate form of entertainment. Facebook and Twitter, they definitely have monetization on the mind, but will they follow in the footsteps of Asia, or will they take a different route? I don't know. Either way, it's super interesting to see how video streaming has taken a different route in both countries.
Nika, and this is Claire Donahue. We were the Hackmasters.
So the hackathon happened this weekend, and there were so many exceptionally exciting hackers there, so many exceptionally exciting ideas. And actually, Marilee and I, we met at a hackathon 4 years ago, and we're friends today. So this is really what can happen from a hackathon.
We spent 24 hours with 700 hackers. The hacks, we ended up with 63 amazing applications. So the hackers hacked against APIs from our sponsors. So take a look. had 1 minute to present the work that was done over 24 hours. We had 5 amazing judges, and they had to rate the apps on the scale of awesomeness. So let's welcome Doshbot.
Hello, so I can start, yeah? So basically, Dashboard is a basic application where you pull out all your banking transaction history, and then we've got an AI agent that mix all those transaction history with personality insights coming from Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And then the agent is able to give you recommendation on each transaction with like the best deal, with better ratings on TripAdvisor and different location on around this transaction history. And I can show you like a working, it's actually a working demo. It's an iPhone and Android application. It's using my real banking transaction. So let's say if I want to go to my Eurotunnel, a few days ago I took a Eurotunnel from Paris to London. I spent £250. This I could have saved 80% of money just by using BlaBlaCar. This is the AI telling me this. And also my gym box. If I currently spend £82 on my membership, the AI is telling me that I can actually save £40. And what I can do, I can also push this transaction to local bidders on a smart contract, so local businesses can actually bet on this transaction to give me a better deal. After 24 hours of smart contract, I get the best deal.
Much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's great.
Woo!
Round of applause for Doshbot.
So some of the applications were smart, some were innovative, some were funny, but some of them
were for a really good cause. So we have multiple sponsors, and one of our sponsors was TechFugees. The mission of TechFugees is to write technology to help improve the lives of refugees. Now, this is actually a really amazing cause, and we're really passionate about it, and so pleased to have them here at the hackathon. And I know TechCrunch are really, really proud to be partnering with them. Cool. Now, our next runner-up that we want to present today is called Safe Space.
Woo!
Thank you. So, refugees don't have a space to talk about their problems. While they may be struggling, many around them also face tough times. This is where Safe Space comes in. Safe Space provides a platform for the refugees to seamlessly and anonymously describe their problems and seek help from trained professionals. As you can see, the refugee initially connects with a chatbot run by Watson. Whilst the end goal is to provide the refugee with a trained professional, Watson is there to provide static information based on location in response to questions such as, where is the nearest clinic, or how can I get water? This information is provided by local NGOs and means that we don't have to have a trained professional for every query. Using PubNub language technology, all of this will take place in the refugee's own language, and we don't have to have a trained professional fluent in the many languages spoken by refugees. We're working with TechFugees, PubNub, and IBM Watson, and are excited to take this forward into a global venture that we can use to help people across the globe. Thank you.
It's amazing to see how creative everyone was.
Yes, absolutely fantastic.
And it's worth mentioning that one person out of the 700 hackers we had was actually 12 years old. And he came to us, he was asking questions, and he was very, very, very excited.
So what we really hope will come out of this hackathon is people to continue to work together to push forward some of these ideas to the next stage. And hopefully it's inspired people. And that's what we're really hoping will be the outcome.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, the winner of the £4,000 prize couldn't be here today, and that was the Emotion Journal. And they were absolutely fantastic.
They were amazing. It was really good.
Yes, well, thank you very much. We've had a fantastic time. And thank you to all the hackers in the room.
And let's give a huge round of applause again for everyone that stayed over 24 hours.
Yes, indeed.
And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back your Disrupt MC and Special Projects Editor TechCrunch, Jordan Crook.
Yeah! We're feeling it now, right? We're getting close to the end. Everybody's amped. We're going to find out who won the Battlefield Finals, but not yet. Right now, we are going to speak with Citymapper's Azmat Yusuf and moderator Mike Butcher. Please welcome them to the stage.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's me again, Mike from TechCrunch. I'm joined by Azmat Yusuf, the founder of Citymapper. And I'm sure everybody in London, if you're not using Citymapper in London honestly. I don't know how on earth you're getting around the city. Excuse me, I'm terribly sorry. Got a bit of a cough after all these days. Asmat, let's start from the beginning. You came up with this idea because you were actually personally frustrated about getting around London, weren't you?
That's right.
And the first app was not Citymapper, but Bus Mapper.
That's correct.
Tell us the story.
Yeah, I mean, I think I probably decided that I wanted to be an entrepreneur before I knew what I was going to do, but I knew it was going to be on mobile. And I thought that I would move to East London and live there because it was the place to be if you wanted to do such things. And I also decided...
What year was that?
This has got to be like 5 years ago. This has got to be like the iPhone is out. You know, open data was just starting to happen. Everybody was trying to figure out what do you do with apps. I mean, I was trying to live a low-cost life. So I would be wandering around London as people do, and was trying to figure out how to take the buses around in order to be...
Was this when you were at Google?
This was after. So after Google, I spent a little bit of time at Seed Camp doing random stuff. And
let's remind everyone what you were doing at Google again.
Google, I wasn't doing anything particularly important. I think that was probably the reason I wanted to do something. I'm a product person.
Were you like Big Head in Silicon Valley?
Sorry? I wasn't right. I was here in London, so...
You know Big Head in Silicon Valley, the HBO show who doesn't really have a job in Google?
I don't.
In Hulu?
I haven't seen the episodes.
I apologize.
I mean, it's a great company. I just wasn't doing anything in London. I wanted to be a product person and build something. So, I mean, I was thinking, what do you do in mobile? What do you do that's a useful problem that you can solve? And my personal issue was that I was trying to figure out how to get back home at like 3 o'clock in the morning on a bus. So
where were you out at 3 o'clock in the morning
well,
in London?
Mike, different parts of London, actually. I'll take you sometime.
Tell us more.
Places where it would cost you a lot with a taxi to get back.
Yeah?
So you had to figure out...
Nightclubs, bars,
very like shawarma shops.
Shawarma shops.
Yeah.
3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah,
so
you get hungry really late at night, and you just got to have that shawarma, and you got to figure out how you get back home. And I mean, London is incredible because it's a city where so much stuff is spread out, and it's such a flat city that if you can figure out how to use the buses, you can go anywhere. And so I was obsessed with this idea. You have this network of buses, and how do you get the mobile phone to help you figure out how to use them?
And this is before the buses had the readouts of the times.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Back then, the problem was, what does this bus do? People would just get on a bus and ask the driver, where does this go?
Yeah.
So first, we just wanted to solve the issue of what does the bus do and where does it go? And then when real-time data happened, it was incredible. I mean, just the use of buses just became so much easier. And the fact that you could...
At the time, I was on the Mayor's Digital Advisory Board. And we got pitches from London Transport coming in every month to say, we've had this great pitch from IBM about building our transport system. What do we do? And we just said, don't buy IBM, release the data.
Yep, great.
So, in a funny sort of way, you should give me shares in Citymapper.
Yeah, Mike, thank
really.
you. I mean,
I helped.
It was thanks to you that we now have all this data that we can use.
You're welcome. So you saw all the open data being released by the Mayor's Digital Advisory Board, which I was on. And I'm joking. But anyway, you saw the data.
I mean, the open data thing, to give credit, like, I mean, it's like for a decade, people have been pushing governments to open up data. And I think we've benefited from that. I think it's just a great concept, which now seems like it's almost understood.
Were you the only one at a time thinking about doing this product, or were there others?
No, there were lots. I mean, back then, there was lots of buses, and there still are lots of bus apps and tube apps. I think what happened through the Bus Mapper experience was understanding that this was a problem. I thought it was just me that had this problem. Like, everybody else knew what was going on with the buses. I was the only idiot who just needed help, you know? But it turned out a lot of people wanted to understand how to use the transport and better. So the whole impetus of kind of going from the buses to creating a comprehensive everything app was this idea that the city is a place where if you can generate these multimodal options, you can change the way mobility, you can change the way you move around. And if the government opens up the data, then we can focus on the problem of figuring out how to design those experiences. So we've through that opportunity, we've redesigned the way A to B routing works. The way you think about A to B now is completely different. It's still evolving right now. We're doing multimodal routing in which we combine like cars, like taxis, with trains. So that means that parts of the city that you thought were disconnected for someone without car ownership suddenly becomes accessible.
Well, you launched, well, I mean, let's just do the link between BusMapper and Citymapper.
Sure.
What was that link?
The link was, I did the buses first because back then you wanted a focused app and to solve a smaller problem because you're starting with no resources, right? And I think when I felt like there was an opportunity to fundraise, that you could take on a bigger problem. And so when that happened, you know, the design of the entire app had to change.
But how did you interest investors in investing in a startup that's going to help people get around a city more? Where's the kind of pay dirt for an investor in that model?
You know, I never thought European investors would be into it. But what happened is that when you have an app that people are using in this city, some of the investors actually use public transport, so they were actually using it. And so it became very easy to tell the story that this was a home screen app that people were using all the time, which is something that investors are interested in. And I think it's great that over the past 5 years, you've had investors in Europe that have been willing to invest in a great product, you know, and do that. I think that's something we used to complain about back in the day, right?
But I presume that they were attracted by the fact that you were going to do not just London, but as all the world's cities.
Exactly, exactly. So the proposition, if you like, is that there are all these complex cities around the world. You have data that's becoming opened up. You have data that needs to be fixed, which is actually a lot of what we do right now. And there's an opportunity for someone to go do that. So you have the map of the world, right? And what we're trying to build right now is the transport data of the world, specifically in cities. And that's something that hasn't been done properly.
What do you do if you want to go into a city? You have about 29 cities now?
I think we have 35 to 40.
What's the most obscure city?
Obscure meaning?
Well, off the beaten track. You got one in Uzbekistan or something? Or
yeah, not yet.
Venezuela?
I think one of the interesting takeaways on that is so many of the cities are unique and different in their own way. There's an aspect of just like scale where you just copy paste and you can expand.
Name me the latest top three, whatever.
We just did Moscow, right? We just did Moscow like 3 weeks ago. That's pretty hard.
So who did you pay off to get the data in Moscow?
So we got some of it through open data, and some of it we created ourselves. So a lot of
it's really, I don't understand. How do you create data from the city when you get people to walk around with GPS routers or something?
Something like that. I mean, a lot of what we've been doing is sort of you see the product that we have as a consumer product, right? And everyone thinks that's sort of what we are, and that's great. But a lot of what we've been doing is building tools to create data. So we've gone from being like a designy company that has, that takes open data and designs good experiences to actually finding when you go and expand into cities, a lot of the data is actually really bad. Now, bad data does not work for commuters. Commuters know their cities very well. So you have to get a lot of things right. Now, I think it's great that the cities and the agencies are producing open data, but a lot of it is kind of a mess. So what we've been doing lately, a lot of the product we built are actually these tools to fix data. Like the engineers were fixing data, and then we built tools to abstract away from that so that anybody could. And then we found that our tools, you could pretty much use them just to create data. So we can even go to a city and create data from scratch if we wanted to.
Do you, how often do you butt up against government agencies who say, hold on a minute, are you working for the CIA or whatever?
We haven't been accused of that. Most agencies have actually been great. I think 3-4 years ago, open data was still like a debate, and now it doesn't seem to be. I think what the good ones, have realized is that we actually help enable their services. And the fact that apps are complicated and we keep updating them. We're always updating the app. We're always sort of making it bigger. We built something for wearables. We built something on multiple platforms. We're adding new features for it. And so they realize that building their own apps is like, that's not what they do. They're an infrastructure company, and they should just give us data and help us sort of, and
are you going into these conversations with the argument that this is going to economically enrich the city, empower the city, give it to us, and you will.
Exactly. And you know what? We don't even have to make the argument anymore.
Right.
It's sort of something they understand. So what also then happens is they just have to, I mean, it's tough stuff, right? The data and making it accurate and updating it. You have to update it all the time. So a lot of what we're trying to do is help the cities and agencies now figure out how to do that.
So you raised 10 million initially, which is still quite a lot actually to begin with.
Yeah.
And then 40 million this year.
Yeah.
$40 million to be specific. What do you think flipped the switch amongst investors to double down in that manner? You had Index Ventures, Benchmark Capital, Yuri Milner, indeed. This is quite a list of stellar investors. What did they say to you when you came back to you and said, look, it's working?
To be honest, a lot of the investors came to us. I think we have more of a heads-down approach. And to be honest, I was trying to resisting raising a lot, because I think when you have something that's working, you know, and it doesn't really cost a lot to do some of the things that we do, you want to make sure you don't overcapitalize your company. So I think there was a degree of just trying to understand how big the opportunity is before you fundraise and do that. And so, you know, it felt like we generally have a lot of investors coming to us, and you have to actually say, hold on, let's try and figure out how big we actually really want to make this company. Money doesn't really solve all problems.
How big do you want to make it?
Well, I think to be responsible, I mean, as much as how, in terms of problems we have to solve, immense. I mean, the number of cities we still have to do and the things we have to do, immense. But I think it's responsible to also think about how big the business can be before you overcapitalize it, and to think very hard about what that could be. The other thing is in our types of companies, it doesn't actually take much money to do things. Like, we spend nothing on marketing, right? So we basically invest in a team, a really great team, and we invest like servers and technology. But I mean, you know, there's no capex. It's basically an information product. And
your marketing is the product.
Marketing is the product. Thus far, we haven't spent on anything. I mean, we could, but you know, I mean, and so it doesn't really take that much to do these things. It's more like just figuring out how to solve the problems, and how do you price that. You just have to do it. You have to find good people that want to solve interesting problems.
But you're terribly sorry. The product marketing itself, for a virality in terms of people sharing the product with each other because it's so useful.
Yeah, that's generally the idea of it. We want to make something that's useful, that people actually just sort of itself distributes. I mean, and
how? What size of a city can you go down to? Can you get down to villages, towns, or what?
Yeah, we can. I think the problem set changes and it becomes less valuable. So if you're trying to get from A to B in London, it's actually pretty complicated. There's 10 ways of doing it, and it helps to have it. If you're going to a smaller city, then maybe you just want to know the departures. So you just want to know what time is a bus coming. Right. So yeah, there is a proposition. It just happens to be a different one.
What about the sort of where can you sort of where's the end game here? Because at the moment the app is free, you get an incredible uplift. You get what sort of users numbers are we talking about now? Have you released any user numbers lately?
No, we haven't released any user numbers.
Tens, 20 million, 50,
who knows?
100 million?
Who knows? You know.
Give me throw me a bone here. What?
Zillions?
100?
No, not that much.
Zillions?
I mean, we're
2 zillion.
You know, yeah, something like that. Round
right.
up or down a bit.
We're in millions, though. We're obviously in millions.
Yes.
Yes, we're in millions. Tens of millions.
So see, Mike, how many users do you have?
Just me. I'm the only one.
There you go. And that's the way we think about it. We think about users as individuals. You know, you go into a city and you start from scratch, right? You launch a new city and you start from scratch. And we think about it in terms of the cities that we go into. And basically, it always feels like we have no users.
But you
always
20,
start
29
in a new city.
Cities? Let's call it, say you had 1 million users in each city. So 29 million.
Who knows?
Not going to throw us anything?
No.
Nothing at all?
Nothing.
30 million.
Who knows?
Let's go for like, I don't know, 40 or 50.
Who knows?
Okay. What's the end game here? Let's go back to my original question. What's the end game here? The app is free. So what are you going to do now? You're taking a cut of the amount of, for instance, you can order an Uber from within the app. Can you take a cut of that fee, or can you take a cut of a fee from some other kind of transportation?
From the business side, what's interesting for us is actually, it's interesting, there's many different ways we can monetize this. And part of the challenge we're having is we're trying to figure out which one makes more sense of us. You're going to see us in 2017 actually start to make a business out of this and see how we do it. But how we do that is something which we feel like is a competitive advantage that we're going to have. And so, but I would say that there's actually multiple ways that we can do it. When you have an app that has an audience, that audience has value. When you have data about mobility in cities, that has value. I think our tools have a lot of values, and to a certain extent, some cities want to use our tools in order to create and fix data. And there's an entire enterprise industry there, where it's actually $1 billion enterprise software industry around tools that can be used to actually create and fix data in cities. And if you really scale that out, you think about the number of cities in the world and the number of agencies in the world that can use, that have really ancient, software systems are using. It's like Windows from the 90s or something in order to like fix and do stuff. They can use better tools there. I think there's a lot of opportunity with getting governments and cities to now think about our world, right? We make all these things independently, but how do we actually go and start solving problems that have to do with the city?
You could effectively end up holding a city to ransom, couldn't you, if they don't have any infrastructure?
Hold them for ransom. No, I mean, what we're trying to do is empower them to use the tools in order to be able to, inform citizens.
But
once
you've got all the citizens in that city using your app, they've got nowhere else to go. Who's going to compete against
Not really. They have their own. I mean, it's open data. So we help them create open data. We don't necessarily control the thing. We're just saying we can make you better tools to do it. Yes, sure, we're able to access it, but then so can anybody else. But see, it's not about control. It's not about having singular proprietary access to it. It's about we have to fix these systems out. I mean, you've got one part of the economy like us making all these great products and talking about how to make something perfect, and you've got this other part of the economy which is using antiquated software systems.
Let's get back to how are you going to make money.
So as I said, there's quite a few different ways we can do it. You'll see us
virtual goods, advertising. You've got a big audience,
and stickers. Stickers is going to be huge.
Messaging.
Yeah.
How are you going to make money though?
I think we're just going to double down the stickers. I think that's going to be the way to do it. Like in Asia, stickers.
Is it selling the data
like
to cities? Is that part of the idea?
That is one of them. Yeah, that is something we can do. I think it depends on what we can do that helps them improve the city.
Once you've got these cities captured, you'll be able to sell the users back to the city. You'll be able to go to businesses saying, listen, I know that 10,000 people are going to be in your area in the next 5 minutes. Do you want to make offers to these people? Kind of like a Foursquare model in a sense. Could be an interesting model there.
I don't know if we're that interested in local. I think if you think about transport as being a really valuable industry in itself, the local aspect is something others are doing, and it's fine, and we partner with various local players like Foursquare and Yelp and the like, but I don't think that's what we do so much as the transport side is interesting to us and the data side.
I see. So that's an interesting hint. So the transport aspect of it is how you'll make money. It's going
I think
to be
you'll see us doing more with transport and data.
Transport and data, possibly ticketing, possibly taking a cut of that Uber transaction.
I mean, what we have, which is really interesting and valuable, is information about mobility in a city. And you've gone through a phase, I think, in the past few years where we said we can help design mobile experiences that help make the use of the city's infrastructure better. So we like to believe that we made better utilization of the city. So for example, people are taking buses because of us that weren't taking buses. The next phase, I think, what we'd love to do is help the city replan what to do with the infrastructure. Now, if you think about it, like you have this sort of infrastructure in the city, and how is it evolving over time? How slowly is it doing it? We're talking about the future of cities and all this tech and everything. How are we actually going to help the cities themselves replan the infrastructure to make it better? And I think the data we have and the insight that we have and the tools that we have can actually help us make our cities better prepared for the future. We have congestion issues, we have mobility issues, and I think with the smartphone, the open data that comes from, you watch the buses, you watch the people.
Maybe your plan is just to sell to Google for $1 billion like Waze did.
That's boring.
Why?
It's boring. I mean, what's the point?
You don't like $1 billion?
Billion. It's like if you have an opportunity to build something great and solve real problems, which we think we can, then why not do that? Isn't that the whole point?
You tell me.
We think so.
What about $2 billion?
Well, look at it this way. It's probably harder to turn down 10 million than it is to turn down $1 billion. there's a point where it doesn't matter anymore.
You can only buy so many yachts.
Yeah.
What does the city of the future look like to you?
That's a great one. That's a great conversation a lot of people are having. I think part of it is around efficiency, right? Right now, the way we utilize the city in some ways is pretty inefficient. Hopefully, we made it a bit more efficient by helping people understand where things are and how they operate. But I think there's a better way to actually utilize the infrastructure and resources of the city to make it more efficient for not just mobility, but even if you think about the planning of a city. You know, where do we plan something? The Olympic Park that we are in right now, where do you put residences?
It's like heat maps.
And take London as like a city that's just growing in size, right?
Yeah.
How are you going to accommodate everything? You have the Crossrail coming in a couple of years, and that's going to change aspects of the city. I think it's pretty important to think about how we can make the city work for a larger number of people in a way that's still a good experience. Because a lot of commuting is a really bad experience. You're stuck in a tube or a bus, like with standing room, just like everybody hates their morning commute. So I think what we should really try and do is think about how we can redesign cities in order to work for the future we want to have in cities.
So, well, at least whether it's 2 billion or 10, I certainly hope you do manage to fix our cities. Asmat Yusuf from Citymapper, thank you very much for coming to TechCrunch.
Thank you for having me.
You would think that he's like a TechCrunch mascot, right? He's got so much green on, which we love. Who has heard of Musical.ly? Okay, cool. Our next guest is sure to entertain you then. Please welcome to the stage Alex Zhu and our moderator, Josh Constein.
Thank you so much for coming out here with us today.
Thanks.
So you guys are one of the most popular new apps for teenagers, which is what every investor in Silicon Valley and around the world is really chasing. Tell us a little bit, just what is Musical.ly?
So Musical.ly, by definition, by our current definition, is the entertainment social network. So we differentiate with other social network by entertainment, like different with Instagram, different with Snapchat. Musical.ly allows everyone to be entertainer, producing entertaining contents directly from mobile phone. So that's the current position.
Great. Just so everyone in the audience knows exactly what we're talking about, could you guys roll the video of Musical.ly just to show off what this app really does? So you guys are doing pretty well. You actually have some new stats to announce, right?
That's right. So right now, we do have over 130 million registered users in total, globally. Mm-hmm. And the monthly active users is over 40 million, and it's still growing pretty.
Oh, 40 million monthly users is pretty remarkable, especially for being an app that basically nobody over 25 has even heard of. But it's become extremely popular with teenagers. You know, they can do lip syncing. A lot of kids do dancing with it, but they also use it for visual communication.
That's right.
Yeah. So, but my real question is, you know, we love karaoke. The TechCrunch team actually goes out for karaoke after the end of each Disrupt just so we can blow off some steam. But you know, it's not something I want to do every single night. So tell me why Musical.ly isn't going to end up being just a fad that blows over.
So first of all, Musical.ly is not about karaoke. Okay, karaoke is a very interesting form of entertainment. But the issue with karaoke, there are two issues. One issue is, even though a lot of people want to do it, only 10% or less of the population can do karaoke really well and want to share it, right? So that's one thing. Second thing is, for karaoke, if you build a video community around it, all the videos would be just a person singing. And that video, from visual point of view, is quite boring. There is no enough diversity about it. So Musical.ly started with lip syncing. And the beauty of lip syncing is everyone can do it, and everyone thinks their videos are perfect. it's like celebrities. And the good thing about lip syncing is you can do very different things. You can do comedy, you can dance, you can, do all kinds of things. But to answer your question directly, lip syncing is how Musical.ly gained the early popularity, right? Because we lowered the barrier to content creation. However, Musical.ly is far more than lip syncing. So ever since July last year, when we were #1 on App Store downloads, we decided content diversification and use case diversification is super, super, super important to us. Musical.ly has to evolve into a more generic platform. The way I look at it, when you want to grow your product from 0 to 1, you want to be a brush, meaning you have to be very specific. You have to solve a specific need very well. But once you reach 1 and want to grow into X, you want to be a canvas. You want all kinds of things to happen on this blank canvas, and that's exactly what we are doing right now.
But at the end of the day, you're still really based around music. It's still very performative. Is that able to be flexible enough to keep up with truly customizable platforms like Snapchat and Instagram where you can do anything you want?
We believe so. So based on the usage data in the past few months, the percent of lip syncing contents and also music-related contents are decreasing over time. And we see more and more original videos like comedy, like sports, and fashion and makeup videos rising. And also, we are in the process of providing more and more content format in the platform. Several months ago, we released Lively, which is a platform for live streaming. As you probably see from the previous video, live streaming is becoming super popular in China, but also very popular in the US right now, especially within the teenagers.
So I get why people are enjoying it for the music-related stuff, but do you feel kind of stuck in that trend? Because a lot of people might, at first, when they look at Musical.ly, say, oh, this is just for lip syncing and dancing, and I don't want to lip sync, or I'm not a good dancer. And does that turn them off of the platform? Whereas they might say, oh, I could do anything on Snapchat. So I'm really just trying to break down why this isn't something that you think in 2 years isn't going to go away. Like, why isn't it going to go away?
The way I look at it, the most important assets of a social network, what is that? It's not really the content. It's really the social graph. So within our current demo, we did a lot of social graph analysis. There is one thing good about us is 25% of the daily active users are content creators. So that's an extremely high ratio. Because you have so many content creators, so these content creators, they will connect with each other, right? They will form the social graph in the application. And because now we got the user penetration good enough, especially in the US, in UK, and other European countries, so a lot of users, they do have their real-world friends connected on Musical.ly. And then based on the social graph, we can do many different things.
Now we've seen parents be the death of a lot of teen social networks. Once the parents get on there, the kids don't really want to be there anymore. How are you dealing with that problem?
So right now, first, parents have quite positive, view of Musical.ly because they perceive Musical.ly as a creative platform. They see their kids spend hours every day on Musical.ly producing very creative contents. So I think right now we are in a good relationship with parents and also in schools. But
are you saying that parents aren't creative enough to use Musical.ly, so that's why they're not on it?
Yeah, actually, a lot of parents are doing Musical.ly together with the kids on Musical.ly. And sometimes we even see the dab videos with the school teachers, which is great because it's kind of family bonding or school bonding thing right now.
See, that's the kind of content that would make me feel like it's not cool anymore. As soon as I see my science teacher doing dance moves, like, why would I want to be on that app?
Right. But I think the key for Musical.ly to move forward, to solve that challenge, is the traffic model of Musical.ly has to become more and more personalized, which means people will have very personalized experience, see very, very different contents based on the age, based on the preference. So the parents' experience will be completely different with the kids' experience moving forward. This is the same challenge with Snapchat, right?
So the biggest question that comes to me when I've used Musical.ly
Yeah.
is that I'm a little bit terrified because some of the kids that I see on this app seem extremely young. I mean, not just under 13, or not just 13-year-olds, which are actually allowed on most services like Facebook and Instagram, but kids that look like they're 11, 9, 7 years old. And these are kids with millions of followers. And some of them are acting quite provocatively. Does Musical.ly abide by the child online privacy protection rules?
Absolutely.
How do you guys abide by that? Because you don't ask users for their age.
Right, so that's actually compliant with the regulation.
That sounds like that's feigning ignorance, though.
Right, but we could do something similar to Snapchat, right? Collecting the age, the year of birth. But those kids, they will anyway say they are over 13, right? So that doesn't really change the conversation. For us, the most important thing is we have to make sure the environment is safety. We put a lot of resources and technology in place to make sure everything is safety. And going back to your previous point, a lot of users, especially top users, they are under 13, but they are being monitored by their parents. So we do have WeChat communication with our parents on a daily basis. They tell us, hey, their kids want to participate in a specific challenge. Can we design a challenge? So that solves the problem by collaborating with kids.
So I looked extensively through the leaderboard, which Musical.ly uses to promote different users.
Yes.
And certainly there are some kids that are under 13 that say that this account is managed by my mom or my parent is involved in some way, and that's fine. But there are also a lot of users who have no indication that their parents are involved at all, doesn't say so on their profile, their parents don't appear in any of their videos, but you have users like Talia Beamer, who's 11 years old, has 1.42 million users, and most of her videos are her wearing revealing outfits, shaking her hips, and blowing kisses at the camera. Do you think that that's appropriate for an 11-year-old to be doing on your app?
I believe this kid also has an Instagram account.
They do. They may have an Instagram account, but the question is, that's a social platform, whereas you said you're an entertainment platform. This girl is entertaining people of all ages, including older men. And Musical.ly has been criticized for having problems with pedophiles on the app. So do you think that a girl that's 11 years old should be allowed to do that on your app?
So first, I believe all the social media platforms, including Instagram.
But we're not
YouTube,
asking about Instagram and the other platforms. I'm asking you about your platform.
My point is, every social media platform, they bring connectivity, right? And connectivity can do something extremely well. But of course, there will be risk. And the point is not, let's do not need connectivity. Let's kill all the new social media platforms. The point is, we have to manage the risk and solve the problem. And we have to bring the positive social impact. And I tell you the story. Musical.ly, by nature, it's kind of like a marketing machine. So we do daily challenge every day. And for each challenge, there will be over 1 million videos generated on that day. And think about it, we can use this marketing power for making positive social impact. Last year, there was a very famous social media phenomenon named Don't Judge Challenge. So all the kids, all the teenagers, they participate to show their opinion. Don't bully. Don't judge people by how they look. Everyone is beautiful. So that's the power of connectivity.
I mean, I'm not arguing that there's not benefits to connectivity, and there's certainly things that Musical.ly has done for good. Right. But, you have users like Tsunami, who's 7 years old and has 2.15 million users. Brianna Kimmy is 11 with 1.9 or 1.1 million followers. Yes. And she's making kissy faces to the camera and wearing revealing outfits. you know that these users exist. They're on your leaderboard.
Right.
They don't say that they're at all involved with their parents. This really looks like a COPA violation. So I want to know. Earlier today, I understand that you guys don't ask users what their ages are. So I did the work for you. I went out and I did a bunch of research and found the ages of all these users. And I sent you an email just before we went on stage with the usernames of all these users.
Right.
So are you guys going to remove and suspend these accounts, or are you going to allow these children to continue to put themselves at risk?
And I just replied to your email already before we went on stage. And I told you all these kids are all monitored by their parents. And we got their parents' consent to have these kids using Musical.ly, and their parents want their kids to gain popularity, to be on the leaderboard.
But have you suspended user accounts before for kids being under 13?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
We did. Point to any of those users that you've suspended?
I don't remember the name, but I can send you the names later. And we check all the emails, from our support email. If any parents say, hey, my kids are using Musical.ly without getting my permission, we will remove the account within 10 to 15 minutes.
What about if somebody else reports a kid?
Yeah, we'll do the same. We'll do the same.
But I still don't understand, though, if these kids are under 13
yes.
and you're providing their contact information, photographs, real names, usernames, all things that are prohibited by the Online Protection Act for children, I don't understand how that's not a violation.
But the parents give the permission. It is being monitored by the parents. That's the point.
But there can't be that all these kids. I mean, so many parents don't even know what this app is.
But if you go
how do all you're telling me that every kid that's under 13 on your platform has their parents' permission?
I can't guarantee. As far as I know all the kids. As far as I know, they are being monitored by the parents. And this is exactly the same situation with any other social media platforms. You can go to Instagram and search. I guarantee you can find the same thing.
So your guys' approach is basically to try to contact the parents, but what happens if you don't hear back from the parents or there's no answer?
For the top users, right, which we can manage, we approach the parents using the email used during the sign-up process. And if we don't get the permission, of course, we will delete the account.
All right. Well, I think that this is something that you guys should really be looking deeper into. I understand that you guys have feigned that you don't know the ages of users before or that their parents are always involved. But honestly, looking at this content, if these parents are allowing their kids to make these provocative videos at 11 years old and post them online, I don't necessarily think that you should trust the parents to make those decisions for them because they're clearly not parenting quite right. So what happens if... All right, so let's talk a little bit about how you're working with the creators. A lot of social media platforms don't necessarily have a very good relationship with their creators. Are you guys how are people on Musical.ly making money, and how are you ensuring that these creators don't go to other platforms? Because as we've seen with Vine, creators can easily slip to other platforms, leading to a precipitous drop in usage.
So first, creators leave a platform because the consumers are leaving. As long as the consumers are engaged, the creators won't leave because there is good enough engagement. So the key is not to make the creators happy. The key is to create a product model that retain those consumers. And the key difference between Musical.ly and Vine is on Musical.ly, we lower the barrier to content creation. So all the consumers are creators on the same time.
So what happens if Snapchat creates a lip-syncing filter or offers this kind of functionality on a completely open-ended platform which doesn't have the same kind of rules and constraints which can promote creativity but also restrain flexibility of usage? What happens if Snapchat makes a Musical.ly filter or copies you the way that Facebook copies Snapchat?
I think the result could be very similar to how Facebook created their own Snapchat version, right? The result would be the same.
So when Instagram created stories, they got 100 million daily users in a month. And so you think that if Snapchat were to create a Musical.ly filter, you think they would have the same success cloning you?
Yeah.
Does that worry you at all?
Well, of course. we feel worried. That's the nature of a startup, right? There will always be risk. There will be always what-if scenarios. But what can we do about it? We can only make ourselves better. We can only improve the product over time. We can't say, hey, because Snapchat is going to build a copycat, we don't do anything anymore, right?
Sure. So what do you guys have on the horizon to keep making yourselves look different and offer a diversity of content creation?
What do you mean?
What are the new features, or what do you guys have planned in the future to make sure that your app doesn't seem stale? Because the kids, they always just move on to whatever's the new interesting thing. And as fun as it is and as creative as it is, it's easy to get tired of any app.
Right, of course. So you always have to innovate. You always have to create new things. You always cannot just copy from something else, right? So we are currently spending a lot of effort creating this live streaming platform, right? And in this live streaming platform, we are bringing some new ideas, like creating different categories, having our users do something similar to America Got Talent kind of thing, and have other people vote. So these are the new innovations we're working on.
Great. So you guys now have 40 million users.
Right.
You're working closely with the creators to make sure that they're always having new ways to make content. You guys are doing your best to diversify your creation tools.
Yes.
So you're not just doing lip syncing, not just dancing. So Musical.ly refuses to be pigeonholed. But still, I think you guys have some work to do around Copa. You guys are honestly making very good strides and working hard on it. But I do think that a quick glance at the app just brings about some sort of terrifying images. So I hope that you guys can get that figured out. But thank you very much for talking with us about your efforts. Cheers.
Okay, that was intense, yeah? You guys feel it too? I'm not alone. But it was awesome as well. So good job, Josh, and also Alex. We all made it through. Let's just get to the next panel. Hacking Clicktivism. Who comes up with these titles? Hacking Clicktivism with Natalia Vodianova from Elbi and Megan Dickey, your moderator. Please welcome them.
Hey, Natalia, thanks for joining me. So for those who don't know who you are, Natalia is a Calvin Klein supermodel, but she's also the founder of a social good app called Elbi. So with Elbi, users can take small actions to make a big difference, either via donating to a cause or creating a cool picture that might go to a sick child to cheer them up. So tell me about how...
Pretty good description. Thank you.
Yeah, I've been working on it. Tell me about how you decided to use tech for philanthropy.
Yes, so what we do is really we make the content and you're sort of posting a picture, doing something like this, or liking more meaningful at Elbi. So the idea came to me actually from using social media, being a model, and when I post a photo of some of my modeling work that we know hundreds of thousands of dollars go into making this picture perfect. So of course it gets a lot of likes, tens of thousands of likes, and then if I post a picture of my charity work, with one of the organizations that I support, then that would get a fraction of the likes. And you can't blame users, the audience of social media, to choose a better picture to like, because what we need to do is we just need to bring those users to a place where they could actually be there because of the causes they care about, and because they want to do good, and because they're there exactly for that. So we also we want to turn those billions of likes spread throughout social media into love. And love with Elbi is every click is a micro donation of $1. So the idea is to democratize philanthropy.
Right. And so how do you decide which organizations or charities you want to work with? Because so every day users will see 3 causes they can contribute to. How do you decide what's going to show up?
Yes, so we right now working with vetted charities. Our charity partners may be as big as Save the Children or as small as tiny orphanage in Kenya, who we are actually featuring on Elbi today. And the way we approach it, however, and why it works for big organizations or small, because we tell a story. So we tell a story of one child, one community, one school, and our hashtag is everyone counts. Why it's important to tell those stories? For big organization, because of Elbi Loop, and Elbi Loop is something that we impose on our charities, actually. It's every time users create with Elbi, they have to see clear impact of what this creation, this drawing, this message, where it went. And so just to tell you an example, we work with a charity called Postpulse, and they work with, they're helping severely sick children. One campaign we did was with a little girl called Isi, and she was very ill with leukemia. She's better now, actually, but she was very ill. She would spend months in the hospital, and we asked our users to draw her a giraffe. So hundreds of users drew her giraffe, and then post-pulse, when Isi was getting the drawings, they snapped a picture of this moment. And we, Elbi, sent it back to the users who created the content.
So that way that they know that they're good.
Absolutely. So for some big organization like Save the Children International would be very important because they're creating very meaningful connection with their beneficiaries. And the way we fundraise as well, we don't have just a donate button. The difference in Elbi is that if your giraffe drawing is amazing, our community are going to love it because they're going to be like, how have you, drew such an amazing giraffe? It's great, and they're going to, or something funny attracts a lot of loves. And so you become, even if you don't have $1, you become a fundraiser for the cause.
Yeah, I think that's a really cool way to be able to contribute. So our crowd here really likes metrics. So I'm wondering how many good deeds, either via creations or donations, have been done on Elbi?
So we just launched the beta version in September this year, and all together with our community, we've done 48,000 creations.
Okay.
And to date, we raised, I would say, somewhere between 15 and 20,000 pounds.
Okay, and so
creations.
All of that money goes to the charities and the organizations?
Absolutely, 100%. Elbi does not actually take a cut from donations of our users. Where we hope to, of course, we're looking to be sustainable as an organization. What we're looking to do is at scale, when we have millions of users who we know what the cause they care about, we can sell this data to big organizations, big companies out there who care to match their corporate social responsibility funds with real people out there who may be their potential consumers.
And I know that Elbi has partnered with Prisma, for example. How does partnering with a tech company like Prisma play into your overall business model?
So this is also the way we want to scale. It's through partnerships.
Okay.
Prisma is a good example. We actually today, if you have Prisma, you can support one of our causes.
Yeah, and actually, could we bring up the photo of Prisma real quick?
So we created this filter, special filter. This is what Prisma does, and it's Matrix inspired. And Prisma offers our users, their users, to donate $1 to Karibu Center, which is an orphanage in Kenya, and also this organization provides tech clubs for disadvantaged children. And it's a small organization, but they do fantastic work, and today you can support them by using the app that you love.
Cool. So yeah, I don't know if that actually went up on the screen, but you can just download Prisma, and it's the first filter that shows up. It's like this Crunch for Good. Nope, next one. It's the the Crunch for Good filter. But so it's something that I wanted to get into though. So when people do good on Elbi, they get rewarded with like little points. So like for example, I drew a picture of something to contribute to one cause, then I got a little Elbi love point. Why is it that you're incentivizing people to do good? Do you think that's the only way that people will actually maybe do a good deed?
No, it's really. I think that Elbi loop is actually best incentive when you really see the impact that your creation made. That's really meaningful to our audience. Are very young, however, and we want to reward our audience as much as we can for doing good and for wanting to be with Elbi. And so we partnered with a lot of brands like David Yurman, like Gabriela Hearst, very cool brands, like Fendi, bigger brands like Fendi and Givenchy. And those brands are ready to give the best of their product, the latest of their product into Love Shop. So Love Shop is the first online retail where you can shop with love, and love is we see as this currency for good. So basically, when you interact with Elbi, every creation, every share, every donation on every dollar raised, every love raised, is raising your score and raises amount of coins that you have.
So I have to come clean. So I created something on Elbi, and it was fine. I'm not an artist. It was a pretty crappy drawing, and I just said hi, but I got a point. So in theory, couldn't I just create 100 of those and then just claim a prize? Like how do you make sure that people aren't going to abuse Elbi like I did?
Yeah. Well, first of all, you with Elbi, the way it's kind of self-controlling mechanism, because you can only create 3 times a day.
Right.
And then you know, why would, if it only takes 3 minutes, okay, you know what, with us, you don't have to actually draw. Even if you go and find kind of the coolest picture online of giraffe, because your incentive is to raise love, that's the only way you can grow your score quicker. And for that, your picture has to be really good for other users to want to love your content.
Right.
Because you can only do 3 drawings a day, so you want to maximize your potential of raising those loves from other users and raising your score so you can get this, you know, Givenchy sweater sooner.
Did you get that through contributing via Elbi?
I could.
Okay.
I could, but because I have actually enough points, because I've been donating so much. I've been loving all the people out there who are using Elbi every day, and I really enjoy doing that, because I really, you know, it just feels fantastic to see a cool picture and then go and see who did it. For me, I guess, as a founder, is great, but I also, you know, the way we use Instagram, and we're like, oh my God, this is so amazing, and you're liking it. Once you put your credit card in there, you know, it's very addictive to just pressing those buttons and loving content.
Hope not too addictive, but so I'm still curious about the rewards. How many rewards have been claimed?
How many rewards have been
claimed via the
Actually, none yet, because
none. Okay.
All our rewards are quite expensive. You have to work for the moment. You know, we are looking to partner with brands that would give us kind of more affordable content, but I want that to be very special. I want that to be brands that are ethical, that are green. I want to find brands that are very special. This is on our agenda for later. But for now, we have kind of our average item is about $200 and more. Some of it is more expensive. So it takes our users. Our users haven't gotten that much love yet. But you have to work. You have to work for your reward.
So what's in it for the brands that are giving you? I assume they're just kind of giving you these products.
Yes, absolutely. They're giving the product.
So why are they doing this?
Because they love their idea of rewarding people who are, active and doing good deeds with Elbi every day. And so they're, for them also the idea that there is a young kid who cannot go and buy their product in the shop, but could get it at the love shop for being good. It's fantastic.
Yeah. So Elbi has yet to raise outside funding. I understand that you're.
We are.
Yeah. You're on the verge of raising. What has that experience been like for you as a founder running a social goods startup?
It's very difficult, but I've spent my life asking other people for money because I have 12 years of experience of running an organization, Naked Heart Foundation, yes. So I ask people for money all the time. So, it's just doing it for something much, much more ambitious. Right. And because we actually looking to be a company and for-profit, part of our activity should be for-profit because we want to be competitive, because the tech, of course, it's a really complex world and very expensive to run a startup like this. We have a business plan, absolutely. But we would never take a cut from the donations that are given by our users.
How much money are you looking to raise?
Oh my God. Well, I'm not ready to really answer this question. I'd rather people come to me and talk to me about this.
Okay. All right. But in terms, I know that you mentioned that you've been asking for money for years, but I think it's a little different in asking for money for a startup where VCs they're wanting to see a return on their investment. So what's your sell to them?
No, for us, we are looking to always just to be a social business and to just grow our impact and just to do our job better. Actually, what we're really focusing right now is on partnerships. So I wanted to say, to guys out there, we're looking to be your philanthropic arm of your organization, of your startup. We want to reward your audiences. We want to test this idea of how we could kind of be the Elbi score, the measure of how good your users are. Still everything would be sort of in your within your product, but we would be kind of the back end of that, and we could reward your users with the real life rewards, and that's what we would like to do, and also to see what technology what we can learn in the tech sector, how we can improve ourselves with your tools.
Yeah. So you're kind of new to the tech sector. What has it been like transitioning from the world of modeling into the hoodie-wearing tech industry?
Yeah, I would say more world of philanthropy because modeling there's no transition.
They're two different things for you.
They're very different things, but. It's very, very interesting. It's just so exciting to see how digital and social and tech worlds completely disrupting all the fields out there and all the industries. And when you think of your home, for example, when you think of your home being smart, like you understand what that could be like. You understand the solar panels. You understand how that energy could be created. You can envision that home that you wake up to and that, already made your coffee and prepared your outfit, etc., etc. When it comes to your giving, there is not really much out there that is that we're thinking about. But at the same time, you know, this is an incredible marketplace and an incredible tool, and we're all connected through it. So we need to be thinking more of how we can all be connected also around doing good.
Right. And is that kind of part of your plan with the partnerships, just in order to acquire more users to get onto Elbi?
Well, it would be nice to get more users on Elbi app, but as a platform, we can just harness our relationship with other big social media platforms,
Right.
or tools, digital tools that are out there, and we can have a different proposition to them. We can bring our stories to them. We tell our stories really well. We can bring this idea of micro donation. We can also bring again real life rewards to their users.
How much of your time do you spend working on Elbi versus working on Naked Heart Foundation versus modeling? You're kind of juggling a few different things.
5 children, may I
Right,
mention?
yeah.
So for me, Naked Heart Foundation is in a very good place. It's a very successful. We're a top 3 organization in Russia. So I have a fantastic team who we really know what we're doing. So I'm focusing a lot on Elbi today. My modeling work, I have contracts, so it takes me really just a few months a year that I actually, you know, accumulated of the year, a few months that I spend on my modeling work. So I have a lot of time to dedicate to Elbi, and this is my main focus today.
Nice. And do you envision Elbi continuing to be your main focus down the
Yes,
road?
absolutely. I hope so. It depends on whether Elbi's life is 1 year long or 10 years long. I don't know. You know, it's really hard to plan with a project like this because it's very, very ambitious.
Right. Okay, well, thank you so much for your time, Natalia.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And now we are going to visit with the head of Facebook for Work. Facebook is an up-and-coming website that you might have heard of. So if you don't know about it, just go ahead and put that into Google, Facebook, and you'll learn a lot about it. Please welcome to the stage, bear with me, Julien Cordagnou and Josh Constein.
You guys are charging for Facebook now. I thought you said you never do that.
Well, only for companies.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Yeah, no. This is all about your new enterprise collaboration product called Workplace, which is really fascinating. You're the director of, and this is actually a product you guys are building here in the UK, right?
Yes, it is. It's built and made and designed in London.
That must be really different because most of the core Facebook products are all built in Menlo Park in California. What is it like building a product so far away from the rest of the team?
Actually, it's fantastic for us because I think for the first time you have everyone who's working on Workplace, from the design team, the product managers, the engineers, the marketing team, the go-to-market team, the PR team, everyone is on the same floor in London on Regent's Place. So it feels like a startup inside Facebook.
That must be good because at that size, it's hard to feel like you have that same cohesion as a team. And now, if you guys aren't exactly sure what Facebook Workplace is, it's a lot like the features you know and love from Facebook. There's the news feed, events, groups, messaging, and it basically lets you work with your team to work on big projects. It's a bit like Slack, but with a lot more features. Now, tell us a little bit, what's going on with the app? You guys, how's progress going? Last time we heard you had 1,000 teams using it. Where are you guys now?
Yes, so we officially launched Workplace 6 weeks ago in October. And we've been very pleased with the demand we've seen across many geographies, many industries. We are still catching up, to be honest, with the backlog of companies that reached out, that want to launch Workplace as fast as possible. 2 weeks ago, we launched a Vente Privée in France. We launched a Deliveroo in the UK last week. This week, I think we launched TBWA. It's a big advertising agency. Tomorrow, we are launching AirAsia, which is a big airline in Malaysia. And everyone at AirAsia, they have 20,000 employees, will be using Workplace, from the CEO to every crew of every flight. And I guess you've seen, but we also announced that the entire administration of Singapore will be using Workplace. And that's 150,000 people.
Wow, that's a huge amount of people to have all on one app. It must get a little bit chaotic.
Not really, because I think the surprise that we've had was to see that the same tools that we've built for 1.8 billion people, the newsfeed, groups, Messenger, when you adapt these tools to the workplace, to the enterprise, actually great things happen in terms of productivity. So instead of going to your inbox and look at emails in a chronological order, you look at the newsfeed, and we make sure that what's important for you, what's relevant for you, is always on top. So it's a very different way of working. And I think that what's unique about Workplace is that we want to connect everyone in the company, not just the white collars, but everyone from the CEO to people who never had a desk, never had a PC, or never had an email before. So I don't think of it as a productivity application. I think of it as a different way of running a company by giving everyone a voice.
That's really cool, because most companies, they're using, maybe just enterprise software for their executives or some of their, their tech and engineering team, not maybe their blue-collar workers. But when you open it up to that many people, do companies find that they're getting interesting new insights into their business, or hearing about ideas or suggestions, getting brainstorming ideas from the guy who's there after hours rather than just from the executives?
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point. Changing the way the company works by giving everyone a voice, especially people who were not connected before, people who had no emails. And the big surprise for us was to see that the more connected an organization becomes, the more productive it becomes. And I think there was a gap in the market. No one was really addressing that market. People who've never been connected before in the workplace. And that's what we want to do with Workplace. And I think you can only do that when you have something that has the familiarity of Facebook, an application that 1.8 billion people use every month.
It must be a bit of a challenge, though, to convince companies that getting their employees on it doesn't mean that people are just going to be wasting time on the internet all day. Some companies are a little bit apprehensive, like, oh, you're just on Facebook the whole time, but this is very different. How do you convince them of that?
Well, first, we changed the name. The first name we had was Facebook at Work, which could have been misleading. The name we have now.
No, I don't want you to be using Facebook at work. That's the whole thing, right?
But Workplace by Facebook is just for you and your colleagues. It's using the same tools, the same applications that people use every day to communicate with their friends and their families, but with Workplace, it's just for you and your colleagues, the people you work with, the people you work for. And eventually now, since we launched multi-company groups, you can even use Workplace to communicate with your partners, your clients, your marketing agency. You just want to have the speed of innovation of consumer tech, but for your own internal enterprise-only use.
That's a cool anecdote that you guys wanted to change the name to make sure people didn't mistake it for just playing around on Facebook at work. Now, the one thing that I thought was lacking when you guys launched was a big developer platform. You had a few partner integrations for IT and security, like single sign-on and some enterprise security stuff. And there was a few companies like Deloitte and Edelman who could help big clients get on board. But you didn't have the kind of app platform that we're seeing with some of the other enterprise communication hubs like Slack. So you guys actually have something pretty big to announce right now, don't you?
Yeah, actually, we want to grow Workplace just like we've grown Facebook, by first building the network, driving adoption, driving retention, driving satisfaction, and then to build services on top of the network. So Facebook Live, for example, is something we adapted for Workplace and that we've added to Workplace, and that's something we built ourselves. The next step for us is to let any IT teams, any company using Workplace today, build applications on top of Workplace. So we launched custom integrations. That's the name of, I would say, that version 0.1 of platform. We launched it a few days ago, and we already see companies, internal IT teams, building apps on top of Workplace for their employees. But that's how we want to grow Workplace. But what's very important for us first is to drive adoption, retention and engagement on the platform.
So this is basically, you guys didn't really say anything about this when you announced that, though. So this is the announcement that you guys now have a collaboration app platform as well. So what are people, what kind of big names that we might know and love in the enterprise space could we eventually see on Workplace's platform?
Yeah, once again, this is not an open platform for third-party applications. This is a platform that lets IT teams build apps for their employees. But we've seen companies connecting Workplace to their intranet so that the intranet can automatically publish into the newsfeed. We've seen a company in the Nordics building a cafeteria app on Workplace. So you can just say, hey, what's on the menu today at cafeteria? And then you will have a bot posting pictures of what's on the menu today inside the newsfeed directly. We've seen companies connecting Workplace to Salesforce and other internal tools that they use. So it's just the beginning. It's really week number 2 for us, but that was something that our users and our companies were expecting.
So in this version of the platform, companies themselves, their own IT department, basically creates connections between Workplace and the tools that they're already using from third-party developers, rather than those third-party developers building like a special version of their app that works with Workplace,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Okay, so but with those integrations, I can imagine, would people be able to add things like file sharing or productivity apps, email, calendaring, that kind of stuff, CRM services? Is that the kind of stuff we could expect people to connect with via the new Workplace platform?
Absolutely, they can absolutely do that. Whatever you're using internally, you can connect Workplace to these applications and provide a great experience to your users. Don't forget that when we deploy Workplace, because we have adoption, because we have retention and engagement, it becomes the homepage of the company. That's the place where people go back to every day, many times a day, on the web, on mobile, and it becomes de facto a discovery and a distribution platform for internal apps or applications that you're using every day to get the job done.
Now, is this something that Facebook wants to eventually get a cut of, the way that third-party tools build into Workplace?
No, I mean, right now, as I said, the ambition we have is to become an amazing distribution and discovery platform for apps that you build yourselves for you and your teams.
So that's very different than, say, trying to run an app store and have get some kind of cut on the licenses that these companies are already paying to other service providers like Microsoft for some versions of Outlook or their other Office software or Dropbox, for instance.
Yeah,
Great.
exactly.
But long term, how do you see the platform evolving? Is this something that you want to keep just for IT teams to be able to customize, or do you imagine there being more like a more public-facing version of this platform?
No, it's a long journey. As you said, we started by connecting Workplace to the top IDP vendors on the market: Okta, OneLogin, Microsoft, Google, Ping. Then we built the Workplace Partner Program. We recruited services companies like Deloitte, TBWA, Service Rocket, L&T Infotech, CSC, that can bring Workplace to their clients and to our clients. And now, step 3 is to let IT teams that are using Workplace build their own apps on top of the platform.
Great. Well, Sarah Burr, who's out there covering this for TechCrunch, just make sure that we say that it's the IT teams that are building this, not the developers themselves. Now, looking forward, one big thing that I think is important when it comes to enterprise software is the ability to really find what you've already done in terms of work. Searchability is a big question, but it's one thing to have searchability in a normal enterprise piece of software, or say in the news feed of Facebook Workplace. But what about for the Workplace Messenger? Do you think that Workplace chat conversations should always be searchable?
I don't know. It's really a different use case. The product inside Workplace that people use the most is groups. So you basically have a group for every mailing list of the company, for every newsletter. I mean, everyone wants to escape from mailing lists, newsletters, reply alls, intranets that no one are using, or intranets that do not work on mobile. And groups are just perfect for that. So if you need your team to review a document or your team to brainstorm on something that will take time, you're going to use groups for that. If you need
and that's all searchable, right?
It is.
Great.
If you need an immediate response from someone from your team, you're going to use WorkChat for that, which is our chat app, the equivalent of Messenger in the world of Workplace. So it's 2 different use cases.
Do you guys have searchability in WorkChat?
No, I don't think we have.
Do you think that that's something that you want to add? And could you weigh maybe the privacy or sort of chilling effects on conversation and people being able to freely voice their ideas versus the utility of being able to bring up any of those old conversations?
Why not? But I think the real value of workplace and groups is that you have the entire history of the company. I mean, when you join the company that is using Workplace, you just have to go back to the groups. You just have to join the groups and join the groups that your manager is part of or your teams are part of, and then you have the entire context. You know, it can go back years. If in the case of Facebook, we've been using it for many years now. I think the real value of the product in having that context and that history. So yes, it has to be searchable.
Now, the Workplace is an amazing app communication, but my worry is that it almost might be too good at communication. You know, when people are working and trying to get into a state of flow, you know, when they're really productive and they don't get distracted, and then suddenly they're getting pings from work chat, rather than, you know, maybe looking at an email when they're done with whatever piece of work that they're doing, you know, that could interrupt them. You know, are you guys hearing that that is a problem from the clients of Workplace?
No, it's not, because I mean the newsfeed is made for that. You know, you don't have to be on the newsfeed every second, right? You don't have to refresh the newsfeed. It will be always refreshed for you. And we will give you the guarantee that what you will see there will be the most relevant or important things for you. So in a way, you can prioritize by, you know, just looking at the newsfeed and get first the latest post from your CEO, from the people you work with, the people who work for you, or someone that is in a different team that is very important for you. So in a way, that prioritization of work already happens in the newsfeed. And that's thanks to the algorithm we have.
But when it comes to work chat, it can still interrupt people. You know, if somebody wants to quickly ask someone something, we're so used to being so social and messaging people so frequently on Facebook Messenger. You know, it already has 1 billion users. You know, does that ever lend itself to people interrupting each other? And
it can happen, but I think you need to set the rules and to set the tone when you deploy a tool like Workplace.
So do you think that that's up to the companies to set up rules and sort of a workplace culture around Workplace, or is that something that you think Facebook should be doing more guidance on?
No, we're looking at, you know, building things that can help people to say when they are available or not. But I think at the end of the day, you want to let the users choose what's right for them. Some people love messaging apps. Some people would prefer groups. So I think it's better to let the users choose for themselves.
Does that mean you guys are going to build sort of a do not disturb feature so you could say, like, you know, I'm technically online, but please don't message me right this moment? Or maybe
kind of. I don't know if it's going to be called or if it will look like that, but that's something we're looking at.
Yeah, because I think that's a big issue. I know that, you know, Slack has encountered this Slacklash, where companies have actually found their employees being so chatty that they're not being productive anymore. They're just sharing animated GIFs and talking about random stuff like it's a water cooler where they never have to leave their desk to go to. And, you know, companies like Uber have even dropped Slack for it becoming a bit too chaotic for all their employees. Is that something that you guys are worried about? And how do you guys make sure that over time that people stay productive with the app rather than it falling into that fear that Facebook is just for playing around?
I think what you're describing here is the use case of a messaging app on desktop. Most of the people who use Workplace use it in a mobile first or in a mobile only scenario. So if you don't want to be disturbed, just don't look at your phone, right? But that's the real people using Workplace. That's people who've never been connected before, who will be connected for the first time with something that is easy to use and mobile first and mobile only. So you can set the rules for yourself.
Well, that brings up another question, which is if it's so mobile-based, people can bring their work home with them. And that means that to some degree, work never stops, which I don't think is necessarily the most productive way or the most enjoyable way to live. So are you guys doing anything around that to make sure that people don't feel obligated to respond to work chat messages even when it's 10 p.m. and they might be trying to go to bed?
Yeah, you know, you can set, of course, your notification settings yourself. But you can also define your own work-life balances rules with your team and your colleagues. So once again, I think it's up to the users to manage that. And we give them the options to do that.
You guys have features that allow people to say, like, any messages that go after 9 p.m. don't send notifications, like for the whole team?
It's not that sophisticated, but we have notification settings that people can play with.
Is that something you guys want to build more on in the future to make sure that people can maintain that work-life balance while still getting the benefits of Workplace?
It's something we're thinking about, but it's not a priority right now.
All right. So long term, what are you guys trying to do for making sure that chat stays productive? You know, there's some apps like Slack. They're really focused around things like animated GIFs, which sure are a way to express yourself, but they're also pretty distracting. Do you see yourself as being a place where work culture happens, or just where work happens?
As we discussed, I think Workplace is really not another productivity app. It's a different way of running the company. It changes the culture of the companies who deployed it. And we think of it as a communications platform, not as an enterprise social network, not as a messaging app. And I think it's a very different use case. And once again, I think it's the only tool that connects everyone in the company. So it creates different discussions.
What about your team? Do you guys work like all hours using Workplace?
Well, I do because I have teams, on 3 continents. But yeah, you could not take it back, obviously, from Facebook, and we also love to hear that from our customers. It becomes your main communication tool once you've deployed it.
Now, I've seen that some other apps like Slack have actually created entire funds to push a developer ecosystem, which for them creates a sort of moat where it's one thing to copy someone's features, but it's hard to copy their developer ecosystem. Is Facebook doing anything around that idea, like funding apps that build well or work well with Workplace?
No, because first, we don't have a platform for that. And second, because our obsession is to connect everyone in the company, even people who had nothing before. When I talk to the leadership team at Oxfam or Save the Children or Danone, companies where we launch Workplace, the leadership team is not obsessed just right now with the Workday or the SAP integration. What they want is to deploy software that people will actually use and love to use. And that's our ambition. We want to build software that people will love to use. So that's the priority. Go back to adoption, retention, engagement.
Now, I don't want to derail the conversation to talk about this, but it's such a big issue that I'd be remiss not to mention it. Fake news has become a big issue of controversy on Facebook. In terms of Workplace, do you guys do anything around sort of censoring or at least just limiting or restricting what people can and can't post in the newsfeed? Or do you empower companies to be able to set any limits around that stuff?
No, on Workplace, the company owns the data. They create the content themselves. They moderate the content themselves. So it's a very different situation. So if you don't like what's in a group, you can leave the group, for example. Or if you don't like the content from the people you follow, you just have to unfollow them.
Now, you've seen a lot of groups that probably sprung up on Facebook itself, before Workplace developed. Do you guys have any plans to help people migrate those kind of groups onto Workplace, or have you been working on that already?
Not really, but it was a signal. We knew that thousands of companies were already using Facebook for work. And a lot of companies and CIOs reached out to us asking us to build Facebook for the workplace, deeply integrated into their IT systems to control the content, but also who's there. You don't want a former employee to still have access to the content. So it was one of the signals that we got that led us to deploy and to develop Workplace.
Great. So I've been really impressed to see how fast you guys are moving with this and trying to develop as quickly as you can. You're constantly adding new companies. You've got your new, version 0.1, you said, of the developer platform where IT teams can build integrations with all sorts of SaaS apps like, email, calendaring, productivity, CRM, file sharing. And you guys are looking into. It's great to hear that you guys acknowledge that there can be problems with being distracted, because I think some other work chat apps try to just sort of skirt around that issue. But I hope to see you guys build more features in the future that allow people to stay as in communication and unite their whole company, which is really what the mission of Facebook has always been about, is connecting people, but without making it so we never feel like we can really get into flow and stay concentrated.
Absolutely.
So thank you so much for talking with us about this.
My pleasure. Thank
Cheers.
you, Josh.
Thanks.
Brexit. More Brexit, right? You guys want to hear more about Brexit. What we can do, can't do. You don't want to talk to me, that's for sure. Thank you, coworkers. All right. I'm just going to get off the stage. Please welcome Steve Hilton from Crowdpack, Daniel Korski, ex-Politico, and Natasha Lomas.
welcome to our second Brexit panel of Disrupt London, officially entitled Face Off, Two Sides of Britain's Tech Future. Unofficially, WTF Happens Now, or my personal favorite, How to Have Your Brexit Cake and Eat It. Joining me to discuss what the UK's looming exit from the European Union means for UK entrepreneurs, we have Daniel Korski, former aide to David Cameron, and if not the key architect of the failed Remain campaign, at least a core
Not a great
insider.
intro, is it? It's not very good, is it?
Sorry about that. And Steve Hilton, co-founder of Crowdpack, former director of strategy for David Cameron, and a rare thing indeed, a tech entrepreneur who agitated for Brexit, but I don't think lives in the UK. Is that right, Steve?
I live in California.
You live in California and you're voted for Brexit. OK. Let's kick off with a little audience poll, a little poll of our own. Put your hand up if you voted for the UK to remain in the EU. OK. And put your hand up if you voted for Brexit. Oh, dear. And put your hand up if you...
There is one person. It's amazing.
Did you bring him? Is he a friend of yours?
Yeah, that's your minion. Put your hand up if you could vote but didn't. OK, oh, there was a couple. OK. So in this audience, perhaps unsurprisingly, an overwhelming majority for Remain. So Steve, as the sole Brexiteer on the panel, please make the case for why leaving the EU is going to be great for UK entrepreneurs, such as all the ones in this room who voted to remain.
Well, I think the first thing I'd say about that is that it's too early to say. And the reason for that is that the idea of Brexit was to give policy freedom to the British government to do things that would help entrepreneurs and the economy and so on. It wasn't actually to put forward a particular set of policies or another. It was to give the freedom to the elected government to do what is necessary to boost the tech sector and other sectors. And so the real question is, now that we have that policy freedom, will the British government take advantage of that and do the things that are necessary to really help entrepreneurs in the tech sector? And I think in terms of what that looks like, what are the specific things that would mean, I think the best case that's been made on that, and I suspect you might agree about this, is actually from our mutual friend and colleague Rohan Silva, who many of you may know and certainly be aware of, a leading voice in the tech world here in the UK, who set out very soon after Brexit in a series of articles in the Sunday Times a really clear, positive, pro-enterprise, pro-entrepreneur agenda for what the British government should now do with the freedom that it has to determine policy, and that includes things like investing in skills training, in infrastructure, in changing and improving our immigration system so that we are more open to high-skilled talent from around the world, not just from the EU, but from all over the world, which is a great advantage in starting and building successful businesses, as many of you know. So there's a whole agenda there that's available for the government to take up and run with, free of any constraint that the EU might put in its way. The question is, will they do it? And so far, I think it's just too early to say.
Haven't you written quite negatively about the current government, in fact?
Well, my sense is that they are definitely not embracing that positive, dynamic, pro-enterprise agenda. Now, you could maybe let them off the hook a little bit and say, well, look, they've got their hands full dealing with the immediate consequences of negotiating our on. But I know there's this debate that's been going on here about, do we want a hard Brexit or a soft Brexit, and do we want to try and retain access to the single market and so on. My view is that the really big question is whether we have, and particularly for entrepreneurs and for all of you and everyone in the tech sector, do we have an open Brexit or a closed Brexit? Now, those of us on the conservative side, certainly, who argued for Brexit, I'm not talking about the kind of UKIP campaign, I'm talking about people like Boris Johnson and Michael Gove and myself, Daniel Hannan, who argued for Brexit. We put forward what I would describe as a vision of an open Brexit, where leaving the EU enables the UK to be more open, to be more engaged with the global economy, not just the European economy, more welcoming to high-skilled talent from around the world, and more engaged with fast-growing markets, not just the EU, but places like India and Brazil and China and so on.
And
Daniel.
that dynamic, outward-looking Brexit is what I think we need. That's what we argued for. It doesn't look to me as if Theresa May's government is pursuing that path at all, and rather what they seem to be doing is going down a darker path, frankly, which I've described as closed Brexit. And that is something that is really damaging and dangerous, and I think is to be avoided at all costs. So I think we all need to make the case for the open Brexit that will help entrepreneurs in the tech sector generally.
I mean, Daniel, do you feel that there is as much potential positivity here? You voted for Remain, so you're
Well,
on the other side.
I think Steve comes to this question with the purest of hearts, with a real vision for a global, liberal country. I also think that it was fundamentally naive to think that we could have gone through this process and not unleash the hounds that we have unleashed. And so I will always be on Steve's side in wanting to embrace that open and liberal democracy. I just fundamentally believe that going through the process that we have gone through was always going to unleash some very dark forces in our society, which was always going to constrain governments and therefore produce a politics that was going to militate towards closedness, protectiveness, an opportunity for people to separate communities, and rather than embrace the world, rather draw in. That's what I thought was going to be inevitable in this process, even though I fundamentally accept that people like you come from this with the purest of hearts, as did the people that you have referred to, many of whom are my close friends. I think going forward, I like the concept of an open Brexit. I've talked about a smart Brexit because I think the tech community has to play a real role in defining not just what it needs, which I think there's been a little bit too much of. I mean, I think the debate has basically been divided into two. Pollyannish, it's all going to be great, life gives you lemons, make lemon juice, it's fine. And then, oh my God, the sky is falling, it's just terrible. And I think the truth is the tech community needs to, yes, create parameters that the government needs to operate within, or pressure onto the government, but also needs to operate in some kind of middle position, which is both knowing what is good for it, talent, access to markets, access to capital, but also what specifically those opportunities are that it can help provide. Many of the things, Steve, that you talk about, I would argue, were perfectly possible before. Some were not, but most of the things you just mentioned, infrastructure investment, access to markets and so on, perfectly possible before. In fact, I would say now we're going to go through a very difficult period trying to access the very markets we now have total access to, and we're going to go through a period where it's going to be really hard to get the talent, not just because there'll be border checks and complicated immigration rules, but because people will look to the UK and think, is this really the kind of liberal open place that I want to go and work at a tech startup? So that's going to be a real challenge. And I think it is now incumbent upon the society to do both what Steve says, which is to pressure the government, but also think through very clearly what are the kind of digital efficiencies that we can bring to bear to a new export licensing system if we can't be within the single market? What are the sort of ways in which we want to think through the actual nature of change that the government machine needs to go through?
Isn't this quite an important point, though, Steve? Isn't there a risk of the UK's sovereignty and this idea of freedom that you talked about effectively having to be bartered to foreign governments to cut these much-needed trade deals that a weakened UK outside the EU bloc is going to need to do? So isn't there a risk of actually losing some kind of control in this process?
Well, we don't have control within the EU. I mean, just I think today the government announced to the World Trade Organization that the UK would be taking a seat in that organization rather than at the moment where it doesn't have a seat, doesn't have a voice because it's through the EU. And so I think that I'll say something about trade deals and get into the specifics of that, but the overall point I want to make on trade deals is that they are not as important as is often made out to be the case. For example, I mean, the evidence of that actually is probably sitting in your hands or in your pockets right now. If you look at something like the iPhone, that's designed where I live in California, where I started my business, built in China. The EU doesn't have a trade deal either with America or with China, but people can buy iPhones in the EU, and Apple is a very successful company. So I think the importance of this kind of the bureaucratic aspects
of trade deals are overstated, and the importance of the fundamentals, which you will all understand in terms of designing and building great products that people want to buy, are often understated. But even specifically within the let's just put that to one side and say, yes, we do want to have trade deals. Of course we do. We do want to have access to other markets. I think actually you're going to find, certainly in the US, an enthusiasm to do that quickly now. And that's like a seriously important market because there's that shared sense with the incoming administration of a rejection of the old-fashioned 20th century bureaucratic way of doing things that the EU represents in the eyes of some, and actually an embrace of that more buccaneering, enterprising worldview that a post-Brexit UK could be a leading example of.
So Trump is an opportunity for the UK.
Trump, I mean, whatever you think of him is absolutely a huge opportunity economically for the UK and for UK-based entrepreneurs in terms of showing the world that actually this will not diminish the UK status, but raise the UK status.
Daniel, you want to?
Well, I mean, look, it's hard to sit on this panel and not repeat a series of debates we've had over many months, debates that ultimately my side lost and Steve's side's won. But I do think there's part of what Steve says that I agree with and part that I disagree with. I think that it is true that we will, under President Trump, once he gets his administration in place, will want to prioritize a US-UK deal more so than his predecessor. But I also think it is the case that it'll take many years before the UK has extracted itself from the European construct to be able to conduct such a trade negotiation. I don't think the UK is even close to having the capacity to do so. And I do worry that the way Trump is talking about trade deals, as if trade deals that give a surplus to the US are the only positive deals, is going to put the UK in a very difficult position. So yes, he will be interested in a UK-US trade deal because he's a sort of bilateral kind of guy, and because for a whole series of reasons he sees the UK very fondly, but I do also think that he's got an underlying set of assumptions about the nature of trade deals that are not particularly liberal and go against what I think will ultimately be a positive outcome for both parties, which is to say trade deals aren't only good if there's a constant surplus to one side or the other. But I think we've got to zoom out even further and to say, look, we are losing access, potentially, very easy access to a great set of trading relationships in Europe in exchange for a set of trading relationships that are going to be difficult to get. We don't have the capacity to negotiate for now. And once we have them in place, will present us with some very complex choices. So people say, Australia, New Zealand, great examples. Like if we boosted trade 10 times with Australia, it would obviously never make up for the kind of trade that we've got with Belgium. And even if we were to say, yes, we'll boost it 20 times, there will be some policy preferences on the Australian and the Kiwi side, which are not going to sit so well with the Welsh farmer that's basically going to find themselves undercut, because what do the Australians want? They want a good deal for their products. So all I'm saying is, I'm all for free trade. I also think it's true that not every deal is required in order for entrepreneurs to engage, but I think we should just be quite sanguine about the difficult task that is ahead, and go back to the government and have them explain to us quite clearly how they intend to make up for the trade lost, potentially trade lost, with a series of trade partners in the European Union with whom we have had a very established and positive set of relations.
Let's go back a little and talk about what happened. One of the criticisms, the key criticisms, is that the government didn't have a plan B. There was no plan for what happened if people were going to vote for Brexit. Daniel, I mean, as an insider there, why did no one think of that?
Well, look, I mean, at the end of the day, it is an absolutely fair question. I think the then Prime Minister was quite clear that he didn't want to precipitate anything. He didn't want to assume to be able to win the referendum or lose the referendum. And as a result, he felt it would be the most appropriate thing to have that referendum and to see what happened afterwards. History is judging that, as we know, but now there's a new team in place, a team that is seen to have more of the support of the majority that voted, and it is now going to be up to them to define what they think Brexit ought to look like. There's a case in the High Court which is going to determine the extent to which Parliament will play a role in helping to define that, but I think it is right and proper for that new team to be in place and to deliver the strategy for the country going forward.
I mean, just to that point, I think that I was against having a referendum. That was not the way I thought we should have handled this, and I made the case internally before even the 2010 election. I've long believed that we should leave the EU, as did many people who ended up nevertheless arguing to stay, and going back at least 20 years. And my argument was that we should make that part of the official Tory policy platform in a general election, and so therefore you would have the time to prepare, and everyone would know that if the Tory government was elected, you would leave the EU, and that whole process, I think, would have therefore been much better handled that way. That's my personal view, and I think actually, whatever we think about the arguments and the outcome, it is very striking to me just how divisive this referendum was, and obviously it's not divisive.
It remains to a degree.
That's right. It's really striking, much more than any democratic event I've ever experienced in my lifetime, not just in this country, but around the world. I've been involved in many elections, going back decades around the world, and I think that
Can I push you a bit to say that one of the reasons that's the case is because I think the Leave side unleashed some terrible demons in our society. They allowed a discourse that has really riven society, in many areas apart. And I accept that that was not all of the Leave side, but I think that asking that question and proceeding through the gate of that referendum allowed those things to happen. And I'd be curious to hear, do you ever think that it could have been possible to conduct the referendum without that ever happening?
Well, I'll give you a personal perspective on that, which is that I wasn't particularly planning to get involved that much. As you pointed out, although I have a Crowdpack is now launched in the UK, so I have a business interest in what happens in the UK, and we're just about to launch in France. So we have, we are interested from a business point of view. But I don't live here, and I wasn't particularly planning to get involved. But actually, the thing that really persuaded me otherwise, I'm afraid, to take the other side of this argument was just the way in which, the incredibly kind of overheated and extreme language and argument used by the Remain side about what would happen if
Project Fear.
Exactly. I thought that was deeply irresponsible and negative, and in a way that galvanized me into getting involved, because I was really sickened and disgusted by it, frankly. And I think that I would agree that there are some people on the other side who did too, but a lot of that, I would say, was in response to the kind of rhetoric that was coming out of the official campaign, which basically said to people that, that any kind of opinion that differed from the official view made you not just have a different view about what was in the national interest, but you didn't care about the national interest. You actually wanted, in the words of George Osborne, to see a meaner, narrower, poorer country, that you wanted that. In other words, the official campaign questioned people's motives in a way that I thought was really unacceptable. And I think, looking back on it, it was a very... that's why I think it was so divisive. I think that both sides can look back and say, well, look, the way that campaign was conducted has led it to be a very divisive event, and still is. That's why I think it's all the more important. Actually, I'm very happy to go back as much as you want, but I do think it's really important to try and look forward and say, okay, it's happened now. How are we going to try to make the best of it, not just from an economic point of view, but from a social and cultural point of view as well, because that's also really important.
Can I just
it was not in this room. Of course, it's not divisive. There's a complete unity in this room, with one exception. But around the country, even in London, people say, "Oh, it's London against the North," and even in London, 40% of Londoners voted to stay. And I think that just to dismiss the fact. I mean, this is the big argument, I think, that is really going on, and you're seeing reflected not just in Brexit but elsewhere. And I think this is where I think it is important, actually, for the tech sector to do some self-reflection here, which is that for the last, 30 years or so, the world has been run according to an ideological orthodoxy, a kind of technocratic orthodoxy that is completely positive about globalization, about automation, about centralization of government and other things. And that has created enormous winners and benefits around the world. It's produced a new generation of incredibly wealthy people and more broadly spread opportunity. But it has also delivered for millions of people real economic hardship, stagnation, and a kind of rending of the social fabric that they're used to. And I think that what you're seeing in the Brexit vote, in Trump's, all over the place, in a way I mean, you know, relating to the name of this event, in a way it is the revenge of the disrupted, the people who have been disrupted by this agenda that has been in place, the kind of Davos agenda that is uncritical of globalization, automation, and centralization, and is callous and disregarding of the impact of that on real people. Real people are suffering as a result of that. And I think the tech sector has to think about the real human consequences of our innovations, which are great for some, but really disastrous for many.
Can I just challenge that for a second? Because I think it is incredibly compelling to listen to you paint this fantastically large narrative that ties together protests in North Dakota, with protests in Sunderland, with protests for the votes for the Danish People's Party and the Progress Party and so on. Unfortunately, I just don't think that it bears scrutiny. If you look at median wages in the UK, it is a fundamentally different story than it is in the US. Now, that isn't to say that there aren't people who haven't suffered, or there aren't people who don't feel that their lives have been disrupted.
Hang on, I mean, the Bank of England governor, I think, was it yesterday or today, made the point that it is actually very similar in terms of median. The last decade, I think he said, was the first time since, was it 1860, that people were poorer at the end.
So what is interesting, if you take that data and you compare it to the PPI, the Price Parity Index, which is not to say what is their wage, but is to say what does that wage buy, and you actually compare it to all the countries that we're talking about, it actually turns out that both the US and the UK are pretty high on that list, and it's actually Estonia that is at the far end. So the question isn't just, is there a magical number that shows that wages are declining? If they're declining for a certain period, or the greatest period since another number, then ergo, people don't like being disrupted. As a result, you know, you get Brexit. I'm saying there are people who have been adversely affected. There are people who are deeply uncomfortable with the progress of change. They don't like the fact that they used to walk down the street and the streets were white, and now they're not so white. There used to be chip and chip shops, now there are curries. The world is changing.
What's really bad is none of that, but actually walking down a street where there's nothing, because there's just boarded up shops, and that is the real tragedy, where there's no economic activity, and that is a real fact of life, not in the parts of cities that we all hang out in, but in huge parts of this country and other countries where you've just seen a real, and it's not fair, I think, to
And you're saying
paint
technology
this all
is
as,
in part to blame
yeah, I mean,
for that?
Of course it is.
Yeah.
And the benefits are very real too. The benefits in terms of
consumer choice.
Exactly, all of that stuff, great. But let's not forget that when we talk about winners and losers, as people always do, there are real losers. And I think the point about incomes and so on is not some statistical comparison from country to country. It's about how people feel in relation to what they have expected, which is this notion of progress, that you earn more, that you move up the ladder, that things get better. And that has stopped for people.
All I'm suggesting is that it is not.
And they're not typically the people.
There's not one story that
events
starts.
Like
there's
this
not one story that
get
starts
involved
in North
in
Dakota
any of these debates
and goes to here, right? What I'm trying to say is, in order to understand each and individual place, we've got to look at it individually and not strew together a story that doesn't bear empirical support. And we also have to accept that there is a social, cultural dimension to this, even if it's uncomfortable to accept, which is that people do not like the browning of their societies. And if they certainly feel at the same time that there is a threat to their wages, threat to their jobs, which in many areas they do, and in many areas there have been that threat, although I would argue not as wide as people assume. We just have to accept that there is an uncomfortable social cultural dimension to this.
Look, I'm not denying that, but I think that the way in which the people in power, let's use that term.
People like you and I.
I'm not anymore. But people like, I just think that terms like elite and establishment just are overused, although I use them liberally. But let's just say the people in power, I think that because they slip so easily to that point because it's comforting. It avoids self-scrutiny of the actual consequences of the policy agenda that they've pursued, which has delivered economic stagnation in many places, massive increases in inequality.
We're the fastest growing country in the G7.
Yeah, but that
Wages have
number
not been
doesn't
declining.
tell you the human story. I think that there's
No,
this
but you
sort
said
of
we're stagnating, but we're not stagnating. So if you say we're stagnating, so accept that we're not stagnating.
It's stagnation for many people and places. Not
That's always the
overall.
case. Like in the greatest
Yes, but the
areas of
divide
prosperity,
is
there are people who are
starker.
stagnating.
The divide is starker and bigger.
The divide on this panel is very stark.
Than it's been, and I just think it's all very, you know, if you want to reassure yourself that this was all the result
That's not what I'm saying.
of racists, then the reason I worry about that is it means that you won't actually look back, you collectively won't look back over the policy agenda of the last 20, 30 years that's been implemented not just by Tory government but by the Blair government before it and so on. Is the agenda really set by the kind of corporate and technocratic elite, and not ask the questions about how it is that the untrammeled implementation of that agenda has left, you know, poverty getting worse, people's lives.
But poverty is not getting worse.
It is getting worse.
Can we not start with the facts? Poverty is not getting worse.
It's
This country is getting richer. There have never been as many jobs, and the wealth is getting further spread than ever before,
It's getting
including
worse.
generationally. So we've got to start with some facts.
It's getting worse in the sense that you have that every generation.
This is the richest time ever on this planet. People are healthier. They live longer. We have diseases.
The
that are
divide
cured.
between rich and poor is increasing there, right? So the
I just think that's
disparity
an
is getting
incredibly complacent thing
It
to
doesn't mean
say.
we can't get better,
when you
but
just
we
can
should-
look, you can walk sort of 10 minutes from here and see entrenched poverty generation after generation. That's in the sense in which it's getting worse.
Well, I'm
In this
object to that as much as you would. But it doesn't
well,
mean that
I
at
don't
the aggregate level I say
I
this
don't
country
think
is
that-
stagnating
I
or
don't
it is
think
getting
that-
poorer.
I don't think that. I didn't say that this country is stagnating. I said that there is economic stagnation alongside the great benefits that have accrued over the last few years. And so I think that to try and say, look, the only reason that Brexit happened was
I
because
didn't say
people
that.
are. You went immediately to that argument.
No, I said I felt that
You
it was missing in your explanation. You prefer to talk about a very economic argument which I believe is not based on empirical data. I wanted to add to that a sense of social and cultural alienation, which partly is a function of the changing of our societies that people don't like. You can add to that. You can
Yes, but it's not just about race and identity. It's also about community. It's also about the sense of what's happening physically to our communities, to the way we used to live our lives, to the kinds of jobs that we, you know, the jobs are now increasingly the white-collar jobs, the careers and professions that are disappearing. That is an
automation
instability
that's
and a lack of security. It's not just about race. The social fabric of people's lives has been ripped up in many places, and it's very unsettling. And I think that to dismiss it all, or to just to focus on race and culture as being
But I wasn't trying to do that. But in turn, I think
miss
that
the points pretty spectacularly.
But I didn't do that. What I fear is that, you know, what I hear from you is you want to tell a story about a society in disruption, which I agree with you produces some winners and some losers, and we've got to do more to help the losers.
Yeah, but people have been saying that for 30 years and it hasn't happened.
But you and I both went into government in order to do our bit.
Yeah,
You did your bit, I did my bit, and some things we
and we
succeeded in,
didn't
some
do
things
enough.
we failed in.
I
agree.
I look back on it and I think, you know, what the main thing that we came in saying was we're going to deal with the financial crisis and respond to that, and I think that was well handled and in a kind of emergency sense. But the big transformation that was going to be made was to reverse this agenda of centralization, to give people more power and control, to really make them feel in reality that they had more say over the things that matter to them in their lives, about the shape of their communities and the physical spaces around them, over their kids' education, their healthcare, the services they use, all of that stuff. And that was barely delivered at all.
But your great insight of the big society and your fantastic book, the recent book you wrote about making things more human, I mean, paraphrasing a complex argument, you know, I think are absolutely spot on, and I think you can take great credit in delivering a trend towards devolution in this country that is for the first time seeing a reversal of that ratchet. And
not enough.
Okay, so I was going to say, you and I can
a
agree.
long way.
No, I agree with that, but I think that you're doing yourself a disservice by saying none of this happened. I do think it is currently happening. And I agree with you. It needs to go faster. It needs to go further. People need to engage in a fundamentally different way at a local community where people can get closer to decisions. I agree with all of that. But I see a much more positive set of developments taking place, partly in credit to your work, than it sounds to me that you're seeing when you think about our time in government.
So the question for this audience is, how can technology help to heal this divided society that we have? I mean, maybe it's been a negative in some ways, but how can the people here
I think that,
bring something positive?
I think that is genuinely a question where you want that entrepreneurial input for people, individuals on a human level, say, here's something where I've got an idea and technology can help with that. So my very small, modest contribution to that is literally the company that I started, Crowdpack, originally in the US and now spreading internationally, which is all about giving people back political power, to take the power over the funding of politics and running for office and standing for whether that's local government or national government, whatever it may be, and make it easier for everyone to get involved, to make it simpler, to demystify the process, to bring crowdfunding instead of the corrupt funding that we've seen that kind of makes this elite takeover possible. So that's my contribution. Say, well, let's use technology and data to open up politics and give people a real sense of political control. And I think there's just so many opportunities in the way services are delivered and the way people live their daily lives beyond what we've already seen in terms of retail and information and entertainment and how technology is helping with that. I think that that is for individual entrepreneurs to respond to because there are real social problems. And I think that tech, because it's so creative and when done best, starts with a real human need that is unmet and tries to meet it. Christ, there's a lot of needs out there that need meeting.
I would pick up on the last bit, which is to say, I look at the extraordinary transformation we've seen in B2C and B2B, and I think it's now time for that transformation to come to B2G. And I think right now, a whole host of public services are being delivered poorly, slowly, through large suppliers that have very little interest in nimble, agile, and citizen-focused services. And if there's anything I think entrepreneurs can do is to try to see how the services they're providing to consumers may be able to be provided in a government marketplace. Because I think if half the people in this room start thinking about how to deliver, government services or public services, because it's not all about national governments, it's also about local governments. If half this room begins to think about that differently, I think we could see over the next 10, 15, 20 years a real transformation in the quality and responsiveness and, of course, also the price of those services.
Yeah, that's
right. We're almost out of time.
Okay.
But just before we have to be dragged off stage, I want to do a quick rapid-fire one. If you could keep one component of the EU after we Brexit, whether it's passporting, freedom of movement, what would it be and why? Daniel?
I think the ability to trade freely across the borders, to scale your business, to travel anywhere, to rock up in a country and say, I want to sell my products or my services, the ability to do that totally unhindered, nobody stopping you, nobody imposing non-tariff barriers you can't dream of, nobody stopping that free flow of
Steve.
commerce.
That is the EU. I don't know.
Well, it might be.
Which is, I think a good argument for it. I think what's happened culturally as a result of being in the EU in terms of people doing those things and traveling and getting to know people.
Doing those bad things.
Doing those great things. And
the one thing you'd keep.
The coming together of people, for the diversity, let's call it diversity. It's a bit of a jargon term, but I think that's the word I'd choose.
And the current government, are they going to deliver hard or soft Brexit?
Hard.
Hard.
All right. Well, on that hard note, we have to leave it. Okay. Sorry. Thank you ever so much, guys.
Thank you.
There you go. All right.
We're going to talk later about what rapid means. Okay. I hope you guys don't mind. I cut your break a little bit short so that we could do more of that. Please be back at 4:15. We'll see you then.
Hey, this is Daryl Evington, and we're here at TechCrunch Disrupt London 2016. It's day 2, Tuesday, which is the last day of the show, and there's lots of exciting stuff to see here at Startup Alley. So let's dive right in and take a look. And we've got right away a helmet, a big helmet. I don't know what it does. Can you explain a bit about what the helmet is and maybe tell what's your name first?
Yeah, my name is Ryunosuke Kino from Tokyo, Japan.
Oh, great. And what have we got here? What product have we got?
Yeah, this is a future helmet, motorcycle helmet. We have the heads-up display here, but it's broken just right now. But sorry.
Don't put that on.
Sorry. And you can see some information in front of you. Yeah. And we have a rear view camera here.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Yeah. So the rider can see the all around of him without facing back.
You get a full 360-degree view?
Yes, exactly, yes.
Oh, wow. And is this kind of footage of what it would look like if you're using it?
Yeah, sorry.
So it's got a light, too?
Yeah, you have a light. So this is just safety light in the night. Just a safety.
And is this now like available? Can you purchase already? Or?
Yeah, this is just a prototype. Hopefully we can start production in next year's winter.
And do you have funding and everything for this already? You're going to do a crowdfunding campaign? How's that going?
Yeah, maybe in next April or next March we will do the crowdfunding.
All right, great. It looks awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's take a walk over here. What you doing, Daryl? I'm not. It's Jonathan Sheever. Jonathan Sheever, hero. You just did an hour of interviewing. How'd you feel about that?
I feel strong, Daryl. I feel ready to go. I want to thank God. I want to thank my family. I want to thank everyone who was involved in getting me to this place right now. I've been training my whole life.
And you've been rewarded with a...
Well, no, so this is for the extra speaker who was cool enough to come on stage and demo his prosthetic arm.
That was actually awesome. We might be able to clip in some of that footage, but it was terrific.
That was fantastic. And that work that Open Bionics is doing, I don't want to sound like a super fan, but man, that shit is cool.
It's pretty cool.
That's great. Should I let you continue wandering around the alley? Do you want me to keep you company?
I don't know.
All right.
You can follow us if you want.
I would love to follow you.
All right. I'll follow you anywhere, Daryl. We've got drones here. I don't know if we're interrupting, but are you at the business? We're on the all right, we're on the feed. Sorry to interrupt. Sorry.
See you. Bye bye.
So what have you got here? What's this? Can you explain to our TechCrunch audience?
Yes, can. This company is called Unmanned Life. What we are offering is a fully autonomous drone-based service platform.
Oh, great. So service platform.
We are not offering the hardware.
Right, okay. That's
what we want to do. There's a lot of companies here that are offering amazing hardware.
Yeah.
We are not conquering that market, no. What we are going to do is we're going to make sure that all these hardwares can work together.
The drones, but also unmanned ground vehicles?
Ground vehicles also, yeah. Drones with the vehicles, it can be flexible, it can be different brands.
And how do you do that? It seems like a tough task, because these guys aren't all playing with a common platform to begin with, right?
Yeah.
So how do you get them all talking to each other?
Yeah, we have a platform which is at this moment multi-patent pending. So there are 85 patents pending on our software. Most of these patents, we have inside information from the patent office that the feedback is giving us that most of these patents are completely unique, which means by end of this year, all these patents will be approved.
Awesome. So, and then do you have clients already?
We have clients. We have a pilot project at the moment, which is ongoing at this moment with the PostNL, which is one of the 5 biggest postal services in the world. Yeah. It's the first market we're aiming on. So we are aiming on the logistic market and the postal services.
And what would they be using these kinds of unmanned vehicles? In the warehouse mostly is the thing? Or?
Yeah, it's the first pilot project is for a warehouse or for how to say the distribution centers. So the packages and the letters arrive, and from that point onwards, they will be distributed to another point. We will do that with the drones and the ground vehicles. The thing is, with the holiday period coming, they need to be flexible, which at these times they are not. They have a fixed installation, fixed production, and they hit their limits.
Right.
With the drones and the ground vehicles, they can be as flexible as they want.
You can reprogram on the fly, and you're good to go.
They can add on. They can take off. They can add on drones, add on ground vehicles, whatever they want to do.
Awesome.
Very flexible.
That sounds great. Well, thanks very much for taking the time.
You're welcome. Bye.
We got there's one of the drones there. Oh, all right. Sheever's doing some finding. Hello, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
And what's your name, sir?
I'm Lauren.
Lauren.
Hey, Mika.
Nice. You got the mustache going. Yeah. Good look. Good look. What do we got here?
So this is Elbi. It's a philanthropic platform founded by Natalia, who's talking today at 2:15. Yeah.
Oh, is she on stage?
Yeah, she's.
Oh, nice. Great. Okay.
Lauren can tell you more about the platform.
Oh, sure. All right.
Yeah. Hi. So we work with charities from all around the world. We are at the moment operating as an app. So we do 3 charities a day, and each day we ask our users to do a mini campaign. So you can, for example, this one is Caribou. They are an orphanage and school based in Kenya, and they have a coding club. But they don't have very much equipment for their coding club, so we are helping them to raise funds through this campaign. We've asked the users to submit ideas of what you would automate in your house and why. So this will be entertaining for the kids as a bit of a talking point.
What kind of tools do you give them? They've made their own little image
Yeah,
macros.
so we have got a create tool just here. You can upload images, take pictures, text, brush, add backgrounds and stickers as well. And then you can also donate $1 at a time by tapping the love button. And you can either donate just straight to the charity, or you can donate on other users' content within the community. We then reward our users with points for either of the actions, so whether you create something or whether you donate, and that turns into coins you can then spend on our Love Shop, which we partner with lots of really cool brands such as Fendi and Berluti there, and Gabriella Hearst and David Yurman. Also, we try to partner with different tech companies and apps as well. So with the Caribou example that I just gave, at the moment we're running that on Prisma, which is another app. They turn pictures into works of art. We've got an Elbi style on there, and then we've asked their users to also donate $1 towards the charity as well.
Great.
So yeah, little actions and big difference.
Sounds good. Awesome. And we'll hear more about it on stage probably later on.
Absolutely.
Thanks a lot. Take care. All right. Keep walking down. So we've got drones here. What kind of drone is this? Is this your product?
Yep, this is our product. We're starting with drones, but we're going to be working on flying cars, or as we like to call it, autonomous personal transport.
Like VTOLs? Or?
Yeah, VTOLs, and not only, but basically having something at your house that you just go up in, go to another town, come back, no wheels, just flying.
That sounds...
But this is where we're starting.
Yeah, because that sounds very ambitious, but you...
It is. Well, why not?
Yeah, sure.
So, and, we know this will take a few years, and we've got to start somewhere, so we're starting with this. So large commercial and industrial UAV platforms, autonomous machine vision orientation without GPS, with collision avoidance, etc., heavy lift, inspection of solar panels and renewable energy farms and things like that.
So what's the company name? Sorry,
it's Evolve Dynamics.
And you've got a camera mounted on the top of like an actual DSLR.
Yep, that's right. It's you can put whatever you want actually on top. So this actually comes off like this, and this can either go on top or on the bottom.
And what's the max capacity on this one here?
It's like drone Lego, if you okay. The maximum lift capacity is up to 10 kilos, but we've built bigger drones as well, and they can fly for between half an hour to 2 hours. So really long endurance.
That is long.
Yeah.
So if you were legally allowed to do it right now, could you already transport people sort of city to city?
No, we're doing loads of research into weird things like inflatable wings and so on. And it's a lot of different things that will be combined together. Inflatable wings, solar panels on the wings, etc., etc.
What are the major hangups? Is it power right now, or
it's actually, unfortunately, there's no one silver bullet. It's a number of things. So power, weight, battery technology, propeller shapes, just general aerodynamics.
A lot of basic research still needs to happen.
Loads and loads of different stuff. But the interesting thing is that all of the things that I just named, there's loads more improvements that can be done in those areas. And what we have right now is kind of like a happy medium, but you can push it further, and that's what we're trying to do.
So how long until I get that? I get the city to city?
Hopefully by the round about 2020, something.
That's a promise, is it?
Sure. Why not?
No one's ever going to hold you to it.
Exactly.
All right. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
All right, what have we got here? Oh, they'd be right back, unfortunately. It's too bad because look at it. It's a Snapchat spectacle equivalent, right? Yeah, called Uno smart glasses. What do you think? More fashionable? Yashad, give me I'll translate your nod or shake of head. You like this, eh? Better than spectacles? No, it's not. All right, moving on here. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good. What's the company here?
This is Captivo.
And what do you guys do?
And what we do is we do that thing up there, which is something that sits above every whiteboard and allows you to digitally share the content with anybody on a web browser.
Oh, great. And you can see the image here. Is this the digital image of what is captured there?
Absolutely. So if Alex grabs a pen on any whiteboard, and what we can do is we can change.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back your Disrupt MC and Special Projects Editor TechCrunch, Jordan Crook.
Thank you for that warm welcome. Yeah, I don't need your applause. It's all good. We are going to get into our next segment. I'm sure that you've roamed around in the Startup Alley and probably noticed that there is also a Hardware Alley with hardware products. And we've plucked one from the masses to show off their stuff. So without any further ado, please welcome the folks from Borderless with the Cross Helmet and Greg Compare.
Hey everybody, I'm Greg Compare. I'm one of the editors at TechCrunch. Just wanted to show you something kind of cool. So, what are you guys working on?
Yeah, my name is Rutter. Nice to meet you. Now we are developing the smart helmet based in Tokyo, Japan. Okay, let's go. Yeah. My background is an industrial designer. I worked for Japanese motor industry in the past decades as a motorcycle designer. So I have deeply knowledge for the motorcycle experiences. But you know, the motorcycle is pretty dangerous experience. So how do we fix this? I thinking about it. So we got started in the 3 years before. Now the back camera installed the backside, and the heads-up display mounted here. So
I think we have a video that kind of helps show some of it.
Okay.
Can we pull up the video? So this just shows what you see as the writer.
Right. Yeah. Okay. As you see, the front, you can see your backward every time you can see, and this camera captures 170 degree around you. So every time you can check your riding situation, and additionally, you can comparing with smartphone. So you can pick up several information and displaying on the head-up display. Right.
So are you building this?
Yeah. My team staff is only 4 people, and software engineer, mechanical engineer, and I am industrial design this. And this another feature is install the noise cancellation system. So every time when you're riding a motorcycle is very loudy, noisy experiences. So we try to fix these problems.
So it blocks out wind noise. It will block out engine noise?
Exactly.
OK, but can you still hear like a police siren, for example?
Right.
OK.
Yeah.
And can the writer customize that? How does that work?
Exactly, yes. We provide the smartphone application, and you can write customizing your sound field every time sound field by the frequency band.
Okay.
So enhance and reduce.
Okay.
Writer can manage the sound field.
Okay.
Right.
So you yourself ride motorcycles, right?
Yeah.
And do you wear this?
Yeah. Several times I checked in the Tokyo's traffic situations and tested.
So is this the finished product? Is this done? At what point in the production process are you at?
Yeah, just now it's prototype, prototype. But next year, we can step up to the mass production.
OK.
Yeah.
And is this helmet something? Is this an off-the-shelf helmet that did you go to Shenzhen and find a helmet that someone else had designed? You stuck a camera and a chip and a computer in there, or did you design this from the ground up?
Yes. It is completely customized.
Okay.
Yeah, design.
Okay.
So mechanical, industrial design, the software, hardware, almost completely we developing.
Okay.
Ourselves. Yes.
Have you raised any investment yet?
Raise, yes. Just now we are bootstrapping very simple business and simple developing process. But from now on, we have to try to fundraise several to mass production, huge budgets.
When you take it into production, are you going to crowdfund it? Or are you going to
exactly?
Okay.
Yes, good idea. Yes. Now we are planning to the crowdfunding in the next year, maybe February or March or so.
Okay. Perfect. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Up next is serial founder Jason Goldberg. Please welcome him to the stage. I'm going to hug you. This is what we do. 2 years ago, Jason and I did this, actually at the London Disrupt. And here we are again. Let's just go with the story in case you guys don't know who Jason is. He is a serial founder. Most notably, turned fabulous into fab.com. Had a $1 billion valuation. Sold that to PCH for 15 million.
Thereabout.
Round it. Took that 15 million, turned it into Hem, which was a vertically integrated, customized furniture e-commerce platform. Sold that to Vitra for what we reported as $20 million. Shrug. And is now launching a new venture, Peepo.
Thanks for having me. Really appreciate it. Where do you want to start? I
Yeah.
mean, it's been quite a journey.
Yeah, it has.
Humbling, to be honest.
Let's start bad and go good.
Yeah, sure.
Okay? So failure is not something that you're unaccustomed to. And also success, right? And I'm curious how you define those things.
Yeah.
Like, is Fab a failure and Hem a success? How do you look at those two things and kind of make those definitions?
Gosh, I've been founding companies since 2003. Founded a company called Jobster, founded a company called Social Median, founded a company called Fabulous. It became Fab, became Hem, and now Peepo. Life is a journey. Your life has ups and downs. I've had my share of success. I've had my share of failure. I think the Fab story was incredibly humbling, and people throw out the word humbling, I think, almost too easily. When you raise $300 million in venture capital, and you have a company that's a $1 billion valuation, and you don't achieve what your investors wanted from it, what your team wanted from it, what you wanted from it, it's incredibly humbling. It's sad. It's something I live with every day. We did our best to try to turn that into something that was still of value. And today, PCH is still running Fab.com, and they're doing great things with it. And we built Hem out of Fab, which the Vitra Corporation bought. And it's a beautiful website with beautiful products that are all original designs, and really proud of what the team has done there. And now I'm working on something new entirely called Peepo.
And what would you call your greatest success? I mean, if you look back on all of that, you just listed out 6 brands. What to you is the most successful of them?
I wouldn't say the greatest success. I think there's different parts of the journey, and I think one of the things I'm most proud of was in 2008. Myself and a few engineers, we created a service called Social Median, and it was just 12 of us. We launched a product within about 4 or 5 weeks of when we started coding it. We achieved several million users very quickly. This is before the iPhone took off. It was really before kind of Twitter took off. It was a social news service. I mean, if anyone's familiar with Newsel, it was Newsel before the iPhone. And we sold that company within 11 months. And what I'm most proud of is not that we had a great exit on it. It was that users loved it, and we really built the product with our users and got great feedback from them. And in some ways, that's what I'm emulating kind of Peepo on today. That Peepo is it's the exact same engineering team. We've been working together since 2008 across these various companies. We just got to work in February of this year of building a product that is based on a use case that we're all really excited about. And we launched 5 weeks ago. And so far, the only thing we're really focused on is engagement, and the user engagement is really strong. Nearly 50% of our users are coming back to the app every single week. And that's encouraging, and that's what we're trying to do, is just build a product that people love.
Okay. I'm curious, just to stay on the past just for a second. I'm sorry, I don't mean to dwell. But Hem, why sell it? I want to talk about that decision, right? Because you went from that $1 billion valuation to selling Fab, and you had this cash in hand, and your investors said, okay, go do something with that, right?
Yeah.
And Hem was a far cry from a flash sale e-commerce platform. It was a vertically integrated business that has quite a bit of potential to kind of build that back up.
Yeah.
And to walk away from it is like, I need to know why.
Yeah. So at the end of last year, at the end of 2015, we reached a point with Hem where the company itself was on a good path. I mean, we had built some really great products, all original design, private label furniture. We had some good sales momentum. And the company reached an inflection point where we realized that we needed about $5 to $7 million to kind of get to profitability at a really good kind of revenue run rate and kind of sustain the business. And this is a business that was growing nicely, but it was it's a online furniture company. It's not a company that was doing exponential hyper growth like Fab was at one point. I mean, Fab at one point we went from 20 million to 100 million in a year in terms of revenue. And we built a double-digit million revenue stream at Hem, and we saw kind of a path, and we had to decide kind of how do we get to that that not just the next step with Hem, but how do you build that company in a way where the people behind it and the investors behind it saw kind of a 10-year path toward just steady growth and building a furniture and design business. And the investors who invested in Fab, who were still kind of hanging around inside of Hem, that's not the business they invested in. They invested in hyper-growth business, and they invested in the business that, for many of them, when they invested, had a valuation of more than 200 million or 500 million or even 900 million when they invested. And so I had a decision, and my investors had a decision as to what was the best path for Hem. And my co-founder, Petrus Palmer, who is a fantastic designer, he was really, the right guy to be leading this company for the next few years. I'm a technology geek. I'm a product developer, and I was having fun running the company and enjoying creating the business. But Petrus is a designer, and he was, really the right guy for a design business. And so we set out to try to figure out what was the best way to carry the design business going forward. And the light bulb moment for me was, I was in Sydney over Christmas last year with my husband Chris. And we're walking around Manly Beach, and we're talking about what to do. And I had a personal decision to make. The decision was, in order for me we had two paths for Hem. One was we had an investor group who was willing to invest alongside me if I personally put $2 million into the business. Or we could sell the company to Vitra and Petrus. Right? And, Chris turned to me, and said, if you look at your heart of hearts and you say, what do you see yourself doing, 4 years from now, 5 years from now, 8 years from now, because Hem was going to be a long path of business in terms of development. Do you really see it as running an online furniture company? And it took like 10 seconds for me to say no. And I'll tell you, the other, I say funny part, but kind of the other aha moment, which led to Peepo, was I've been noodling for several years now, kind of an idea around how to use kind of messaging to help people connect with other people around their passions, and very specific passions. And on that same trip at Manly Beach, Chris and I happened to be looking for one of my passions, which is avocado toast. And we were walking around the beach, and we were talking about Hem and whether I was going to invest a couple $1 million or not. And I was like, I really want some avocado toast. And we went on Google to look, for like avocado toast near Manly Beach. And it's like you're searching static information that people maybe posted an article on a blog like 3 or 4 years ago. And we're like, all right, we're definitely not going to find what we're looking for here. And we then, I posted on Facebook, does anyone have a recommendation for, avocado toast near Manly Beach? Well, time difference, most of my friends are in the US, and how many of my friends have actually been to Manly Beach and whatever, right? And it gets lost in the stream. And it was like, light bulb moment, what I really should be doing is not putting $2 million into this online furniture company that other people should be running. I should be building Peepo, which is a new messaging platform that helps connect people around shared passions. And find people who are passionate about avocado toast and a gazillion other things that you might be passionate about. And that was the kernel behind Peepo.
Do you feel like, because we talked about like what is your greatest success, and if I had to name it, the fact that you can get 7 out of 9 investors to come with you to Peepo, right? Yeah. You have funding coming in.
So I'm very thankful to announce today here for the first time that we are raising $2.3 million in seed financing for Peepo. And Tencent, who was the largest investor in Fab, is leading the investment. Other investors include Vector, Greycroft, Oriente. The head of Oriente is Jeff Prentice, who was at Atomico, which was the second largest investor in Fab. And right now, as of today, we've closed the investment, and 7 of the 10 ever board members from Fab are involved in Peepo now. And to me, it's I'm grateful, I'm thankful. I mean, it's a vote of confidence in myself and the team. Business goes up and down, but you can never lose your integrity. And I think one of the things that I hope is that everyone involved in Fab says, we were honest every step of the way. Everyone had access to the same information, and that we did our best. And by signing up to work with us again, I think it's hopefully saying that that people acknowledge that, and they also acknowledge that we can build great product, and hopefully we'll build something good with people.
Well, and I was talking to some of my teammates last night, and I was, prepping for this interview, and we were talking about you, and they're like, the Fab lost all this money, and then he's going to start a new thing. I'm like, yeah, but he got a bunch of the same investors to come with him, and they're just like, how is that possible, right? Well, and I'm like, well, but I think that you are a very genuine person. I just want to say that for the record, because I think that's a big part of it.
It's. I don't know how to say this, but I guess this is disingenuous, maybe, but tech doesn't need to be so douchey all the time.
Yes.
Right? It's
Thank you.
Like we can be real people.
Yeah.
I fucked up on Fab.
Yes.
But every single investor who was involved in the company also knew what was going on every step of the way, and we made these decisions together. And and there's not a day that goes by that I don't wish that I'd done a million things differently. But I also believe in our team, and I believe that we can build great product, and we're gonna try to do that for our team, our investors, for our customers. And I think that's part of entrepreneurship, is that sometimes you succeed, sometimes you fail. And the venture capital community, the venture capital ecosystem, it doesn't work if people don't try. It doesn't work if people don't get up there and try again. And there will be failures. And the business model of every good VC involves 90% failure, right? And obviously I don't want to be that guy who fails next time, but it's part of the business.
Yeah, I mean, do you feel like HEM is part of the kind of proof that those investors needed to come in on Peepo, or do you feel like that those are separate things?
I think it's separate things. I think it was, it is really, look, people who are investing in Peepo right now are investing in the ability of myself and our team to build something interesting. And people will invest in you again because they believe that you're an honest, trustworthy, straightforward person who does what they say they're going to do. That provides, openness and transparency to information, that seems to make decisions in in a smart way. And sometimes those decisions don't work. But I think in order for people to reinvest in you, they have to believe that you have a spark, a passion that can turn into something really interesting.
Yeah. So e-commerce is hard.
Oh, and let me say, look, there's not one. It's not like everyone can say, well, these are the guys who succeeded in flash sales. There's not like anyone can point to the one success story or two success stories and say, well, if only Fab had done it like this. I mean, everyone failed.
Yeah.
Right. And that's not an excuse. Like, if we had run the business differently, maybe we could have, achieved something that that maintained more shareholder value. But it's not like anyone can point to and say, okay, well, those guys did it right. I mean, the entire sector failed.
Right. Well, and that's like the flash sale slice of e-commerce, which in and of itself is very, very, very difficult.
Yeah, and
there are very few success stories within that.
Yes.
And then we can look at
e-commerce is really, really hard.
It's hard.
I mean, Amazon.
Yeah. Well, and then there's hardware is hard, which we hear over and over and over again. And you built HEM. I hear that social is quite hard.
Social is very hard. Well, look. So look. It's like. I guess I could say, entrepreneurs get excited about solving hard problems, right? And, I think that there is an very large untapped opportunity to democratize the market for interest and expertise, right? And that, I started off this, with this story about my passion for avocado toast. Mm-hmm. And it could be whether it's avocado toast or wine or gay travel or baseball, whatever it is, people are passionate about certain things in their lives. And when you want to reach other people who share those passions, there's not an easy way still to do that. The internet has made us much more connected than ever before. But Instagram, Snapchat, Facebook, has not solved everything. And I think there's an interesting opportunity to democratize the market for interest and expertise. And that's a very big idea. And, and so, yes, it's hard. But when you have big ideas and you have, big platforms that can be built around those ideas, those are interesting problems to work on.
Do you feel like with Peepo, because you have a passion for avocado toast, we know that. You obviously have a passion for creating new products.
Yes.
Clearly. But is there any kind of promise, or was there an issue of trust in terms of, I'm going to stick with this one?
Well, I can tell you that this is definitely a passion project for me right now. I've invested a considerable amount of my own kind of net worth into the company already. And it's it's something that I could see working on it for a very long time. I don't have any ideas at all for kind of what's next. It's really just build this, and I think it's a very interesting problem to solve.
If we were on any other panel during this conference, I would say like machine learning, just predict what's going to happen. But
well,
we're not doing that.
Everything in the end, I think. Well, I'd say everything, but it's like we're still people, right? And I think AI and machine learning will help solve a lot of problems. It'll help make information more accessible and faster and easier. But I think it's also there's people to this equation as well.
And I want to talk. I want to take kind of the rest of our time, if you don't mind, and talk about people.
Please.
Because you live in Berlin most of the time, and I know you go to India a lot, but not as much in the States, or else you'd visit me more. Trump was just elected, and I know that here in the tech scene in London, it's a similar kind of feeling with Brexit. And I'm curious how you felt abroad, watching us elect a troll.
Well, look, here's the thing with me and Trump, and I have no idea whether Donald Trump will be a good and successful president. But I'm very, very scared about the way that he ran his campaign. He ran a campaign based on xenophobia, racism, homophobia, mocking the disabled, putting down women. And what I look at is that's not the role model that we want. And I believe that people look to the president of the United States, not just in the US, but around the world, to be a leader in the world. And that's what scares me, is that it can't be normal, it can't be acceptable for the leader of the free world, or the leader of one of the largest, the largest economy in the world, for him to say that those things are okay. And so I think it's really about changing the tone, it's changing the behavior, it's setting an example. And I think this broader kind of wave, both in Europe, the US, around kind of more acceptance towards kind of xenophobia, towards racism, towards a fear of the browning of the world, which is an awful thing to say. That's really scary stuff, because, I'll relate it back to, if you're running a company, and if your customers, they are diverse.
Yes.
And so
how can you not represent that?
How can you not represent that? Exactly. And so it's really if Donald Trump is going to be president to 40% or 30% of the people in the U.S., and you have other leaders who are able to kind of capture power around the world based on those same kind of principles, that to me is a very scary proposition.
Well, then what is, kind of, because it's an interesting space that you and I are in, right? I'm gay, but I'm also an upper middle class.
My husband and I are gay too.
Good. I'm glad he's gay too, because that works out well for you. But I'm an upper middle class white person, and so there's some sort of bridge where, yes, I've experienced quite a bit of privilege in my life, but also a lot of discrimination. I think that you could say the same.
Yep.
And and I would argue that a Zuck or a Jeff Bezos has an equivalent amount of power, if not more, or influence maybe, than as President-elect Trump.
Yeah.
And so what is the
not
step
the same
forward?
degree, but yeah, but differently.
The same
yeah,
idea,
yeah,
or culturally,
yeah,
right?
yes.
Like influence. So what are the steps forward, not just for these major player tech leaders, but for every CEO and every head of product, and for our audience here, like what are the steps to make? Because I know that I'm scared as a gay woman of the decision that the country made.
Well,
I'm terrified.
I just think that I just don't like the response of let's wait and see how he does.
Yeah, me neither.
Because I feel like as leaders of of organizations, we have a responsibility to uphold certain values and to build businesses that that we're proud of, and the actions and the words of our business, they matter, and the actions and the words of the president and our leaders matter as well. And I think we talk about like diversity. There's all these diversity reports. How's companies doing? But I mean, it's like they're not doing well enough, right?
Yeah.
And it's not just about numbers. It's about voice and seat at the table and who's representing the company. And we need to see much greater strides on that.
I absolutely agree. I think that we can close it out on the note of, I know that you had a low point. I know that there was a rock bottom for you.
Yeah.
And I have a feeling that as entrepreneurs and VCs and the rest of the makeup of this audience, there will be a low point. And I'm curious what to you kind of flipped it back up this way, whether it was a thought or love from your husband or whatever it might be, because we'll all be there, and you obviously are bouncing back in a really strong way, and I think that that's a valuable piece of advice for our audience.
Yeah, so I started this conversation by saying, life is a journey, and I'm 44 years old, and hopefully I'll have another 44 years of my life and have many more kind of chapters of this journey. When the writing was on the wall with Fab as a venture investment, I said, well, let's try to generate some value from this still, and worked on Hem. And the day that we sold Hem, I didn't stop and say, all right, I'm going to go cry in a corner for a year about what could have been with Fab. I said, let's build something. And I feel like we all are on this earth for a reason, and take advantage of the gifts and talents that you have and try to make something of them. And I have no idea if people will be successful, but I know that we've got an amazing team and we've got some good ideas, and we're going to try.
Awesome. Thank you, Jason.
Cheers. Thanks.
Appreciate it. All right. We're going to keep it moving. Without any further ado, please welcome our next guest, Antoine Martin from Zenly, and our moderator, Ramon Delay.
Welcome, Antoine. I'm so excited to have you today on stage because I've been quite excited about Zenly, but I feel like not many people in this room actually know about Zenly. So you're going to tell us more about it. So what is Zenly?
So Zenly is very simply the very best way to share your location. Our origin is Foursquare, is check-ins, and we felt that there was a better way to share your location with your friends, allow you to meet up with them. So we launched Zenly a year ago.
Cool. It's funny that you mentioned Foursquare because I keep saying that Zenly is the new check-in, basically. Now the technology is there. You can share your location with your friends in real time. And it goes one step further, actually. But as you know, there's been many, many different apps about location sharing. There's Apple's Find My Friends.
Sure.
There's Foursquare and Swarm, obviously. There's Looped, Goala, Brightkite, Highlight, and the list goes on and on and on. What makes you so special, and why do you think you're going to succeed?
So maybe some history before that. The very first guys to have played in this space were Looped, and they made the exact same assumption that we make, which is that sharing your location, knowing where your friends are, telling my girlfriend that I'm leaving from the conference and will be home in 3 hours in Paris, is something that everyone does every day up to 10 times. And there's a better way than sharing that by text or calls. Zenly is the fruit of that. The way we did it is there were three main barriers to that. The first one was technical. 2 years ago, 3 years ago, it just wasn't possible to have a device share their location 24/7. Otherwise, you would be draining the battery. So we spent more than 2-3 years in pure R&D doing that with ex-Apple, ex-Google engineers, a lot of PhDs, guys, specialists of low-level technologies. And then there's a question of mindsets and regards to privacy. When we started in this field 5 years ago, people weren't ready to share their location continuously. This has changed. If you look at the teen segment today, they're born with networks where they share in public by default. Instagram, Twitter. They carry out conversations on Twitter that you and I would have had by SMS 10 years ago. And location is part of that spectrum.
So you say that you've been working on this for years and years, which is true. But Zenly is quite new. You launched earlier this year.
Right.
Because you had another product before, which was called Alertus. What was different about it that makes Alertus not work and Zenly work?
So we've been on the same vision for 5 years. Now, when we started working on the subject 5 years ago, we did what perfect business school students do, which is a little marketing study, to realize that at the time, no one was ready to share their location continuously. And that's why Foursquare had that check-in, and that's why you had to be in a declarative mode. The only niche segment where you could do that and where people were ready to do it was safety. So we focused our first product, Alert Us, on the family sphere, allowing teens to trigger an alert when they were facing an issue, which allowed us to work on the technology, learn a lot of things on the subject, and get to what Zenly is 4.5 years later.
So now, you've told me before that it's mostly teens using the app. Somehow, maybe they're more used to sharing the location with their friends.
Right.
That's what you think?
Right, so there's a few reasons which brings teens rather than other segments to use it. We do have in our user base families, we do have use cases that you generally wouldn't guess, NGOs in Africa, a lot of taxis in a few cities in the world trying to replicate the Uber experience with their customers. But the teen segment is by far the dominant one. The reason behind that is they're not scared of privacy, and they're the first to find a benefit in services which disrupt their culture. In our case, privacy questions have been very strong, and when you think of a little dot on a map, to you, it's generally a spy movie, something probably a bit negative. To a teen, it's utility, it's Uber, it's Google Maps, it's positive things where he finds a benefit. And I think that's part of the reason why they're willing to share their location with their friends much faster than our generation.
All right, let's talk about the use cases for a minute. So for instance, I keep using Zenly because last month, for example, one of my friends called me and he said, hey, we're having drinks together, you want to come? And I said, yeah, sure. And I only had to open the app to see where they were and then go to the actual point on the map, which is quite convenient. I'm sure many teens are using the app because of fear of missing out. Like there's a party happening down the block and they're not there, but all their friends are there.
Of course.
What other use case do you find useful?
The FOMO aspect, when you think of the way they use Snapchat, and the original way Evan used to frame Snapchat was capture a moment and share it. I think then he stands right before that, allowing you to make sure that you're there, that you can get to the place easily, that you can see where something is happening, and just join your friends. As we move into social networks where live is the dominant, where we leave the Instagram, the best picture of the month, to things which are closer to the truth, and the talk we heard from Musical.ly and Lively is very close to that. Zenly is actually the perfect expression of ground truth, of what people are actually doing. So it does open up numerous use cases. Meeting up with your friends when you're a teen is one of them. I'll just give you a personal anecdote. I came here with the Eurostar this morning. We try to provoke serendipity, so as soon as I cross a border, my friends will get a notification telling them Antoine has just arrived in the UK. I literally have 5 or 6 conversations in Zenly right now, which were generated through that. One of them is a VC that's an investor in our company that's here as well, and I didn't know. Another one is my dad, which was in London, and I hadn't seen it, hadn't looked for his position. He saw that I was here, and we're taking the Eurostar back together in 2 hours. This would have never have happened without Zenly. So it's these use cases, the ones that are unique, where we're trying to do our best job.
The funny thing as well is that I saw you on the map this morning. I opened the app and you were literally there on a train coming to London.
Right.
So that was quite funny. Many teens use the app. So some of them are going to add 20, 30, 40 friends in the app. What do you say to the parents in the room who are going to be like, this is not okay, my kid shouldn't share a location?
So there's a few things. The first thing is the way we thought of Zenly a year and a half ago is very different to what it's becoming today. And the very first UX, UI we designed with our design team 2 years ago was designed for 2 people or 3 people. We're expecting people to have 2 or 3 friends. The reality is very different, and we're adapting to that. So we allow our users to, first of all, choose who they want to share their location with. And once they're friends in the app, they also have the ability to either hide completely from someone or share only the cities they're in. And that's one of the ways for a teen to make sure that he doesn't share with too many people. The other thing we're doing is, in the past, your network of friends within Zenly would be hidden from others. In the version that's coming out in the next few weeks, you'll be able to see who is a friend in the app, which means that any parent will be able to add his son and look at who is in his network who might be seeing their location.
All right. And in practice, do you see a lot of users hiding the location?
No. So less than 1% of our user base is currently hiding totally or in city mode. Less than 1%. And that's actually a common pattern with a lot of other companies in this sphere. If you look at Twitter and type Zenly, you'll find tweets of teens which are actually playing jokes on the guys that are hiding. They don't even understand the need for such a feature. So I spent a lot of time on the product side a year ago working on privacy questions. And what happened is I was wrong. I shouldn't have spent so much time. Teens don't really care. They just want to be able to have it on all the time. And if they need to turn it off, they want to be able to do it for all their friends at once.
Let's switch gear a bit and talk about the fundraising.
Right.
You've raised quite a lot of money, more than $30 million, something like that. Mm-hmm. And most recently, you've raised from a couple of American investors. So you've told me this crazy story, actually, about your latest fundraising round. How did you end up getting an introduction with Peter Fenton from Benchmark out of nowhere?
So it's the same thing. I'll give you some context. For 3 years, we spent about $2 million working on the technology, which meant I was eating pasta. My co-founder, Alex, was eating pasta, and we were living with very low cash burn. When the technology finally made it, we were able to raise our Series A. That was in December, exactly a year ago. With Xavier Niel and Ida Invest, which is a leading VC firm in France. And when we did that, suddenly we started being able to push the vision much further. When you have 10 million ahead of you and your runway is so low, you see that suddenly there's things you couldn't do, you're able to do. Peter Fenton was one of the people that was referred by so many guys in the past. Peter Fenton, who's at Benchmark. Solomon Hikes, the founder of Docker, which is one of our investors, had mentioned him. Early employees of Zendesk, where he sits on the board, had mentioned him. A few friends close to Twitter had said that he was extremely good. And we had planned to see him when we would raise money again, and we weren't planning to do that before maybe June or September of next year. What happened is he heard about us, started using the product. Every single partner at Benchmark started using the product. They saw the potential behind the technology, the ability to finally push the social context that you have on the map. And he did everything he could to get to us. We weren't raising. We met him initially for a coffee, and 3 weeks later, we had the money in the bank.
Interesting. And what about Jerry Murdoch? How did you end up flying to Aspen, Colorado, and pitching in front of Lance Armstrong and Walter Isaacson, and pitching in the US like that?
So pretty much the same story. Solomon invited some of our team members on the tech side to do a demo of Docker's latest technology, which we had been using internally for some time as beta users. We did that at DockerCon a few months ago, 3 months ago. And during that presentation, we revealed a lot of numbers, which got Peter and Jerry Murdoch both very excited. They haven't told me the story this way, but what I suspect is that there was some competition in between them on who would get the intro first. And so one evening, Solomon sends us an intro to Peter Fenton, and then a second intro telling me, hey, I know you have vacation plans next week. Please cancel them. Trust me. Jerry is going to invite you to Aspen. You don't know him yet. You should go. So I trusted him. We hopped on a plane with my co-founder Alex on a Sunday. Decided that the day before, I think. And the day after that, he gave us a check. We had spent a day together saying, hey, I really want to be part of a future round. I know that you're seeing Benchmark tomorrow and all the partners. I'm guessing that I'm pretty sure they'll be shooting a term sheet. So take this check so that you can tell them that I was first and that I have to be included in the round.
So he gave you an actual check?
Right.
How much money?
So the first one was 10 million.
$10 million?
Yeah, and we didn't need that. I mean,
after one day of pitching?
After 24 hours, we had exchanged the week before over a call. But there's been in the Valley and everywhere in the world this new paradigm on maps that everyone knows will happen at some point, and that still hasn't. Looped is a good example. Facebook has tried a lot of things. There's so many companies that have tried in this sphere. None of them have had the technologies that we have, and I think none of them have been able to work long enough to get to the understanding of users that we now have. So it was pretty simple for them. They really wanted to be part of it. So we had to bring Jerry down and tell him, hey, you're going to have to lower the check, otherwise you're going to block Benchmark, and we won't be able to deal with him because we don't want all this money.
Hold on a minute. So you're telling me somebody gives you $10 million,
right, and rips it off?
No, I can't take it.
Yeah, we told him to rip it and give us back 2 million. That was what we could accept. We didn't want to do a round over 20 million. We didn't need the money. 20 million did allow us to push the vision further, and that's why we took it.
Interesting. And how long did it take from start to finish? Because it seems like pretty fast.
Yeah, 25 days. It went really fast. That was one of the prerequisites. We both told them we're not raising, we don't need money. Now we do want to work with you guys. So if you can make it work in 3 weeks before basically summer vacation, then we'll be working together. Otherwise, we'll just be calling you back in 8 months when it's a real question of raising money. And then they said, no, we'll make it work, and it did happen.
So now you've raised so much money, the pressure must be immense on shipping and delivering.
Sure.
Do you feel this pressure?
Not really. I mean, we're lucky. I feel that we're in the middle of an entrepreneur's dream. We have a team of geniuses that we've been working with now for a lot of time. We have the means to do what we want, and we have the ability to push a vision very far. 30 million gives you the room to play with things that regular startups can't play with. So it's actually less pressure and more opportunities.
All right. How many users do you have today?
I'm not able to share that number. All I can say is several million.
Several million. I think the last time I covered you, you said you had 2 million downloads, something like that.
Right. So that's what you wrote.
Yeah. So is it much bigger than that today, or like?
I can't comment, but we're doing well. I mean, if the underlying question is how we're doing well, and I think that the rounds we raised are just a highlight of that.
How are you getting these new users?
Very simply, purely organically. We weren't public until May of this year. So 6 months ago, no one had ever heard about Denly. I didn't have Denly on my own LinkedIn profile, and we made sure that no one in the company would be public. The reason we did that is we didn't want to push users into some kind of, was a marketing on the side, some kind of use case that we would impose. We wanted to see what they would do with the products and let them afterwards define what were the real use cases. That's what they did for a few months, and in May, when we felt that we had understood the dominant use cases, we started making some noise. It has allowed us to recruit heavily, and we're still doing that. We're very interested by anyone that has worked in the mapping sphere. We feel that there's a lot to do on the experience side on maps. Yeah.
Did you spend money on marketing, like,
No.
like sponsoring YouTube videos or Snapchat stars?
Zero. I say zero. The truth is we've been doing some experiments over the last weeks. Our marketing team is pretty simple. There's Alex, my co-founder.
Some experiments, though.
Yeah, some experiments. Trying to see how we can light fires in different places. What happens with our growth is there's places like Norway, like Corsica, where if you ask a teen what Denly is, he'll respond, it's like Twitter or Periscope. To them, it's a mainstream social app that's dominant in the US. And we took some time to try to understand what happened. Alex, my co-founder, spent a lot of time calling them. And we realized that when we reach a certain tipping point, a certain penetration rate within a community, maybe 25% of a school will have the rest of the school download Denly in the next few weeks. So what we're trying to do on the marketing side today is replicate that in a lot of places.
Yeah, okay. So if you're doing some tests, obviously it means that you're ready to maybe
push harder,
spend some money to bring the numbers up in the future, right?
So yeah, we will be spending some money. Now the end goal for us is billions of users.
Billions of users.
Yeah, sharing your location is a primary and universal need. It's someone that everyone does every day. It's actually the #1 conversation generator. If you look at your text messages, you'll see that the #1 thing that triggers conversation is location. I'll be leaving in 10 minutes, I'm at the office, join me here, where should we meet? You saw how many texts we exchanged backstage just to find each other. Well, we feel that this need is solved by Denly and probably as well by some competitors, and we're pretty certain that in the next 5 years, everyone will have, by default, on their Springboard, an app to do that. We want to make sure that Denly is that app. And the best way to do that is to light fires through marketing in different places. Now, we know that conquering billions of users cannot be done through pure marketing. You can't buy them. If you look at companies like Uber, I think about half of their user base is marketing, and the other half is organic. And we also work on making sure that organic invites are significant.
So do you think in 2016 it's still possible to build a huge social app?
Sure, I'm certain.
Cool. So one last question. How do you think you can go from, let's say, 2 million downloads to 200 million downloads over the next couple of years?
So our main focus right now is engagement. We think that the best way to create word of mouth and virality is not growth hacks, is not email tactics, is not things like that. It's just producing core value and giving even more value to the user so that he opens the app numerous times a day. And if he does that, it will infiltrate his network. He will diffuse Denly. Think about a restaurant, and when you have dinner, there's a few apps that everyone opens at dinner. Well, these apps are the ones that are the most viral. So we're trying to build on our product, improve the experience, and drive even more value to our users.
Trying to become one of the 10 most important apps then. Thank you, Antoine.
Thanks, Roma.
All right, we're getting there. Final panel of the day. Please welcome our next guest, Arago's Hans Christian Boos and moderator John Biggs.
So this is the last panel of this whole event. I used to do the first panel sometimes, and it would be people who were still asleep, but now they are now asleep because they've been sitting here all day.
Our job to wake them up again.
Okay, so I'm very excited about this. Before we begin, this whole panel is about playing Civilization. Do we like video games? Yes, Civilization? Yeah. Scream loudly and with great joy. Yeah. All right,
Yeah,
perfect.
sounds good.
So we're going to start a game, right? We're going to start a game of free
Yeah,
Civ.
if we can show the video of how we start the game. I mean, this is... Oh, it's
Okay.
up there already.
So this is a
has
live
just
game
started.
of Free Civ, which is a free version of Civilization. I love this because when I worked at campus police when I was in college, I used to tell my bosses that I was going to the computer cluster to work on a database, and in fact I was playing Civilization for hours at a time. And I think the statute of limitations is over, but why don't you explain what's going on here, Chris, because this is fascinating stuff. A robot is actually playing this game, right?
Well, right now we see our AI platform playing this game, and it has just started, so it's figuring out where it's got to land. It is not like a normal AI in a game. It only sees what the player would see, and it only acts on what the player could act on. It's not a perfect information game like chess or Go. And this has only started, and we'll check back in at the end of the panel and see how far it's got, right? A normal Civilization game takes like 8 to 9 hours. We don't have that much time, right?
It's taken a lot of my life out of, it's taken a lot of my life, like years. So tell us a little bit about Arago, your company, and what you guys are trying to do, and why you're doing this at all.
At Arago, we started a long time ago, actually in 1995, to research general artificial intelligence. Being Germans, like we did a lot of engineering and a lot of research and never talked to anybody until 2008 when it started working. And then we were looking for a use case for the whole thing, and we actually went out and said, okay, let's apply to something that no one likes, especially in the tech world, which was system administration, because we had to manage our systems ourselves and we didn't like it, so we replaced that with a machine, and it turned out to be a fantastic business case. And then people started shifting us into this, oh, you're an IT automation company. We said, like, hold on. We're an AI company, and we've been working on this. Let's show you that we can use exactly the same software to do something completely different and something that was declared impossible, which was playing strategy games.
Okay. So how did it feel to be an AI company back in '94 when you guys first started?
Everybody told me I was completely nuts wasting my time.
Like what computers were you using? Like a 486 and a
yeah, in '94 we were using Pentiums already.
Yeah,
it was very slow at the time. So we spent a lot of time working on performance and tuning algorithms and fine-tuning inferences and stuff like this. But it has evolved over time.
And why did you keep going? It's been, so you started in '94, and then 2008 is the first year you're actually able to produce stuff. If any one of these guys out here tried to do that, I think their investors would summarily shoot them.
Well, we all financed it ourselves because AI is such a topic, such a broad topic, that if you're really aiming not for a narrow application, like you see many very narrow applications of AI algorithms today, we were aiming at producing a general problem solver.
Okay.
And it just is a broad field.
Okay, so why don't we look at a very short video. You're going to describe how your AI works, what your AI does in both the IT world and in the gaming world. And it's the
yeah, so how the short video of how people are actually teaching the AI.
Okay.
What we see here is kind of a strategic goal is already running, and you see different colors are different people adding experience while watching them, while playing with them, and then we ask the AI to solve the problem by itself, and you see the circles are players, and at the end, we learn from the games. That was all the video.
Okay.
At the end, we learn from the games and see like what was the best kind of experience to be used in what kind of context. So this is a combination of machine reasoning and machine learning,
okay.
Which I believe is the logical next step of in order to get more general in the
So to be clear, if I wanted to teach your system how to, I don't know, set a watch or set this clock here, you would bring multiple people into the room, and they would do different things, and the robot and the machine would watch these people, figuratively, I guess, do this task, and then recreate that task itself using weighted decisions?
That we would just do machine learning. We do that also, but we also ask people, like, wow, you set the watch, how did you do it?
Okay.
Which gives us always not just the what happened, but also the why they did it, which makes the learning time much, much faster.
Okay. So why did you guys choose FreeCiv? Was there like a big FreeCiv fan on staff?
we have a lot of Civilizations fans, actually, as it turned out. And FreeCiv is because we were lazy, that they had open APIs and we could just clunk into them. I mean, you've heard on stage here that now with the OpenAI universe, you have APIs to games, and with DeepMind, StarCraft giving them access, Blizzard giving them access to the games. We just were looking something where we didn't have to spend so much time on programming APIs, but actually could spend time on learning gameplay.
Okay. So walk me through the process of getting a game ready, or even getting a task ready. What did you guys have to do to start understanding the Civilization game?
So maybe I should give the timeline as well, because I think that's quite extraordinary. So the whole idea popped up in end of June when we had a big barbecue in the backyard of the company. And seriously, like this is...
so it's like a nerd hold my beer kind of situation? Like, I'm gonna teach a robot to play FreeCiv?
It's seriously what happened, because we were like, why do people always like don't look at this kind of what we're doing? And so the guys are like, we should play games. They said, but games have already been played. So they opened up research papers and said like, the only thing they say it's impossible is play strategy games. So let's do that.
Okay.
And the next guy says like, okay, let's play Civilization because that's what I do every night. And that's how it started. And what we did then was teach the machine very basically the gameplay, like what's the map, what are cities, and so on. The basic stuff until it could like play a game against the inbuilt AI. And then we went to the FreeCiv community, and in the community we asked people, look, we have this AI, we want to teach it to play, we want to give you a good AI opponent, because the machine AIs that you have built in are not comparable to human players, and we need your experience to teach it. And we got tremendous feedback from these guys. It was absolutely fantastic. We also vowed to give them the result in the end back to the communities, and it went from there. And now we're playing against the top 30, and the top 30 are actually teaching us, so it's pretty cool.
So the machine learns from the player as it's playing?
Yes.
Okay, so it's like in war games when you trigger thermonuclear war.
We try not to trigger thermonuclear war. Actually,
do you have those capabilities?
Actually, we're biased. The only thing we put in as a bias that we prefer the space race to a total world domination. Okay. But that's the bias we put in because we're IT people. We're kind of peaceful.
All right, good. All right. So there's not going to no Professor Walken isn't going to have to save everything for us.
Yeah, no, I don't think we are running into the into the tic-tac-toe game.
Okay, so how did it feel to have the machine win for the first time?
It was totally awesome, right? We announced the whole interaction with the community in New York, and the week we announced it, Facebook published a paper that it's not possible.
So literally, they said
in the next 5 years, it won't be possible from Facebook research. And
to beat a strategy game, or to beat FreeCiv?
To beat a strategy game, and they had StarCraft and Civilization as examples.
Okay, so Facebook was a bunch of punks, and you guys were just like, look, we did it.
No, I think it's the exponential thing, right? 5 years and 5 months got confused. 5 months later, we're done.
So how did it feel? What was the first game that you guys won? Was it against a human? Was it against itself, or?
It was against the in-game AI that we actually won the first game.
Okay.
And the first game we won against a human. That was totally awesome because the guy just couldn't believe it. He like, really? That happened to me now? And then it turned out that his own experience was the major contribution to beating him.
So he just beat himself?
Yes.
Okay, so, and are the players afraid that you're going to steal their souls? Do you have that capability yet? Not yet?
No, we're not a succubus. We can't go for the souls.
Good. So we're going to watch a game. It's very sped up, and it's a couple minutes long. But if we can just go through some of the things. And it starts out at the very beginning. Why don't you describe what's going to go on in the video?
Yeah, if we can have the video of the gameplay,
sure.
Then yeah, there we see. This is exactly the same platform we use to normally run IT systems. Now it started the Civilization. 1,000 years later, it has already gotten much of the continent populated.
And it builds a lot of cities, right?
It builds quite a lot of cities. It actually has a tactic of occupying as much resource space as possible because it has taken in this game very early the decision to go for the space race. Now you see that it's starting to trade. going through all the trading routes and intensifying the trading. You'll see some warfare in a second, like get off the lawn, please.
Trading
and actually what we'll see in a second is that this thing won the space race without even having a full map of the globe, and in the 1800s.
Okay.
Which is quite rare in civilization that you run into these games that early, right? So it was very, very focused on researching technologies. It's mainly because we used knowledge from people who are very tech. Like we have other sets of knowledge from or experience from people that here we won the space race already. We have knowledge from other people that are much more aggressive, and you'll see much more battle. Here you saw a lot of trade and a lot of research.
Okay, is there anything specific that the machine does that the human wouldn't do?
It's done a lot of funny things. So for example, one thing that got a lot of feedback in the community was it built a trade route from Pyongyang to Washington.
Okay.
Right. Another one was it had a terrorist attack in the U.S. And it had no better idea than to put a submarine into Lake Michigan to fight off the terrorist attack.
But can you see what it's doing, or are there any unexpected things, like it won because it did something very, very unusual? I mean, I guess it won because in the 1800s to have the space race.
It's just very consequent, right? So it invents communism very early and then gets rid of it very quickly. All these things that we probably didn't do right in the first place.
Okay.
But post-mortem analysis, you can very easily see where the game changers are, where it sped up and where it won.
All right, very cool. Could you put two AIs together and just have them fight? What would happen there?
Well, this is what we mainly do for machine learning.
Okay.
And it's actually quite interesting because we can have two AIs play each other with the same knowledge set. Then it's pure machine learning as you know it. But we can also have an AI fed with experience from one or more players playing against another AI fed with experience from different players. So you can have virtual instances like clones of these players playing against each other, which is how we evaluate which players give the best experience for what kind of map, for example, or what kind of resource situation.
So I guess the age-old question is this AI? You've been in this for decades. What is an AI going to look like for us in the next 10 years, the next 20 years, the next 50 years? Is it just going to be something similar to this? Is it going to fix my computer for me? Or is it going to take over the world and enslave humanity in battery-shaped pods?
I don't think it's going to do the latter.
Okay.
I think it's an unrealistic expectation.
I saw a documentary.
You saw a documentary how it would do that?
Yeah, it was called The Matrix, and it was very fascinating.
Yeah, I like that, especially the reboot bit.
Yeah, the reboot.
Right? So when it gets rebooted.
Okay, so what's it going to look like?
That you have to introduce kind of a messiah to do reboots is fun, but I don't think it's a realistic scenario. I keep saying that the only way that we can make AIs truly fight us is by teaching them our values, and then the AI finds out that the only people who are not listening to their own values is us.
Okay.
But stay away from the obscene jokes, right? I believe what we're going to see, and this is what we're actively working on, is all the business processes will go into an AI. And this is why we started with IT administration, and in order to prove that it's generalizable, are now doing gameplay. We actually can see that we can use the knowledge of gameplay somewhere else. So the question is, how much do you have to teach it before it can do something, transfer knowledge between verticals completely by itself? That's the generalization question. And I think we're fairly close to that, meaning that we'll be able to automate many business processes very quickly.
Okay, so I think we talked earlier about the ability for this AI to be used elsewhere. So what are some examples of places that you've used the video game AI in business?
So this is actually very interesting. We have use cases in real estate decision-making with our commercial clients, and we see that the decision-making process in where we've just seen it built a lot of cities, right? How to choose good spots for cities is very similar to real estate decision-making. So once the data is networked enough, we're very certain that we'll use the knowledge acquired in civilization and the experience in waiting in these kind of other processes to reapply them. Okay. Which is consistent with what happens in education now, right? In education, people use Minecraft to teach kids how to build stuff, all kinds of stuff, and then they're expected to reapply that knowledge elsewhere. It's exactly the same thing.
Could this be used to process like a football game or give you strategy for a football game? Does it have to be a closed system, or can I throw something that may or may not offer some weird random
I mean, this is the cool thing about Civilization. If you look at stuff like chess or Go or Jeopardy, there's no randomness included in the game. Right? Civilization actually has randomness, and it's one of the key things that we were focused on, that we can deal with randomness and maybe redecide. Maybe we started out with a space race condition, said like this is our strategy space race, and then something happened, I don't know what, and it completely changes the strategy. So be able to adapt to whatever is coming.
Does the computer ever get frustrated and angry
we have a chatbot to talk to players, right, to extract knowledge out of them.
What does it say?
And that chatbot can get frustrated if you like keep repeating yourself as a player.
Well, you should teach it to like get angry when it gets...
Yeah, I don't know. So far, I think the players get more angry at us if we're too stupid to listen to them.
So what's the true test of an AI? Is there the Turing test is essentially gone, right? We're basically done with that.
Well, but we've cheated our way around this,
exactly.
right? So, and it's because natural language stays the holy grail of AI, I believe, and it'll be a while before that. But we're so focused on this natural language piece, I believe that we will see a lot of things that we do every day go before. And since those changed the world quite a bit, it's what we focus on, right?
Yeah.
Like, look, IT administration, we get 90% automation. Like, what do you do with 90% automation?
And is this like a party favor that you give out to your IT guys? You're like, you can have the IT stuff, but you can also play free civ with a robot if you want? How do you guys use this?
Actually, I mean, the funny thing is, we did this completely separate. We said like, this is one is the business and this is the fun. And it turns out that this is the best thing we ever did for business. A, because the feedback cycles are very short, and B, because the business guys who buy IT automation don't do IT administration themselves. So they want to see the cognitive ability of the software. We did tons of very mathematical things to explain that to them. Now we just show them a free civ game. They go like, wow, it can do that.
So these guys might be thinking about embedding AI into their products down the line, or even right now. What should they be looking at in terms of adding chatbots, in terms of adding strategy systems, in terms of even just automating your IT, just like what you're talking about?
So, well, by the way, for smaller startups and so on, the IT automation that we give is for free. So if you need something to manage your Amazon stuff and so on, you can just download it.
There you go.
Yep. But also, I believe that if you are really trying to embed AI into your systems, don't do natural language first, because it's the most difficult one to do. And you'll see that a lot of the chatbots we see out there that are not fed by humongous amounts of data are not going to be very good in results. They're going to feel very much like an old IVR system. Press 1 to do this. So it's probably not the first thing to do. So I think there's two things. Either use a strategy system like ours, or use a more pattern matching optimization system like the classical deep learning if you have a narrow optimization problem.
Okay. Are you into like Watson at all, or is that like you guys make fun of Watson?
I think
the other robots make fun of each other?
I think it's a very good programming library, but it's a programming library, right? So if you're not willing to do programming, you shouldn't use it.
And all the chatbot startups, are those guys kind of tilting at windmills?
No, I think the whole conversation and dialogue thing hasn't been worked out yet. Human constantly is holding 2 to 3 dialogues, like we have 3-4 topics right now. Machines can't do that very well, so if someone has a very smart idea to do that, it's totally worth trying.
All right, so let's see where the robot ended up. It started out at a very small city. Oh my God! So it opened up about 5 or 6 cities already.
Right, in just 20 minutes.
Yeah.
We're doing pretty well here.
Okay, is this one going to win? Can you tell already just by looking at the matrix there?
No, it's not tellable yet, but very likely it wins, since we're now winning against 80% of the humans and always win against the computer AIs. It's, I would say we're quite there. I mean, everybody's announcing that stuff. We've already done it.
Yeah, you have to send us a link so we can all play against the robot and cry when we lose. All right, thank you, Chris. I really appreciate this.
Thanks, John.
This was a lot of fun.
All right.
Thanks.
Okie doke, we're about to find out the winner of the Startup Battlefield. And I know you guys are all antsy for that, but before we get to it, I just have a couple things to say. You know, I get to be here and interface with you guys, but in reality, there are a lot of people who spend months, almost the entire year, putting this event together, and you never get to see them. They're very much behind the scenes, so this is my chance to kind of let you guys know who those people are, and maybe when I'm done, we could give them a big round of applause so that they know that we appreciate it. So I'm just going to go through the list real quick. Ned Desmond, Matthew Panzerino, Christine Villarreal, who handles all the speakers, Leslie Hitchcock, Joey Hinson, Matt Burns, Emma Camo, Jason Kopek, Alex Ames, Jeff Taylor, Damian Benstead, Safa Aliabadi, Nisha Tambe, Hugo Lewis, Toby Benstead, Victoria Lau, Kevin Manico, Mira Inez, Laura Hawkins, 511 Productions, who puts together all of this stage stuff, Sam O'Keefe, who handles the battlefield, and last but not least, you. You guys paid to be here, and we really appreciate it. Go ahead, round of applause for those people. And I personally want to thank you because it is a joy, pleasure, and honor to be your host, and this is me saying goodbye. So thank you very much for having me. We really appreciate it. And now I'm going to bring up Ned Desmond to thank our sponsors. Appreciate it. Bye, guys.
Hello, everyone. We're almost ready for the big moment, which is to find out who won the Disrupt Cup. But before we go there, I just want to take a moment to thank the sponsors who make this event possible. Without them, we couldn't have a 2-day hackathon, 2 days of terrific programming, and an absolutely amazing battlefield. So I'm going to read off their names. It's an honor to do that, and maybe at the end we can give them a big round of applause. So let me begin with our partner-level sponsors: Accel Partners, Amazon Echo, Cisco, DevPost, EQT Ventures, Esri, Florence Group, Get Together Taxi, IBM Watson, Kotra, Microsoft, Nexmo, Octopus Ventures, PubNub, Radix, Reach Robotics, TechFugees, TechNorth, Twilio, and Volkswagen. I'd also like to thank our one product level sponsor, CBRE, and our exhibitor sponsors, Easy Payment Gateway and SBO Software. So let's give all the sponsors a big round of applause. So now we're going to bring Matthew Panzerino and Samantha O'Keefe to the stage to tell us what happened in the deliberations on the Disrupt Cup. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ned. Excellent. Well, here it is. This is the finals of the Startup Battlefield. We're going to announce the winner now. We've had an amazing batch this year. All of the finalists, all 5 finalists, we actually included a 5th company at the last minute because it was just such a strong batch for the finals. We were originally only supposed to have 4. So we made the judges sit out here a little longer and deliberate a little longer, which is great. All of them were discussed at length and in detail.
Absolutely.
So it was a good debate.
Yeah, the judges were really impressed with all of our finalists. They really enjoyed seeing you guys. They were impressed with the pitches. They were impressed at how far they've come. All of these are seed stage companies. Some have raised a little bit of money. Some have raised no money. So they were really pleased and thanked the entrepreneurs for getting up on stage and sharing, because that can be nerve-wracking in and of itself.
Yeah, lots of positive comments about the founders, because being up on stage, I know we make it look amazing and incredibly
Very easy, obviously.
but it is not easy with all of you looking on, having to answer questions from the esteemed judges. So we compliment them all on that. All right, so we are ready now to announce the runner-up.
Runner-up, yes. I'll ask the runner-up when your name is called to come up on stage and join us. If we can start to wheel out our small prize for you guys. Really appreciate you. And without further ado, the runner-up is Inside DNA.
So Inside DNA is a company that is going to make it easier to...
Inside DNA is bringing machine learning to drug targeting, helping big pharma and big companies make better drugs for all of us, cheaper and faster. So it's really exciting. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Absolutely. We've got some beers for you here.
We also have Thank you. I've got these little gifts for you. You can open them later.
There you go.
And we'll take a picture. This is a step up. Normally we bring PBR, but we thought for you guys.
Keep it classier in London, you know.
You guys want to look right here. All right. Thank you, Inside DNA.
Thank you so much.
We're going to bring this. Oh, thank you.
All right. Now the time has come. We've had a great show. We've had a wonderful 2 days with you. This is going to be the end of it. So we thank you for attending and paying attention, especially to the startup battlefield, because it is very important to these companies that you pay attention and that we pay attention, which we hope we have.
And ultimately, this is where TechCrunch and Disrupt gets all of our content. Everyone we put on stage was a startup at some point, struggling to survive, hiring their first people. So we really view this as the heart of the industry, and we're so happy to have all these companies.
Excellent. With that, the winner of the TechCrunch Disrupt London 2016 Startup Battlefield, make sure to get my branding correct, is CNET.
Oh, perfect.
CNET's a platform for...
In case you missed their pitches over the last few days, CNET is making it easy for companies to leverage their communities to create great, authentic video content like that. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Welcome. No runner's uniform this time. Great. So you guys get near the cup. We're going to take a rapid
check. Thank you very much. Here's your check.
Come grab a piece of the check.
Congratulations. And thank you all very much for coming.
Thank
we
you so
appreciate it,
much.
and we will see you next year.
See you next year. Thank you, everyone.
It's the second day of Disrupt London 2016. Netflix becomes top-grossing iPhone app in the US, and Facebook, Microsoft, Twitter, and YouTube fight terrorism.
It's Tuesday, December 6th, and this is Crunch Report from Disrupt London.
It's the second day of Disrupt London 2016. Shout out to the Girls Network and the Sarah Bonnell School. Great group of students. I loved it. When I think of Disrupt, I think of hustle. People hustling to put the show on, all the startups and Startup Alley hustling, and Battlefield companies hustling to compete, like these Battlefield finalists.
We are making drug discovery cheaper and faster with the help of artificial intelligence and genomics.
We're machine learning personalization for every single website or app that wants to predict what all users are doing in real time.
We transform video cameras. We turn them into medical-grade health monitors. We provide high-quality, real-time, large audience video streaming solutions.
We're a B2B video collaboration platform, enabling companies around the world to engage their own communities of customers, fans, and employees to become the filmers.
At this moment, I don't know who wins, but by the time this video comes out, we'll already know who won. So, congrats team that won. I knew you had it in you the whole time. Seriously though, congrats to everyone who was in Battlefield this year. Great job. According to app intelligence firm Sensor Tower, Netflix has become the top-grossing iPhone app in the US. The firm, which has been following its climb since the introduction of in-app subscriptions last fall, showed that between then and today, Netflix has grown its weekly net revenue from under 50,000 to nearly 2.9 million. The milestone is significant for Netflix, as it indicates the company's success at continuing to grow its US subscriber base, despite earlier concerns that the US market was nearing saturation. Lots of the growth is being attributed to the appeal of its growing library of original content. Man, Narcos and Stranger Things, that's my jam. Facebook, Microsoft, Twitter, and YouTube today announced that they would cooperate on a plan to help limit the spread of terrorist content online. The company said that together, they will create a shared industry database that will be used to identify this content, including what they describe as the most extreme and egregious terrorist images and videos that have been removed from their respective services. Facebook says, while the effort is beginning with the top social networks, the larger goal is to make the database available to other companies in the future. That's the report for today. I'm Tito Hamzy. I'm on a giant screen right now at the end of Disrupt London 2016. Hey, you guy over there. I see you leaving. Get back to your seat. You gotta watch the rest, man. I'm here now. Is there a bunch of confetti on the stage? I love that. Oh man, congrats to all. You go up there, confetti, make some confetti angels. Big shout out to everyone who puts the show on and makes it possible. Lots of people you don't see. All the people in the back, high five. Here's a high five back, people. Events team, good job. Social media team, woohoo! The cleaning people and security, much respect to all of you. If you're watching online, you can't see, I'm on a giant screen right now. Hey, you see this? Look at this, look at all I'm doing. Hey, can you do this? Thank you, everybody, and much love. Crunch Report airs every weekday at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific on TechCrunch.com. You can also find us on iTunes and on YouTube. Crunch Report won't be back till Monday, so we'll see you then. Okay, give me a kiss. This is like the biggest kiss ever. Look. Yeah. Okay, bye.